Ooga booga. How are you all doing, you fucking assholes? Random congratulations, you are first. Yes, steroid gains indeed. Dude, steroids kind of fucking work. I don't know why when I go to my own Instagram I can't see my latest post. That's a little weird. Why? Does that have something to do with scaling? Why can't I see my latest post? Why can't I click on... It's literally not even letting me go to my post. Did Instagram take it down? Yeah, I think Instagram took it down. I think it's because I mentioned I was on steroids. Weird. I didn't know that was a problem for them. Strange. Alright, well, I guess I won't say the S word anymore on Insta. Alright, let's see. Jeff Nippard addressing the controversy. Nobody believes... Everyone thinks he's an idiot for thinking, like, Julian Fitzgerald and Hussein Farhat are natty. Like, I mean, I think Hussein Farhat's a bit more believable. Julian is a little more sus, but, like, he's probably just a strong kid. He doesn't train super well. Like, a lot of people have made, that criticism against him, but, like, he lifts heavy and with good enough form. It's not like lifting heavy is not going to build muscle, you know? Yeah, I think Instagram took it down because I mentioned steroids in the post. And yeah, for a guy who's 19, like, that is a lot of muscle mass that the guy has. He's very big. But again, I don't know if anybody would really be saying much about him if he didn't have, like, the weird freaky arms. His legs aren't particularly well built. His chest is pretty good. His back is pretty good. But his arms are just fucking freaky as fuck. So, like, without the arms, I don't know if so many people would be fucking saying he's on gear or not. And, like, obviously Simian Panda's not natty. That's just very blatantly obvious. Roast donate $2. These are all accidentally vegan.
Reviewing Middle Eastern dips, part 2. Hummus? I've had this before, but it's still good every single time. 9 out of 10.
Was worried this was gonna be a porn.
Pomegranate labne? That is so good. 10 out of 10. Toom? I feel like this would taste good with literally anything. 9 out of 10. Masaba.
Screw donated $2. Trump believes that people in Gaza are starving. Apparently, he yelled at Netanyahu and claimed his age showed him proof that people and children are starving. Yeah. Sure, hunger is not widespread. Like, we know that. If hunger was widespread, you'd be seeing all over social media people in Gaza posting about how, like, they're starving, their family's starving, whatever. Again, the only posts you're seeing are children that had pre-existing health issues that are likely due to incest. If there was widespread hunger, you would see it all over social media and they wouldn't have to lie about this bullshit. So there's not widespread hunger. I know Dr. Avi was saying there's a good chance there is because food prices going up. Those are just numbers. It means nothing. Food prices could be going up for a variety of reasons. It could be due to just mass hysteria. It could be due to them just wanting certain foods, like they haven't been able to eat falafels in a while, and they can get like macaroni or rice really easy from these aid dumps, but they can't get like chickpeas and shit to make falafels. So then those particular food ingredients like go up massively. So there's just not widespread hunger. If there was, you'd see it all over social media. And we've seen this before. There were, in fact, a lot of civilians that died and were killed from, bombings. And you saw it all over social media. They're posting it all over the fucking place. So if there's widespread hunger, why in the fuck aren't we seeing post after post after post on Instagram? Well, you're not, because there isn't anything to post. Nobody's starving.
Chewy, the pet food company. I'm sure some of you already know what I'm about.
Yeah, but thanks for the donation, Scare.
Masaba. Correctly.
Okay, this girl's dumb. Yeah, Middle Eastern dips are good.
Chewy, the pet food company. I'm sure some of you already know what I'm about to tell you, but if you have a dog, go into Chewy, sign up. The beginning of every month, dog food arrives like clockwork at your house. You never have to think about it again. Thing with dogs, they die, right? And they're a big, big part of your life, and it's devastating when you lose them. And the first thing you think to do is not to go cancel your automatic dog food delivery. So a couple weeks later, dog food comes after you just lost your.
My girlfriend guilt-tripped me about not being able to go river tubing next weekend 'cause I work. I got upset and she told me to get over it. So I told her I refunded baseball tickets and told her to get over it. She didn't like that, said I'm manipulative.
Well, if that's a true story, you might want to consider getting a new girlfriend. Because that is a crazy bitch. Yeah, get fired from work just so you can go river tubing for one day. As if you can't do that at any other time when you have time off. She's an idiot. I don't know. That sounds like a fucking 9-year-old that you're dating. Like, not a literal 9-year-old, but like a mental 9-year-old. I don't know about that. So yeah, I'd consider getting a new girlfriend. Thanks for the donation though, retard. VG, can you fuck my girlfriend while I watch? Well, knowing you, she's probably ugly, so I don't think so.
Your dog, it's devastating. You call them, you go to cancel it. This is what they do every single time because they've identified that as a recurring moment. They credit back the last bag of food. They can't take it back for health code issues, so they say give it away to anyone that needs it. And then 2 days later, you get flowers from Chewy saying sorry for your loss. That maybe costs them $25. When you have a dog, you're very likely going to get another dog. You're never going to buy dog food from anyone else ever again.
Mm-hmm. Can you roast these tools?
Oh, there you are. Hi.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. Okay, thanks for the donation, roast.
Good to see you.
How are
I'm
you
sorry
doing?
I missed it.
Where's everybody else?
They're doing an interview.
Oh, okay. You wanna mic up Emma?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's.
What's good? How are you been? How
good.
have you been here since
the camera for me.
the beginning?
I just got in last night. Yeah.
Here, hold the
I got
camera for me.
here. I saw Rashida's speech.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just streaming right
Yeah,
now?
we're live streaming.
Oh, hey.
You might just put this on,
Everybody,
just a little
it's the
magnet.
majority report.
What's up?
Just a little magnet.
What do I do?
It's just a magnet.
Okay.
No, the other side, other way. Yep.
The DSA convent. I don't know how to stream.
This is very. You're doing what Sam has done for years with where does he go? He goes to LaborWorks or Netroots or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Netroots
Or
Nation?
no, Torque Conference.
Torque
this
Conference.
is Emma at the Torque.
When will I play Roblox? No.
Conference.
Yes.
This is her Torque Conference.
Look, I'm a dues-paying member of DSA. I encourage everybody to sign up to DSA if you haven't already. Although if they're watching your stream, they
Yeah.
probably have.
I think we got.
Oh, we got photos.
We
Oh
got-
shit! All right.
No, it's fine. No, stay. I'm
all right,
saying, I was pointing to that to be like, no, there's a lot of DSA dues signing members here.
I know. But if you're on stream and you haven't done it yet,
Hi.
Jessica.
Nice to meet you.
I started watching you when you were on the Young Turks,
Wow.
and then fell off. But then you were like in the gaming sphere with like Twitch and stuff like
Uh-huh.
that. So, and I'm obsessed with the podcast.
Oh, if you're in?
Yeah. Hi, chat. I want to say to Cutie, we forgive you for your transgressions. Please don't leave the podcast. I know it's a joke, but I can't handle it if it's just the boys.
Yeah. Well, not gonna lie. Next episode, it's just the boys, but. No, we hear that a lot. We have a lot of women in the Fear End audience, and they do not fuck with it when.
How do I find a virgin guy who's not ugly and who isn't an 18-year-old? Well, best way of finding a virgin would probably be going to like a Magic the Gathering meetup or a games workshop. You know, anybody who's playing like tabletop games. Now, the tricky part is finding somebody who isn't ugly. There's got to be at least one dude there who's decent. You're probably better off going to Games Workshop and looking at the Warhammer 40k players. There are probably more dudes who are in shape, but are also virgins. So you might want to try that. Son Goku donated $10. If you had to choose between Hassan and Candace Owens to be supreme ruler of the world, who'd you pick? Probably Candace Owens. She would be less likely to be a crazy totalitarian menace. Whereas we know Hassan is literally a fascist. Thanks for the donation.
Hassan also interviewed Rashida Tlaib this morning and they basically just chat all over the Democrats for an hour. Rashida took snide shots at AOC without saying her name cause she didn't vote against Iron Dome funding when like 95% of Congress didn't either.
Here's what these people are doing. They are trying to completely and utterly destroy the Democratic Party and try to replace them with people who are in the club, the communists, tanky fascists. So no shit, they shit over every Democratic candidate for no justifiable reasons, for the silliest stupid fucking shit. Because they're trying to replace all of these normal, liberal establishment Democrats with crazy communist tankies. So they're just trying to destroy the Democratic Party, turn it into just a, communist party. But, I don't know what to do, man. It's just so bizarre that these people are taken seriously. You'd think, enough people would find out they're just idiots, but no. Thanks for the donation, retard.
When it's just us three.
Yeah. So
What's going on?
I can do this.
Bang, bang. Oh, okay.
1, 2, 3. You, Mark.
We wish you were here. Oh my God.
Why is Rebecca not here?
Oh my god, Zoran for mayor.
What's going on?
So,
Don't, if it's personal, don't worry. Don't leak the deets.
Get Rebecca a job.
Okay. Rebecca, get a job.
No, someone give Rebecca a job.
Someone give Rebecca a job right now.
Please.
Right now.
thank you for the kind words.
Damn, she broke, huh? She's just airing her out. Rebecca, you're broke. What's going on?
It's fucked up.
I'm kidding.
Hey, Alabama fella here from TikTok. What do you think socialism means to the people?
What do I think so?
Retard, donate $2, don't read caption, just watch.
Whether our
Okay, let me see.
it's in the Constitution. I have a big problem with this, regardless of whether it's gerrymandering, which both
Representatives shall be be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons each state, excluding Indians not taxed. Okay, weird. How did
parties do, or this attempt at changing the way we count the number of living residents in the United States, because it's all about cheating. It's all about rigging the system in a way that gives one party an advantage. But what I don't understand is, why do they want the advantage? Congress is useless. They do nothing for the American people other than vote on bills to lower taxes.
Sounds like some tanky bullshit. Congress is useless. Are you fucking insane? So yeah, this sounds like some commie tanky bullshit where, oh, let's just destroy the whole system and, you know, elect a supreme leader.
Increase spending on wars, things like that. But when it comes to representing the American people, both parties are really like a uniparty these days and don't really get much done. I mean, one of the things that we need to do more than anything right now is reform our immigration laws so we don't keep doing this pendulum swing from a left-wing president who has a more open borders type policy to a right-wing president who's like very draconian in his executive orders pertaining to immigration laws. Congress is useless to the point where I question whether our system of checks and balances even matters. And then besides that, you have Congress
That is the most psychotic, stupid, insane bullshit you could ever fucking say. So Congress is useless. Okay, I guess you'd prefer like China where there's a supreme leader, or Nazi Germany. Let's just all listen to the guy with the weird mustache. That's better? You think with Trump in office, we would be in better set of circumstances without fucking Congress and we just have to listen to the fucking president? Like, what the fuck alternative is she even fucking talking about? Like, just an idiot. How do they fucking... I don't know how they have an audience and are taken seriously. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Is gonna be you now after being on roids.
I mean, who knows? Maybe we can just forget this whole fight thing and just be friends or something. What do you think?
You're never gonna learn, are you?
What do you mean?
I mean, no matter what you say or what you do, you and me are gonna fight when that bell rings at 3 o'clock.
Can't we be friends? Can't we even try?
I don't need friends.
Oh, Rourke has nothing to do with this.
I don't know if I'm gonna be a bully, but I do feel better. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner. No, I am taking steroids. It's been a week now. It's not bait. Cambodia was a great, ageless, anti-cultural communist society. That's what we should be aiming for, yeah. Right?
Socialism means to the people free stuff.
Free stuff? All right. What do you think's the one biggest thing that we have stopped?
Wait.
Hey, Alabama fella here from TikTok. What do you think socialism means to the people?
What do I think socialism means to the people? Free stuff.
Free stuff? All right.
These people who are, so first of all, there's never been a socialist society. There's a variety of reasons for that. You always see, straight to communism. And there's reasons for that. People cannot organize in a way where socialism would ever fucking work. And you need some sort of centralized authority to even enforce, some of these like policies where, workers own their means to production, no capital ownership. The only way to enforce that to begin with is with communism. So never been a socialist society. It doesn't fucking work. They're just talking about communism and they fucking know it. They just say socialism because, one, it's illegal to be a communist in the United States. And it's a huge risk for deportation if you're not an American citizen. And two, it's not, kind of politically correct. It's kind of like a dirty word in the US especially. So they just say socialist, but they're just tanky fucking commies. Free stuff. Okay. Well, you can have two options. You can either be made this promise that everything's free and you get nothing. That's why there's mass starvations and deaths under communism. Or you can work and pay for shit and actually get what you want if you work enough for it. So I don't know. I'd rather live and maybe work a bit and be able to, pay for the things I want versus being made this promise that everything's free and then I get nothing and I starve to death, or if I, do anything that is within my logical self-interest, I'm considered some sort of political dissenter and I get sent to a fucking gulag or executed. Hassan is just a fucking fascist. Communism is just a religious belief. They're giving everyone this promise that, once, the capitalists are destroyed, like everything will be free and you won't have to work as hard and life will be better. It's this promise of paradise that you see in every other religion, like Christianity, fucking Islam. But when, again, it is a promise that they will never be able to give you. And every single fucking time they get into power, what happens? Everyone goes poor, everyone starves, everyone fucking dies or gets locked up. It's just a religious cult, and that's why, to this day, after many attempts of, people trying communism and it failing in the most spectacular fucking way possible, there are still people to this day that believe in communism. It's because it's a religious belief. It is not based on any kind of sound, rational reasoning.
What do you think is the one biggest thing that we have stopping society from moving forward?
Endless greed.
Endless greed.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Appreciate it.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, sir.
Hi. Sorry. I don't have anything for you to sign. I want to ask, how much do you bench?
Not that much. Like, I could do.
Bro. I don't think she's that cute, honestly. But, like, seriously? People are watching Hassan's streams and are, like, doing the girl goon over him. I guess there's gay dudes who watch him too, but, like, girls are really gooning to his streams when I'm over here. Bruh, I fucking mog Hassan. It's not even fucking close, dude. Absolutely fucking mog this guy.
I want to ask, how much do you bench?
Not that much. Like, I can rep 225 fairly easily for 10.
Okay.
But that's it.
So I can rep 315 for 10, and he can only do 225 for 10. So there's nearly a 100-pound difference in strength between me and Hassan. And then girls are like, how much can you bench? These, like, it has to be the communities they're in, because like the chicks who watch Hassan, they're clearly like crazy, dumbasses who are in, the gay communist, sphere of the internet watching TikTok. the only dudes that they have access to within their community, they're either literally gay or like non-binary or like trans or something, or they're like the most bitch-made feminine cuck dudes imaginable. So like I guess Hassan, when he pops up in these communities, these girls are like, oh my god, the dream, a guy who looks masculine but on the inside he's a bitch. But like I they have no fucking idea.
That's it.
Just wondering. I'm 110.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I can bench press you. That's what you're asking.
That's what it was.
Very subtle.
I'm running for NTC, so.
Hell yeah.
You need a joker up there.
You know what? I'd let her suck my dick. You know, she's cute enough. I like Asian girls too. I like watching them suck dick.
Okay. You want to take a photo? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Come. All right, you guys can come over here.
What's happening?
What's good?
Shout out to all the Ohio chatters out there.
Hell yeah.
Make sure you join up your local DSA. Let's get a picture. Oop, gonna flip around. Thanks, man.
Oh yeah, dude, having a home gym is just fucking god tier. I am never going back to a commercial gym. It is fucking horrendous. Just god awful. Once you have a well-equipped home gym, like, what is the point? I can have all the equipment I want, have it the way I want it. I don't have to wait for anybody. I don't have to deal with anybody's bullshit. I don't have to drive through snow in the winter, get dressed, worry if I fucking stink. You know, like, I can just do whatever I want, whenever I want, how I want it. Nobody in the way.
Pathetic little fake communists like Hassan imagine all the virtue in the world exists in them. Western communists are just narcissists. History doesn't matter. Results never matter. What matters is how they feel, and that's it.
Well, there's two types of people who fall into this, you know, communist thing. Maybe three. Could maybe break down in three. One, literal fascists. They just think this is a pathway to them gaining more power. Hassan is a perfect example of that. He clearly just wants to, you know, just kill anybody he doesn't agree with. Like, that's really it. Like, that's why he supports terrorists and crap like that. The other people who support it are, like, rich people who are, like, fairly wealthy, but they're mad that there are people who make more money than them. And so they want to just, like again, this is why there's so many college kids who are into this. They have been given so many handouts in life, silver spoon, like life is pretty easy for them with their parents taking care of them. A lot of these people have not had to pay for school. And then when they realize, oh, I've got to get a real job, and then, oh, work is like kind of difficult, and I'm not going to make like, you know, 7 figures right away, and I have to climb a ladder. Oh, well, that's hard, and I don't like the idea of somebody making more money than me, even though I've got it pretty good. So then they get sucked into this communist horse shit where it's like, you know, it's really unfair that people who work harder than me make more money. And then there's maybe a subcategory of that same type of person where they're just fucking losers. They are good for nothing, lazy dipshits who suck at fucking everything. They know they suck at everything and they can't compete with anybody. And they're mad that they suck and they're too lazy to ever do anything about it. So again, communism is just a way to even the playing field and just take away other people's success and enrich yourself because, like, you know, and you're just a loser. Those are the only people who, you know, believe in fucking communism. It's retarded. It doesn't work. Everybody knows it doesn't work, and it's just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though. Allah, the best of scammers. F donated $2 proof. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. named second shooter who killed his father with Saran Part 7. I'll watch that a little later. Thanks for the donation, F. I just want to kind of skim through some of this.
Man,
Nice to meet you.
You're a big part of the reason why I'm here.
Oh, hell yeah.
How do you feel about the ideology of Sandy Hook shooter Adam Lanza? Eulavism is what it's called. You mean Ephilism? So, I read his manifesto. It made no fucking sense. And he was a fan of Amendum, and Amendum was largely responsible for radicalizing this kid into thinking committing a mass shooting would be a good idea, and he would be doing like some sort of act of good. There's actually been a number of people within Amendum's community who have either actually committed a mass shooting, or a bombing. There's one guy recently, it was either a bombing or a shooting. It turned out he was an Amendum fan. He was in the community, and I think he even had a bit of a message back and forth with Amendum at one point. There's also been a few other people in his community who have admitted they have either considered committing a mass shooting themselves, or they had to talk people out of committing mass shootings. So, Ephilism is just fucking stupid. As Amendum describes it, the basis for Ephilism relies on the concept that there is of moral realism. So, as he describes it, Ephilism relies on moral realism, and it is a moral truth that existence of a mind is a bad thing. Well, that's just not true. There's no such thing as moral realism. Moral principles do not exist outside of a fucking mind. There's no such thing as a moral truth, independent of a stance. So it's all up to interpretation. So if we were to undumbfuck his worldview, it wouldn't rely on moral realism, and it would just be an argument from personal perspective that, you know, it's my personal perspective that existence is a bad thing because without existence, there would be no suffering. With existence, there is suffering. Therefore, lack of existence is preferable to suffering. And again, therefore, you should just kill everyone, prevent a mind from existing. That's fine. You can believe that. It's no more like it's a glass half full, half empty type of thing. You can think that. The issue then becomes how useful and practical is this going to be when you're talking about like actually trying to create political change towards that goal? No societies are going to develop like this Ephilism mindset. The types of people who would have the technology to actually enact Ephilism, so like, you know, nuclear powers that are very wealthy and have the most amount of weapons, well, they're living very good lives. You're never going to convince a society that is living very good lives that are consistently improving to just destroy the entire earth. And like where is this going? So you're just gonna like create a fucking bunch of people who are unhinged fucking psychos who are just gonna commit mass shootings. It's just fucking stupid.
Yeah, thank you for being here. We got fucking cornbread white boys. Come up. Hi.
Have you watched Nippard's interview with the Gazan? What do you mean by that?
We have a present for you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay, I love presents.
We're part of this caucus called Emerge.
Yeah.
It's true, vegan gains can't debate with any professional. Keeps saying Izot Gap over and over, refuses to debate moral realists. I've debated moral realists before, and I've also I don't know if I've ever debated a philosophy PhD, but I've debated nutrition science PhDs, exercise science PhDs, biochemist PhDs. So I've debated PhDs before, just not philosophy PhDs. But like again, moral realists are just fucking psychotic. If you're going to tell me moral realism is true, then I guess there's also such a thing as taste realism, Like it is, you can prove as an objective fact, independent of any preference or stance or mind, that pineapple on pizza tastes bad. Like, it's just fucking stupid. When you're making moral statements, all you're really saying is a statement about a set of preferences that you have and how a certain action like makes you feel. That's all moral propositions are. If they're anything other than that, then show me where morals are. Can I poke ethics? Like, supposedly, if you're a moral realist, morals exist somewhere in the world, like independent of any mind. Show me where they are. Can I eat them? Can I heat them up? Can I freeze them? Can I poke at them? Do they smell? Like, it's just retarded. You can't even tell me what morals are if you're a moral realist. You're just saying they are a thing. Where are they?
What smells so good?
This is our resident perfume influencer.
Oh, you have a perfume influencer.
That's a totally different conference.
Emerge, let a million flowers bloom.
Yeah.
I love that.
We're militants about abolition and Palestine and racial justice, so that's
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and this is our little zine.
So y'all are Maoists?
No, we're not Maoists.
We're Marxist
We're not Maoists, but
So a bunch of retarded commies.
How to restore strength in my shriveled tricep after a C4/C3 impingement.
Well, for one thing, you probably have like damage to the nerve, and that's why the tricep is fucked up. So first thing you have to do is make sure that the nerve isn't impinged anymore. And then after that, it's really just a healing process. It's going to take time for that nerve to build back up. I don't know if there's any kind of medication you can take, like any like healing peptides. You can maybe look into that, but it just takes a very, very long time. Lee Priest had a similar problem, where his one arm, like, he had a nerve impingement, and the nerve was fucked up and his arm shriveled up. And I think it took a few years for the nerve to build back up and build his arm back up. So it just takes time. I don't know if there's any kind of, like, medications or peptides or anything you can do to speed that process up. But yeah, just try not to fuck up your back, impinge any nerve, and just try to train, and hopefully, the nerve builds back up.
This bitch is fucking nuts. Totally insane, plus has that unchecked woman entitlement.
Absurd it is. Now, the Trump administration, who purports to care about free speech, that was what they ran on. Of course, they're not doing any of that stuff anymore. They're creating DEI for.
Free speech does not give you a right to defame anybody. You idiot.
Israel, and pushing through laws to redefine anti-Semitism. But they pretended to care about free speech, and you had J.D. Vance, who went over there to Europe and gave a whole speech, tisk tisk, to all of you European leaders that are no longer listening to what your constituents want and are instead punishing them for their speech. If the majority of your constituents think something, you can't create laws and punish them. Like, right, that was kind of the gist of his speech. Like, the markets have decided what they want, and now you're punishing these people. That's crazy, he said. America's going to be a leader. We don't believe in this. We won't support this. Then you have a literal European leader that is basically saying F you to the American Constitution, right? Emmanuel Macron and Brigitte are saying, you know what? We don't like that podcast.
She's so stupid she doesn't know what free speech is. Free speech doesn't mean you get to say whatever you want. Like, if I were to spread a rumor that Candace Owens is kidnapping children and raping them in her basement, kind of like how she's making similar accusations against the fucking Macrons, that's not protected under free speech. If I'm knowingly and willingly lying about you to harm your reputation, that is illegal. It's not protected by free speech, you dumbass.
pastor in America. And we are going to launch a lawsuit that's never been launched before, an unprecedented lawsuit to impoverish her.
It is not unprecedented. There's many international defamation lawsuits.
For speaking. And both JD Vance and Trump have not issued a statement. In fact, where are the journalists even asking them to make a statement? Okay, a state leader.
You're a fucking nobody podcaster. Why the fuck do you think they care about you?
Is speaking about your constituent and launching a lawsuit and saying you're going to impoverish them for executing their First Amendment right. Where are you?
That's the legal challenge. They're saying what you said is not protected by the First Amendment.
If you are Trump, the first thing you should have done, if you purport to care about America and our Constitution, as you're supposed to be the person that's defending that day in and day out, you would come out and you would say, I don't even know whether I believe that she's a man or woman. Doesn't matter, right? I didn't watch the series. Fair. He didn't watch the series. He could even say, like he said to me on the phone, that I looked at her real close on the Eiffel Tower and it looked like a woman to me. Okay, you can say all those things, but you should say it's unacceptable.
Dumb bitch. Well, she's doing everything wrong. If she would just keep her mouth shut, you know, it would be kind of difficult to get, like for the Macrons to meet the burden of proof for proving defamation, but like she's making it super, super fucking easy for them. Thanks for the donation though, retard. Do you like North African women? I'm not sure. I know I like a lot of Brazilian chicks, and a lot of them are black. Fernanda Chocolate is probably my favorite black porn star. She's Brazilian. Dude, her ass is just fucking incredible. Just the craziest fucking beautiful behind. And she has a really nice, pretty chocolate asshole.
Okay.
Big Tank Commune.
Yeah, look at this. All fat chicks and one gay fucking dude. Like, it's everybody in these communities. Fat, ugly chicks and gay dudes.
You like a little bit of Mal. A little bit.
Wow. So they're admitting they're Maoists. A guy who's responsible for killing, like, what? The lowest death estimate was like 20 million people, and I think at the highest it's like 60 million. It's just crazy. How are they not behind fucking bars?
I love this.
2, 1.
I already have a button.
I always
Take
love
more.
buttons. I'll take.
Groundwork DSA, La Boo Boo.
This is a groundwork DSA La Boo Boo. It's a La Fufu. That's crazy.
People have said if Hassan was in a caucus in DSA, it would probably be groundwork.
I just got here, right? I put another La Boo Boo on here.
Yeah, are you doing any of this?
Walk around, but I don't even know what to look at if we were to walk around, you know?
Oh, are we streaming right now?
Yeah.
Sarah, $2. I'm anti-Netanyahu, pro-Palestine, anti-Hamas. Explain how you think this is a contradiction. Those political positions aren't inherently contradictions, but I'd have to get into specifics about why you're pro-Palestine, why you're anti-Netanyahu, why you're anti-Hamas. But they're not inherently contradictions. Generally speaking, when somebody says, I'm pro-Palestine but anti-Hamas, when you delve in deeper into some of their beliefs, they're very clearly pro-Hamas. So a lot of these people who claim to be anti-Hamas, they'll still at the same time say, oh, well, they're freedom fighters. They'll try to downplay the October 7th attack. They'll make claims that the way Israel is waging war against Hamas is unjustifiable, but then when you try to ask them any details of why it's unjustifiable, how they could improve their tactics, what they should have done otherwise, like they'll even take the most ridiculous positions like, well, they should have never done any kind of retaliatory attack and tried to negotiate with Hamas. So I don't know what your actual positions are, but they're not inherently contradictory, but usually when people say that, they're just lying and gaslighting, and they're very much pro-Hamas. Thanks for the donation, though, Sarah.
Is it true that there is a sweet spot of heart rate for fat burning? I heard you take about 60 to 70% of the max heart rate you should have for your age. Is this BS? Unnecessarily micromanaged? I bought a stationary bike for cardio and to help me lose some fat.
None of that really matters. So, technically speaking, you know, there's different energy systems in your body, and yeah, hypothetically, lower intensity cardio is going to target fat burning more than higher intensity cardio, because higher intensity cardio relies on the different energy pathway that relies on carbohydrate. But in real life practice, it doesn't fucking matter. What dictates the degree to which you lose fat is the degree to which you're in a calorie deficit. So if you're using cardio to get into a calorie deficit or increase your calorie deficit, there's only like a few kind of things that you're going to want to worry about. Whether or not you can sustain that activity on a daily basis or a near daily basis, whether or not it interferes with your training or other lifestyle activities, and whether or not, again, you actually enjoy it enough to do it for a prolonged period of time in order to achieve your weight loss goals. And there's also like things like time constraint. So assuming time is no factor here, and you can dedicate like as much time to training as you want, lower intensity steady state cardio over a more prolonged period of time is going to be more ideal, because it has the lowest fatigue cost. It's not going to interfere with the rest of your training. Generally speaking, adherence is a bit easier for most people because they don't have to like psych themselves up and convince themselves to do these like really high effort things. And it also just generally doesn't really interfere with any other daily tasks. It doesn't make you exhausted and tired and sleepy. So if you just, you know, go on a bike for maybe 45 minutes, an hour, you know, something like that, and just go at a slower pace, it's easier than doing like 15, 20 minutes really, really hard and doing HIIT training, because again, a lot of the times it makes people sleepy, tired, it interferes with their weight training where it's harder to make gains or maintain muscle mass, stuff like that. So there's a range of options you have. Obviously, the harder you do cardio, the more calories you will burn per minute. The easier you go on cardio, the less calories you burn per minute, but you can make up for that by just, spending more time. The only other consideration is, generally speaking, high intensity cardio makes people more hungry on average, and it might make it harder for you to stick to a diet if you do very high intensity cardio. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I wouldn't really worry about fat burning zone. It's just theoretical, and in practice, it doesn't make a difference. It just depends on how many calories you're burning in a day, what extent the calorie deficit is, and how consistent you can be with your training. But hope that answers your question. Thanks for the donation, David.
The peak of Hassan and his fans' hypocrisy is them not being vegan also being useful IDOTs.
Let me see. Page doesn't exist.
America. Why do you think slavery is still alive in America? That's a little shocking to me.
No, yeah. So pretty much how the prison system works, the system of forced labor and unpaid labor is still very much legal as a punishment for a crime. That was a part of the 14th Amendment that was never, like, slavery is still alive in that sense. And then
But that's
when
not slavery. You could say that the prison system needs reform without calling it slavery.
But it is, at the end of the day.
But wait. Isn't that disrespectful to people who were and are still slaves, though? I mean,
I would not say so. It's disrespectful to use semantics as a way to deny the ongoing oppression that Black people still.
It really depends. It depends on the prison and shit. I've seen some conditions where prisoners are forced to do extremely difficult, hard, grueling manual labor, and some of them even fucking die. I would call that slavery. And there's other circumstances where, like, they can opt in to do some of this work, and it might help them to get a reduced sentence and stuff. I wouldn't consider that slavery. It really depends. But broadly speaking, I wouldn't say slavery exists in America. CNN being useful idiots.
This piece of video, which is deeply, deeply affecting. And it's two kids, Celine and Sila, watching your show from Gaza.
Oh, look, fat. I guess they're not starving. Look how fat this kid is.
Surrounded by the rubble of their home. And it's just the
Yeah, I'm sure that's their home and they didn't just walk over there.
most incredible image, really. What did you think?
Yeah, so these kids are fat. Okay, so I guess we're... So, no starvation. Fat kids. All right. Oh, rubble. Look at the rubble. Okay, so we're now gone from genocide, murder, starvation, and now we're complaining about there's rocks on the ground. There's rocks on the ground everywhere. Like, okay, I get it. Okay, well, they can all fuck themselves for all I care. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sid donated $2. Any new Jack or attachments? Can you message Jack again to see if he finally has time now? Let's see. He's not going to debate. I don't fucking care. He said he'd get back to me. He hasn't. He's obviously full of shit. Look, they're both dumb. They haven't messaged me. So I don't care, don't want to talk to them. If they want to, like, reach out and say, hey, let's debate this topic, whatever, you know, that's all good, but I don't have any respect left for them at this point. If they want to rebuild the bridge with me, that's up to them, but I'm not going to waste my time with a bunch of just lying idiots who are still wanting to promote Hamas propaganda, even though I've explained to them that this is all horseshit. So I don't need to bother with them. Thanks for the donation though, Sid. Dodo donated $2. Good news, VG. We have a place to send plastians.
And the events in the Middle East, the crisis in the Middle East certainly do have global impact. Indonesia is preparing an uninhabited island to host and treat wounded Gazans. The Muslim-majority country sent aid to Gaza directly after Israel's offensive following the Hamas terror attacks in October 2023, and it backs a two-state solution for the region.
Care for up to 1,000 children, women, or casualties who require medical treatment.
I have a funny feeling something is going to go wrong with this plan. Funny feeling. But yeah, as long as you can get rid of them and put them somewhere else, who the fuck cares? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In 1 month.
Bryce, I gotta get bigger, man.
This might help.
Steroids.
What is going on with you? Damn it!
Yeah, we should watch that again. That was pretty funny, the Ben Affleck steroid PSA thing.
Bryce,
Where is it? There's the full video somewhere. Here it is. Yeah, this was so funny. Hilarious. Alright, well, I don't think I'll be that bad, but thanks for the donation, Chef Poppy.
VG, have you ever tried the air assault bike? Holy shit, I was actually shocked the first time I tried it. It's a literal torture device. It looks so innocuous, but you actually feel like you're going to die after 3 rounds.
Nah, I've never tried one. I'm not a big fan of stationary bikes. So if I'm gonna get any cardio equipment in the future, it's either gonna be a like stair climber, you know, step mill, or a treadmill that has magnetic or whatever resistance and or mechanical resistance, where I can do what are basically like sled pushes or sled drags. But thanks for the donation, a la the best of scammers.
Serious question, VG. How did Jasmine gain so much weight being vegan? Why is she not prioritizing her health? Is she just bulking and not working out? Not trying to be funny, I'm just genuinely dumbfounded. Thanks as always.
There's plenty of junk food that's vegan, dude. It's easy to eat too much. Thanks for the donation, Lifting Vegan.
Skip to 2340 and speed it up a bit if you have to, but this shit is nuts and you should react.
Who's Rashid Tlaib? Palestinian American. Okay. Muslim. Yeah. That might be really fucking retarded. It's an hour 20 minutes. I want to react to some other stuff first, but towards the end, we'll try to react to that. Oh, skip to 2340. Like, is there a lot to watch after 2340? Okay, I'll look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Would you say that this video is wiser than Dower?
Yeah, no. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Lonzo made more sense than Amendum, the moralizer. Clearly didn't read Lonzo's video transcripts. He was a genius, especially for his age. No, he wasn't. He had very silly, undeveloped ideas that were not very coherent.
You keep forgetting.
I keep forgetting. I should put this back on.
Yeah.
I can tell you why.
But I was about to play online matches. Well, the full game isn't released, so that would be impossible. And it literally says in the fucking title, campaign. So why would you think that? I can tell you why. It's because you're a fucking idiot! Yeah, that was me. Thanks for the donation, Gillian Tight. I don't know why that bothers me so much. But I'll literally put something... This just happened, by the way. I made a post on Instagram that they fucking deleted for some... Like, I think it's because I mentioned I was on steroids. But I literally just made a post on fucking Instagram saying, you know, 1 week update on steroids. And then somebody asked me, are you on steroids? I literally put it in the caption on the post. Like... People always fucking do that. Like, I can have just, like, a simple title, like, just playing video games, and then people will come in, oh, why are you playing video games? I thought you were gonna do this and that. It's Thanks for the donation, though, Killian Titan.
Okay, alright, if I hold this, then you can hear me. Yeah. I shouldn't be talking about the location of our parties maybe on stream.
No, it's fine.
What are you up to tonight?
So what I'm doing right now is trying to set up like I'm gonna go to this this student back to. Before I do that, I thought I could just like walk around and get a better.
There's nowhere for us to go. I feel like.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Yes, from 2340 they talk a good deal about Israel. I don't think you need to watch the whole thing, but that middle chunk has the nuttiest stuff. Also Rashida is a popular DSA representative that lives in Aox shadow cause she's way crazier.
Alright, I'll give that a watch. Dude, there's no such thing, especially when you're talking about Muslims who get into politics, there's no such thing as moderate Muslims. They're all fucking crazy. The whole reason they get into politics in the first place is to spread Islam. There's a Canadian, I can't remember if he's a premier or if he's, I think he's a member of parliament. He's a Muslim, and he has publicly stated the only reason he got into politics was to spread Islam and, like, you know, commit jihad and try to turn as many people Muslim. Like, it's... So yeah, of course she's gonna be fucking crazy and say stupid shit. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
I'm playing. Hi.
What's up?
And like, by the way, these people hate the fucking left wing. Hate them. The only reason they make bedfellows with the left wing is because they're, like, the left wing is where they can exist. Right-wingers are either too racist to even fuck with Muslims at all because they're either all Arab or Persian, you know, brown-skinned people, or they're not racist and, like, they're just based kind of right-wingers. Where it's like, okay, yeah, these people worship a child rapist, fucked a 9-year-old warlord. We know they're all psychotic. They want to destroy Western civilization. So they have no political home in the right wing, you know, amongst conservatives. The only reason they ever get into these left-wing circles is because that's where they can exist. Because these, like, lefty brain rot fucktards think, oh, you have to be okay with 9-year-olds getting fucking raped and, you know, warlords and women getting their rights taken away and gay people getting thrown off fucking rooftops and Sharia law and all this shit. Or else you're racist. You need to respect other people's cultures. But again, all these Muslims, as soon as, like, the topic of, oh, should kids learn about gay people in school, who are they fucking standing outside with, like, you know, protesting, you know, gay shit in school? Oh, suddenly they're all next to the fucking right-wingers and Catholics and Christians and shit, you know, who are fucking nuts, just like them, saying, yes, I don't want my son becoming gay because I'll have to kill him so that he doesn't dishonor our family, so we need to ban gays from school or else I will have to throw him off a rooftop. And I don't want to do that because in this fucking disgusting, degenerate fucking country, you don't murder gay people. So, yeah, you know, it's a joke.
I asked Sugar Boy if he had a chance to fuck Michelle's Chinese butthole and he said yes. So Sugar Boy is getting anal and type Chinese virgin vegan pussy and best you can get is fat Jasmine stealing all your money. Good job. You beta cuck.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Thanks, comrade.
Absolutely.
Sure.
All gay dudes and fat, ugly women. Like, look at this shit. This is hilarious.
Sure.
Thanks, comrade.
No problem. Nice to meet you.
Dude. Just all betas. Beta fucking losers. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, so let's fast forward to 1968. You're 14 years old at the time, and you're in boarding school at the Georgetown Preparatory School in Maryland. Your father, Bobby Kennedy, is running for the presidential nomination with the Democrats. And during this process, on June 5th, 1968, he was at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. As he was leaving the ballroom, he decided to go through the kitchen. And I guess his bodyguard, FBI agent Bill Barry, told him to avoid the kitchen because it was very crowded. As he was going through, shaking hands with everyone, a 24-year-old Palestinian man named Saran shot him with a .22 caliber revolver. He was hit 3 times. 5 other people were wounded as well. When you found out that your dad had gotten killed, what went through your mind?
Well, first of all, I would dispute that description of what happened.
Okay.
I don't believe that Sirhan's bullets ever hit my father.
Okay.
And neither did the coroner, Thomas Noguchi, who is probably the most famous coroner in American history, who did an autopsy that is known as the perfect autopsy. He actually flew in the chief coroners of all the every branch of the military service to sit in the surgery theater to watch what he did because he knew what had happened in Dallas. And he didn't want to repeat. And what he found, Sirhan had 8 shots. He had a .22 revolver, or 8 shots in it. And he fired 2 shots at my father. One of those shots the first shot hit Paul Schrade, who was the UAW, the United Auto Workers deputy chief. There was only 2 unions that supported my father, the United Auto Workers and Cesar Chavez Union. And Paul Schrade had recruited Cesar Chavez to the United Farm Workers. So he was very close to my dad. He got shot in the head. And he was okay. And, he actually died a year and a half ago and spent the last 20 years of his life trying to get Sirhan out of prison, the man who shot him. The other shot went past my father's head and hit a door jamb behind him, and it was later removed by the LAPD. It was dug out of the door jamb. The whole door jamb was removed. He was then pounced upon by 6 men, including Rafer Johnson, who was the 1960 decathlon champion, gold medal Olympian, one of my father's closest friends, and Rosie Greer, who was one of the fearsome foursome, who had been a bodyguard for my dad. He was one of the most famous football players of his time, and 4 other people, including the guy who was the director or the concierge of the Ambassador Hotel, and they pounced on him. They took his hand and pointed away from my father, so they pointed the opposite direction. Rafer Johnson later told me that he tried to get the gun out of Sirhan's hand, but Sirhan had superhuman strength. He's a little tiny man. I've met him.
5'5", I think.
Yeah, he's tiny, but he couldn't. This big, Rafer is like 6'4" and solid muscle. He could not get and you had a professional lineman from the Oakland Raiders there that day, and they couldn't get it. So he fires 6 more shots in the opposite direction and empties the chamber of his gun. He's always in front of my father, by the way. My father, he's sitting with his back to a steam table, and they bent him over the steam table, and he fired the bullets this way. As you pointed out, those bullets each hit people. So 5 people, one of them got hit twice. So if you just do the math, my father got shot 4 times from behind, and he only hit 8 bullets in his gun. He didn't reload. We know what happened to the first 2, and we know what happened to the second 6.
That is really weird. Yeah, so there had to be a second assassin if any of that's true. Really weird.
We know what happened to every one of those bullets. My father was killed from behind. He was shot 4 times. One of the shots went harmlessly through the shoulder pad of his suit. The other 3 were fatal or potentially fatal. And one of them was right behind his ear. All of them were contact shots. That's what Thomas Noguchi found, meaning the barrel of the gun was either touching his skin or his clothing and was and left a carbon tattoo, or was close enough, within an inch, close enough to leave a carbon tattoo. And the gun was being held at an upward angle. So he was shot from behind by somebody who was standing behind him with a gun pressed between the 2 of them and firing. And that man was almost certainly Eugene Thane Cesar, who was a security guard who had been hired the day before. So they already knew when he got the job, he already knew my father was going to be at that hotel. His full-time job was at the Lockheed plant. And before that, he had worked at another defense plant, which was Howard Hughes' company. And he had top security classifications at that plant. Lisa Pease, who's a researcher, has found documents where he self-identifies as a CIA agent. He ended up leaving the country. He was very outspoken against my father. He believed that my father would start a race war, that my father would put blacks in charge of the country, and he hated blacks. And he ended up leaving the country. He died about a year and a half ago in the Philippines. Before he died, I tried to go over there and interview him. He originally said that it would cost me $10,000, but he would do it. And then when I got close to going, he said it's going to be 15.
Dodo Donatellers, I cannot trust what RFK Jr. says. He is a proven liar and conspiracy theorist, so I simply cannot take him at face value. He's just saying words. Yeah, I wouldn't take this at face value. I'd have to research this, but if any of this is true, it's really weird. It just seems so improbable, the story. So apparently, there's multiple eyewitnesses here. And this guy just literally walks up behind his dad, shoots him 4 times, and then nobody saw anything, noticed. Nobody tried to prosecute him. There's like even forensic evidence that might point to this guy. Like it sounds extremely unlikely. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
And then a day before I left, he said it's going to be 25,000. So then I thought he's playing a game.
Yeah.
And I ended up not going. I can't prove that my father was killed by the CIA. But there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. And then, there's a lot of other circumstantial evidence, and particularly with Sirhan's background and his trial, there's a lot of, and the cover-up. There was a lot of.
How to make anal less painful? Well, you got to practice opening that asshole up. You could try using some like lidocaine lubricant.
This is a first-generation 1990 Lamborghini Diablo. It's a 5.7-litre V12
Well then, you'd have this, the Lamborghini Eccentrica.
So RFK Jr. is saying the Socialist guard they hired the day before shot his dad. Well, that may be possibly because he was trying to shot Sirhan, but that doesn't mean there is foul play. This is just dumb.
You would have to be a very, very bad, like just ungodly horrible shot. Because again, well, this is assuming some of the facts he's saying are remotely true. He's saying the gun was so close that it was either touching his father or it was like 1 inch from him. 4 shots. 2 of them that were glancing shots, and like 2 directly into his back when he's trying to shoot somebody else. Like that's not a explanation for it, but again, like the story seems very improbable. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Cat Giant donated $2. Let me see. Ow. Oh my goodness, that's what Gum Gum does.
I can't get
Gum Gum
over
likes
this
cuddling.
bond you have with this little stinky boy.
Yeah, stinky kitty.
They are kindred spirits somehow, and it is so unbelievably sweet. Basically, Dave wants to be where Jackson is pretty much all the time.
My goodness.
If Jackson is home and Dave does not have access to him, he is not happy.
That's his human. He says, give me my human.
You're okay.
Oh.
And started the day he was born.
That's his
Came in and saved the day,
human.
and they've kind of... He loves that man.
Oh, that's nice.
Let's check out if the Dutch giant can fit through the door. Look at this. Oh, he fits. Good to see you, brother, man. Good to see you. Of course, man.
Look at you being 205 kilos.
Good to see you, man. Yeah. Let's see the size difference here. Come on, look at this. Holy shit! Look at the size of the man.
Jeez, and Hofthor is fucking gigantic. What the hell?
Holy shit! Huge! Never felt this small before.
That's pretty crazy. Thanks for the donation, Cat Giant.
A matter of time.
Let me see.
Sam Sulek had the biggest roid rage after this guy bumped into him.
This was scripted.
I've seen this. And Sam's not the first guy he has done it to. Here's him
Yeah, he asks for permission to do this
paying for
before
the
he does
price.
it.
He even got the world's strongest man, Eddie Hall.
Yeah, it's not real. Thanks for the donation, Chef Poppy.
I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah. But in spite of all of that,
Mhm.
a lot of Democrats are still holding on to this notion, this false idea
They
that this
think
is
we're
a
just gonna go away,
salvageable,
that we're
this is a
gonna
salvageable
forget.
relationship.
Yes, yeah.
We're of course talking, for those of you at home, about Israel's genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza. And
no genocide.
The latest numbers have shown that this is a 92 to 8% issue in the Democratic base. 92 to 8%. So any Democrat that still is not on fuck Israel time is just unable to read the room, or there's another reason for it. And I feel like when it comes to stuff like this, a lot of politicians in the Western world don't recognize that this is going to have a much more dangerous consequence for maintaining liberal capitalist democracy if that is their imperative. Because a lot of people are realizing, oh, there is no democracy at all. It doesn't matter what our voices, it doesn't matter how loud we yell. There's no change coming.
Like, because it's diluting the voice. A very loud bullhorn right now in each district, Republican, Democrat, whatever. They are saying arms embargo. They are saying, pushing back and saying, stop it. We don't want you to fund this. Get the fuck away from Netanyahu. He's a genocidal maniac, war criminal. Why are we continuing to support this? Why, and again, even among the Republican Party establishment, you're seeing that move, right? But again, whatever the reasoning is, I can tell you, it's not just about the fund, the money from the pro-genocide, kill them all organizations. That's what I call them. Those folks may be donating, and I know that it's a tremendous.
There is absolutely no plausible case for genocide whatsoever. These are just people who support fascism. Like, that's all that is. They want Hamas to kill as many Jews as possible because they want more violent, crazy fascists in the world.
Tremendous amount of money sometimes to a candidate. But it's also some of my colleagues that I would consider progressive, but for Palestine. These are folks that are great on a number of issues. They're going to go out there and say, hey, UAE, what are you doing in Sudan? What are you
Had a dream last night where we played Roblox with each other. I had a dream last night where I was walking around in public and then I suddenly noticed that I didn't have any pants or underwear on. And everybody could see my butt and my dick and balls. And then for a second I was embarrassed, but then I got a nice feeling that everybody was looking at me. And then I just started skipping around, showing everybody my cock and balls and jiggling my ass. It's pretty fun.
you doing? Stop it, right? Or, whatever it is that they're out there speaking up about what's going on in Congo. But when it comes to Palestine and the Palestinian people, it's because there's an intimidation and bullying that happens. And just so folks know, one of the second votes of this new Congress was to sanction the International Criminal Court for going after Netanyahu for the war crimes, for using, starvation as a weapon of war, for bombing hospitals.
They never bombed hospitals. They never used starvation as a method of war. This is just ridiculous. No shit, they would sanction them because they're lying.
In schools and communities. And
Bernie Sanders has not changed his mind. So this is what Bernie Sanders is doing. His political career has been a failure, and he thinks he can revitalize it by doing this far left commie brain rot bullshit. Where, stop the genocide in Israel. I'm cool like all you young kids. I'm going to make everything free. So all you dumb fucking kids getting stupid liberal arts degrees, you won't have to pay for any of it. And then you won't even need a job because socialism. That's what he's doing. He just realizes that this is a new grift he can do, and he's trying to revitalize his political career, but it's all a grift. He doesn't believe any of this bullshit.
It was the second vote of Congress.
Yeah.
Second.
Nancy Pelosi once said even if Congress fell apart, they would still get back up the next day and fund Israel. Even if Congress was destroyed, there would still be money for Israel. It was one of those I don't know, I think it was JNA conference or something, a million of those things happen a year.
Well, I can tell you, so right after that, some of the new members, which I was really proud of them, they voted to not to sanction the ICC.
Yeah.
Within a week, there was a text message to their Democratic base in their districts, because many of them were in what they call safe Democratic seats.
Mm-hmm.
They sent a text message, tell your Congress member, why did they expose our U.S. soldiers to a foreign court, and just wham it, call your member of Congress.
Yeah.
They came off, again, using our U.S. military. No, this was to uphold international laws and international human rights laws. But they intimidate and bully. These are members.
What are you doing? What are you looking for? No. There's nothing there. Stop doing that. Stop being a silly kitty. There's nothing there. No, please leave. There's nothing there. Stop digging around. Gummy's being silly.
Do not get money from the pro-genocide groups.
Yeah.
They don't.
So
you can look it up. They don't take money. But they are very much scared of the reaction from the group. They're going to primary me. They're going to come after me. They're going to call me anti-Semitic. I mean, it's that kind of intimidation and bullying that I think.
The only reason you wouldn't support Israel is because you're an anti-Semite. Again, even if you don't necessarily like Israel for whatever reason, you just don't like the country or the leadership or whatever, it's about like who's better, who's worse. Is Israel worse than fucking like Gazans or like, you know, Palestinians in the West Bank who literally want to commit a genocide, that are pro-Islamic jihad, who admire Hitler, talk about how the Nazis were right all along? These people also cheered when 9/11 happened and said, haha, yeah, fuck, death to America, sweet. Like, that's better to you than Israel? Like, even assuming for whatever fucking reason you don't like Israel, I don't know. People complain about, like, I don't know, pedophiles can flee to Israel really easily and they avoid extradition. Like, maybe you don't like something about that. What's worse? So it's just stupid. The only reason these people are talking about the shit is because they're just anti-Semites and they support fascism.
I think people don't pay attention to that is also as dangerous as the donations that come in.
Wouldn't you say you, Ilhan Omar, and inshallah Zohra Mamdani, and maybe some others as well in the future, kind of prove that that doesn't work? I mean, it's not great. It's not great to be in your position.
No,
I know that, like, you
I've said
receive
this
it.
too.
Yeah.
Recently, a colleague said, you know, what would you have done? I said, I would have voted my district. And that person responded to me and said, you're right. I said, I bet you if you polled them, it would come back 60% in support of you voting for that amendment. And she said, nah, I think it would come back as 80%. And I said, but then why not vote your district? Vote your district. They will have your back. If anything, they attack you, use it. Show them that I stood with my district and I stood with my people, and they are attacking me for it. They're trying to bully me. People will donate. They will support that person. They will knock doors because they don't want to.
These fucktards are going to be completely useless and not do anything. If you're like, yeah, look at Zoran Mamdani. 99% of the fucking political promises he's making, he probably won't be able to implement, so he's just fucking lying. And people are just voting for him because, oh, I hate Jews too. I want them all dead. I support fucking Islamic terrorism. Like, as soon as it doesn't work out for them and he fucking fucks over everybody, ruins the city, like, is the whole Israel issue a big enough problem for somebody living in New York to fucking vote for him again when he's making everyone else's life shittier there? Probably not. So this is just a fad. Social media, TikTok brain rot, and as soon as all the shit doesn't work out for, you know, people in the United States voting for these fucking incompetent retards who are just running on anti-Semite platforms, guess what? They're gone, and then, you know, we'll all move on.
Sellout. They don't want somebody that's bowing down to the status quo. They want somebody with courage in Congress. Congress has the worst approval rating ever since I've been there. And you wonder why. It's because people don't know which side you're on. You're iffy in this side. First of all, there is no fucking strategy in genocide. Either you're against it or you're not. There's no strategy. This weapon or this weapons are weapons. The fact of the matter is, I don't take it from me. Listen to the Knesset. They are telling you with genocidal language, with ethnic cleansing language, kill them all, starve them. They're blocking trucks from coming in.
That is not true.
That's who's in charge. You think it's mega? It's
I'm pretty sure the figure with, like, you know, the whole truck situation is something like 98.3% of fucking trucks are going in. So out of every 100 trucks that are going to, you know, provide aid to Gaza, I think maybe like less than 2 get stopped. So it's just fucking retarded. They're not stopping aid, you fucking idiot. And again, this is why you can find so many fat people in fucking Gaza.
No, it's mega on steroids. The Likud party, Netanyahu, and all those folks have always wanted the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. Yeah. And so even though there's a small minority of folks in Israel right now speaking up, they're being suppressed, they're being targeted. And all that to say, Piker, is like, my
yeah, it's because they're fucking anti-Semites. They're suffering from the Jewish version of fucking white guilt.
Colleagues need to listen to their district and focus on their district, not the bubble of, you know, Washington, D.C., who's like, don't do that. They're going to do this to you, or they're going to do that. If you're going to function from a place of fear and be paralyzed on a very critical issue that is not a Palestinian, a Muslim, and Arab issue, it is an American issue. One of my colleagues told me a farmer in Wisconsin got up in his town hall, asked him, why the hell are we funding this? He was proud. He's like, good. Listen to the people who might not, again, share my ethnicity or faith, are telling you overwhelmingly, stop it. We can't be supporting this, end the funding.
Please show me evidence that this has in any material way taken wealth from your average fucking person. Like, what a ridiculous, stupid, dumb fuck statement.
I think this played a major role in Kamala Harris's defeat. I don't know.
You can hear it from even young.
This played a role in Kamala Harris's defeat. Right. Trump, who said he supports Israel, moved the Israeli embassy into fucking Jerusalem, made the Abraham Accords, doesn't give two fucking shits about Palestinians, wanted to ban Muslims from the country outright, said they're all fucking terrorists and crazies and he doesn't fucking want them. This guy is like the most racist, anti-Muslim, fucking pro-Israel dude imaginable, and they're saying, oh, this hurt Kamala Harris in the election. Right, buddy. Give me a fucking break.
Black voters in my district who said, I don't trust them. If they're going to let a genocide happen, I don't trust
Yeah.
them. They were already in crutches. This just put some of them over the edge.
Yeah. I think that Ta-Nehisi Coates said it best.
Yeah.
If you can't trust them to stop a genocide, what makes you think that they'll save democracy here in America?
It was a 24-year-old.
Yeah, vote Trump. That'll save democracy. Oh my fucking God, dude. So yes, let's not support Democratic candidates, get Trump elected, who like literally wants to just be a dictator. He admitted it outright and is a greater supporter of Israel than any Democratic candidate. Great strategy. These people are psychotic. They don't fucking care. They don't care about Palestinians. They don't care about shit. They just want to overtake the Democratic Party and turn them all into crazy fucking wacky tanky communists. That's all they want. They don't want Democrats to win.
Do you think these loony leftists will cost the Democrats 2028? They are becoming the caricature the Republicans paint them as. J.D. Vance 2028.
It really depends. It depends on what Democratic candidate ends up, running. Depends on how bad Trump's term ends up turning out. And I really don't know if these people really have a big effect on voter turnout because, again, their audiences are becoming more and more radicalized. Like, the Majority Report, Young Turks, like all these fucking wacky dum-dum fucks. They're not interested in politics. They're all following the religion of communism. None of these people are ever gonna fucking vote. And if they do, they're gonna vote for like some stupid fucking loser third-party idiot like Jill Stein. So, I don't know. Thanks for the donation though, Donald Trump.
Most people try to figure out if someone is natural or not by looking at them. If they're below the line, they're natty. If they're above the line, they're not. But the problem is, people draw that line in very different places. Some people draw the line here, at Will Tennyson. Others draw the line right up to, but not including, Simeon Panda. Believe it or not, a lot of people still think that The Rock is natty. And recently, millions of people fell for the Liver King scam, lying that his physique came from his ancestral diet and not the $10,000 monthly steroid cocktail. So it's understandable why so many people don't believe influencers anymore. And it's also understandable why there's so much disagreement about how big you can get without steroids. Even within our own community, people are not on the same page about this. And it's leading to some absolute dumpster fire debates.
The fake natural epidemic is getting worse. Never played a sport in his life and he just blew up like an IFBB pro. That's how that works.
So in this video, I'm diving straight into the dumpster fire. And I'm taking 3 tools with me: history, science, and common sense. And using those 3 tools, I'm gonna give my final answer to the question, how big can you get without steroids? Steroids are, for the most part, different flavors of testosterone. Tren is testosterone, with this carbon atom removed. Nandrolone is the same thing, but with a few less double bonds, and testpropionate, enanthate, and cypionate are all literally just testosterone with an ester chain added at different lengths, which impacts how quickly it's released into your system. So the first step in our natty or not journey is figuring out when steroids actually became available. That way we can look at the most jacked guys from before then.
I'm pretty sure the first testosterone drug on the market was oral. It was some sort of oral testosterone, and it had something like added to it to protect it from stomach acid so it could end up being absorbed. But it was like highly, highly fucking liver toxic.
And know with certainty that their physiques were achieved naturally, because the drugs didn't exist yet. Alright, testosterone was first isolated in 1935 by a Dutch pharmacologist named Ernst Lecuyer at the University of Amsterdam, where he took literally thousands of bull testicles, mashed them up into a pulp, and squeezed the testosterone out. By the early 1940s, a few psychiatrists started experimenting with that testosterone as a potential cure for what they were calling male menopause, which is basically just depression and low sex drive. It actually worked too, but testosterone still wasn't publicly available, and at this point, no one actually...
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. testosterone was first used, medicinally to treat depression. And there's some interesting research on it. Up to 600 milligrams per week seems to be effective for treating depression and improving mood. So doses escalating up to 600 milligrams, which is a very, very high dose of testosterone, seems to be effective for treating depressive symptoms and for just mood improvements. People just seem to feel better the more tests they're on.
We realized that it could be used as a performance-enhancing drug. It actually wasn't until the 1952 World Olympics in Finland that people finally realized that testosterone could make you bigger and stronger. That's because, out of nowhere, Soviet weightlifters suddenly and suspiciously took home 3 gold medals. And with that, the very first natty or not scandal had begun. A couple years later, in 1954, the bodybuilding world's misadventures with steroids officially began when Dr. John Ziegler went to the York Barbell Club in Pennsylvania and injected John Grimmick with his first shot of steroids. And the rest is history. So, based on all this, I think it's safe to say that in all likelihood, American bodybuilders weren't juicing before the 1950s, which means that this physique from 1947 was built
maybe a little suspicious, like, bro. The amount of natural lifters that could ever fucking compete with this guy in this day and age. I don't really know if anybody really could. Like, who's the most peak top tier natty on YouTube? Like, maybe Jeffrey Verity Schofield, where we're like very, very confident that the guy is natural. Otherwise, like this guy Moggs Will Tennyson, like, I don't know. Some of this might just be aesthetic preferences, but like, he might even mog me. I don't know. Like, my biceps are probably a bit bigger. He looks like he has a like deeper chest. So I don't know. Like, there's not many naturals that could ever fucking compete with that dude. So, especially considering this is 1947, like the training they were doing back then, the knowledge they had about nutrition and everything, it's a little suspicious.
100% naturally. In this photo, Steve Reeves is 21 years old, at 6 foot 1 inches tall, 215 pounds, and what looks to be around 10, maybe 12.
I don't know about some of these numbers. What's his name? Sandow did this bullshit. He inflated his height. He was not as tall as he really was, and he also inflated his weight. 6'1", 215 is gigantic. I'm 6'3". Right now I weigh 206 pounds since I've been on steroids for a week. But pre-steroids, I was right at 200 with a similar level of body fat. So this guy is 2 inches shorter than me and 15 pounds heavier than me, assuming like this is accurate. I don't know. He's probably a bit smaller. Who the fuck knows though? Like,
12% body fat. Now, he actually wasn't the biggest guy that I could find from this era, but I do think he was the most aesthetic. And the real reason that I picked Steve Reeves as an example of a natural bodybuilder from the pre-steroid era is that literally everyone agrees that this physique is 100%.
At 36:30 in that interview, Hassan says he has to walk a tightrope talking about Israel, otherwise he'll get deplatformed, and the example he gives is the immediate aftermath of October 7th lol. That's what I wanted to show you, but I only just found timestamp.
36:30. Buddy, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. So for one thing, the CEO of Twitch, Dan Clancy, is a massive anti-Semite. He has been protecting Hassan, and he is a massive Hassan fan. And immediately after the October 7th attack, he went on that disgusting fucking tanky podcast where he was like, yes, finally, they fought back. I'm glad they killed all those Israelis. Like, he was in full support, unapologetically, saying that he was in full support of Hamas murdering 1,200 Israeli civilians. So the idea that, oh, he'd be canceled and deplatformed, yeah, right. One, that would have already happened. Two, you've got Dan Clancy letting him get away with fucking everything.
An advocate for Palestinian emancipation for a decade plus of my professional media career, but like there were certain ways I always had to dance around this tightrope. whenever I talked about this issue, with the full knowledge that, like, even though what I'm saying is truthful,
Yes.
I know that I will get deplatformed because most people don't understand it. Most people don't know. And as a matter of fact, I saw this in the immediate aftermath of October 7, when so many people just simply could not hear someone saying, no, you don't understand. Israel is still the responsible party here for maintaining this incredibly brutal occupation that, of course, led to inevitable violence in retaliation. People just were not ready for
They
that.
couldn't even say ceasefire.
Yeah.
Like,
So again, this is the same dumb fuck who said America deserved 9/11. Like, this is just retarded.
I was there.
J Street.
They couldn't even say, please. You couldn't even say, I don't care. They know how I feel.
Well, the reason why I brought J Street up is because they were one of the groups. There's it's a liberal Zionist group, and actually it's...
This was an opportunity for them to
Yeah.
do the work that needed to be done and what they stood for, and they didn't.
Yeah.
And that's shameful. And it really is shameful that they didn't push. I mean,
And now 22 months in, the president came out and said,
yeah.
maybe it's, I guess it's
maybe,
a genocide.
he said maybe, though.
Yeah.
So one of the things...
Oh, right. Donald Trump, the person who's so trustworthy and reliable says it. Oh, so suddenly we can trust Donald Trump now. Weird. When he agrees with us. Dude, they don't care. They don't care. They'll fucking talk about how, oh, the UN says it's genocide. The UN says it's genocide. Oh, well, the UN also said that there were mass rapes. They don't actually have any evidence for that. You can't really trust everything that's reported by the UN. Oh, Donald Trump supporting a fucking genocide. Oh, he's giving weapons to Israel. Oh, Donald Trump says it's a genocide. See, we told you all along. They don't fucking care. They do not care. It's just whatever they can use, whatever they can do, they'll just go for it and just spout whatever bullshit. Well, thanks for the donation, retard.
Achievable naturally, right? Right? All right, well, there are a few skeptics. I guess these people think that Steve Reeves, a 21-year-old from Montana, found a steroid plug before the U.S. Olympics team at a time when the U.S.-Soviet rivalry was at an all-time high. But you know what? Let's entertain the extreme skepticism and go back to before Ernst LeCure ever isolated testosterone. The most jacked person I could find from this era was this man, Eugene Sandow. To this day, this is who the Mr. Olympia trophy is named after. This photo was taken in 1897, 6 years before the airplane was invented. He was 5'9", 180.
He was not 5'9". He was like 5'7", and he was not 185 pounds. He was more like 165 pounds.
5 pounds at around 10% body fat and 100% natural. But the 1800s were a long time ago. I mean, gym equipment looked like this, and this, and okay, this is actually a pretty cool lap pull down, but the point is, Eugene Sandow was not training anywhere near optimally in 1897. He was a pioneer and a great early proponent.
Yeah, and it shows. He's a fucking manlet who's small. Like, what are you talking about?
Of exercise, but he once said that the best way to train...
I don't know anything about modafinil, dude.
...was to use, quote, light weights, just 5 to 10 pounds for 10 to 15 reps. 5 to 10 pounds for 10 to 15 reps? Now, it's been over 100 years since Sandow gave those tips, and in that time, more than 500,000 scientific studies have been published on exercise science and nutrition, and millions of people have pursued bodybuilding, professionally and recreationally. So, for as good as he looked, there's absolutely no reason to think that Eugene Sandow was the pinnacle of natural muscular development. The most groundbreaking study on natural muscular development was published by Corey and colleagues in 1995. The researchers went to local gyms in Los Angeles and Boston and asked people if they were natty or not. They got 74 natties and 83 enhanced guys to volunteer for the study. Then, after urine testing them to make sure they weren't lying, the researchers measured everyone's height, weight, and body fat percentage.
Urine test is not going to determine whether somebody is natural. If I did a urine test right now, it would show that I'm natural. If you're using bioidentical hormones, a simple urine test isn't going to show anything. You can maybe look at some biomarkers, you know, like the testosterone to epitestosterone ratio, but that can vary widely between individuals. And even if you're on steroids, the ratio might be within the normal range. You'd need a carbon isotope ratio test, which I can guarantee they didn't do. So this doesn't mean what you think it means. And again, like anybody who knows how to take gear safely, especially when they're first starting, they're just going to go on testosterone. They're not going to fuck around with other androgens.
using hydrostatic underwater weighing, which was considered one of the gold standards at the time. From there, they plugged all their body measurements into this formula for fat-free mass index, or FFMI, which is basically just a number that tells you how jacked you are. The bigger the number, the more muscular. It's a really simple formula. You take your body weight, subtract your fat mass, and divide it by your height squared. So it's really just your lean mass divided by your height squared. This is what they found. Each circle on the graph represents a different person. On the left are all the natural lifters, and on the right are all the lifters taking steroids. And on the y-axis is their FFMI. Remember, the higher the number, the more jacked. So this guy was the most muscular, this guy was the least muscular. There are a few really interesting findings here. First, it's obvious that the steroid users were more jacked on average. No surprises there. But if you look at the individual subjects, you can see that going on steroids didn't actually guarantee that you'd be bigger than every natty. Like, this guy down here was taking steroids, and he was still smaller than 86% of the natural lifters. Actually, quite a lot of the natural lifters were just as jacked as the enhanced guys. Like, all of these lifters had an FFMI of 24 to 25, and while 14 were enhanced, 9 were natty. But I think the main takeaway from this study is that there really was a hard cutoff for the natural lifters. Out of 74 subjects, not a single one had a fat-free mass index above 25. 100% of lifters with an FFMI of 25 or higher.
I mean, this is a very small sample size. Realistically, you could find natural lifters that could develop a FFMI beyond 25. I'm sure if you looked at somebody like, Jesus Oliveras, he's the, best power lifter in the world right now. I think he has the world record total. And that's in a drug-tested organization, and it's, I'm not even sure if he used sleeves. I think it was sleeves, but he has the highest total, and he's beating guys that are enhanced who are also using wraps, which is fucking crazy. I can guarantee you he has a higher FFMI than 25. We have to assume he's natural, but, there's more money in enhanced powerlifting, so if he was enhanced, he'd just compete in enhanced powerlifting.
Higher were on steroids. This led the authors to state that only rare individuals, perhaps with some genetic or congenital anomalies, may attain an FFMI in excess of 25 without steroids. I fit their trend too. According to my latest DEXA scan, I'm 10.3% body fat, I'm 164.5 centimeters tall, and I weigh 155.8 pounds. That means my FFMI comes out to 24.4. So is that it? 25 is the natty limit? Well, let's see. This is a list of all the pre-steroid era Mr. America bodybuilding winners from 1939 to 19...
Let me see. FFMI calculator. So height 6 foot 3 inches. Weight. I got to 200 pounds. Let's just play it safe. 12%. FFMI is 21.5. Weird. Thought it would be higher than that. Let me see. If it's 10, it'd just be up to 22. Huh. I think being shorter probably makes it easier to get a higher FFMI.
49. In 1939, Burt Goodrich was the best bodybuilder in America. He had an FFMI of, 24.3. The next winner was Roland S. Maker. His FFMI was 20.
There's no way. Dude, you can just, they're lying about their height and weight. There's just no way.
I was 22.6. In 1940, John Gremick won the title with an FFMI of 24.0. In 1942, Frank Late won the title with an FFMI of, there it is, 25.5. And then from 1943 to 1949, 5 other pre-steroid era bodybuilders broke through the supposed...
Yeah, the problem is they're all lying about their fucking height and weight.
Natty ceiling of a 25 FFMI. So yeah, even when you go to the best of the best, hitting an FFMI of over 25 is rare.
You have no idea if they actually had an FFMI. Where's the official, weigh-in and, height recording?
But it's not impossible. Let's go back to the Corey study. There are only 74 subjects here. And again, you do see this hard cutoff on the natty side at 25. But I suspect that if they had more natural subjects, you would have seen more people break through that ceiling. And with enough subjects, you'd eventually see a normal distribution, more like what you see on the enhanced side. Just consider this 2017 study on Division I and Division II college football players. The average FFMI for an offensive lineman was 25.1.
Dude, hate to break it to you, but college football is rampant with steroid abuse. You cannot fucking believe. I have a funny story. I have a friend who went down to the fucking States to play football, for a university. What they did when, they selected all the players and they ended up having the first team meetup, they took each player in the room with the coaches individually, one by one, and when it was his turn, he was wondering, what the fuck is this all about? He was asked, do you take steroids? He said no. do you take steroids? He said, no. They said, do you take steroids? And he's like, yeah, no, I definitely don't. And then they said, okay, listen, you need to tell us if you take steroids, because if you do, we can get the drugs for you and we can teach you how to pass any drug tests. So you really need to tell us if you take steroids. So college football is rampant with fucking steroid abuse, dude. It is crazy, and apparently it's even worse in Canada. There's even more drug use in Canadian football. But yeah, it is rampant. So it's no surprise, like, yeah, maybe that would explain why their FFMI is a little bit above what you'd expect from, naturals.
That was the average. A nice few players did go over 25. Now, while the NCAA does randomly drug test its players, some of those guys may have been juicing at some point, but I really doubt they were literally all juicing. And I think that, combined with the Mr.
Yeah, that's maybe not literally all of them, but a fuckload. There would be enough to skew the average, for sure.
For America data, it's pretty clear that while it is very uncommon, it's not impossible to have an FFMI over 25 naturally. Hussein Farhat, the fitness influencer from my last video, is 185 pounds at 5 foot 11 inches tall and around 12% body fat. He has an FFMI of, what do you think, 25, 26, 27? Now, Hussein's FFMI was 22.8. Now, I know the issue with Hussein isn't his size per se. It's the speed of his transformation that's suspicious. In this Instagram post, Hussein said he went from 134 to 184 pounds in his...
Yeah, he heavily uses filters and, like, angles, lighting. He doesn't look as big as he really does.
His first 3 years of lifting at around the same body fat. I know he looks a lot leaner on the right, but there's some serious angle, lighting, and photo filter tricks going on there, so it's honestly not a good comparison. Regardless, let's just say he gained 50 pounds of lean mass in 3 years. Is that possible naturally? Well, let's look at it from a scientific angle.
I'm convinced this guy is lying about his transformation. He was probably training for longer and was, like, heavier than he was.
This is a table for realistic rates of muscle gain in men from my textbook, The Muscle Ladder, which I wrote before I knew who Hussein was. I said that most men will gain 10 to 25 pounds of lean mass in their first year of lifting, 5 to 10 pounds in their second year, and 2.5 to 7.5 pounds in their third year. And I based those figures off this 2020 systematic review on whole body muscle growth in healthy adult males. So, according to my table, we're looking at a range of 17.5 to 42.5 pounds of lean mass gained in your first 3 years. Hussein gained 50. So yes, he's above the typical range. There are two possible explanations for that. One explanation is that he took steroids for the first year or two and then came off them before the blood test in my last video. That's possible. The other explanation is that Hussein was quite underweight and seriously undereating when he first started, causing his transformation numbers to be inflated. According to this 2008 study, average FFMI across 431 healthy Italian men without any training intervention was 19.8. Hussein started with an FFMI of 17. That means at 5'11", if he had healthy, adequate nutrition, he should have been starting at 160 pounds, not 134 pounds. That means the first 25 pounds he gained were essentially just getting him back to a healthy baseline. And if you've been undereating for years, weight gain can happen very quickly once you start eating enough, especially if you combine it with hard training and a good genetic response to lifting. So, sure, he could be enhanced. He could be lying the same way that Liver King was lying. Except, it was obvious Liver King was lying.
The question has always been, do you take steroids? Do you take PEDs? The answer to that is no. I've never taken steroids.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about doing it.
And at 5'6", 190 pounds, and 7% body fat, Liver King's FFMI was 29. That's not possible naturally. Not to mention he had the leathery skin, red puffy face, bloated water retention, and other obvious anabolic side effects. But to be fair, some fitness influencers aren't as obviously fake natties as Liver King. Maybe Hussein is one of them. I can't say with 100% certainty that Hussein Farhat has never taken steroids. I can't say that, but I can say with 100% certainty that Hussein Farhat's physique is achievable without steroids. His blood work is normal. His FFMI is normal. And his transformation, while suspicious, is possible. It's common sense that humans can have very different bodies. The tallest man alive is a Turkish farmer named Sultan Qasim. He's 8'3". The shortest man alive is Eshvin Esfil Gandersvad. He's 2'1". The hairiest man alive is Mike Israel. No, just kidding. It's an Indian teenager named Lalit Patidar, who has 95% of the surface area of his face covered with hair. 1 in a billion sounds impossible until you realize there are 8 billion people on the planet. Then it's not impossible, it's a guarantee. Someone is the oldest, it's Ethel Caterham, she's 115 years old. Someone is the heaviest, it was Khalid bin Mohsen Shari at a staggering 1,345 pounds until he recently lost most of the weight. And someone is the most muscular without taking steroids. Julian Fitzgerald is 19 years old, and he's been training for 4 years. He's 203 pounds at 5'11" and around 10 to 12% body fat. I crunched the numbers, and assuming we go with 12%, that puts his FFMI at, here we go, 25.0. Right at the cutoff from the Corey study. If we instead go with 10% body fat, his FFMI is 25.5. As a comparison, what do you think Ronnie Coleman's FFMI was at his peak? Ronnie won the Mr. Olympia contest 8 times, 8 standout trophies, the most in bodybuilding history. On stage, he was 5'11", 290 pounds at 5% body fat. His FFMI was 38.5. I'm sure this goes without saying, but Ronnie was way bigger than Julian. Ronnie obviously wasn't natural at his peak. He did have world-class genetics, though. Like, Ronnie and his coaches say he was still 100% natural here at 27 years old. And given what he eventually became, most of the bodybuilding world believes it. Now, in case you're doubtful, which I totally get, just check out this classic study which showed the power of muscle-building genetics. It might just blow your mind if you haven't seen it before. I'm not sure if this part is common sense or not. Maybe it depends on how long you've been around gym culture.
Wait, variability in muscle size and strength gain after unilateral resistance training. Do you like the show Love Island? I've never watched it. I don't watch those stupid reality shows. I'm into true crime. Yeah, I'm into true crime. Not really into, you know, like dumb reality TV shows. 585 subjects were tested at one of 8 study centers: isometric, dynamic strength, elbow flexor, blah, blah, blah. 12-week progressive dynamic resistance training of the non-dominant arm. Size changes ranged from -2. Okay. You're telling me there are people who committed to a resistance training program and they lost 0.4 centimeters on their arm. So something is silly here. I don't know what measurement methods they're using, but there's just no chance. 1RM strength gains ranged from 0 to 250%. Like, again, there's just no chance. 0. So there are people who weren't following the protocol. Or they, like, got sick or something, but there's no chance. After 12 weeks of training, they would have 0 strength gains. No fucking chance. An MVC changes ranged from -32 to 159%. You're telling me after 12 weeks of strength training, some people's maximum... Yeah, so what's the abbreviation? Isometric, MVC, and dynamic strength 1 repetition maximum. So what is the so is isometric? So their isometric strength was reduced by 16 kilograms. That's over 30 pounds. How? They had to have gotten injured. Men experienced 2.5 greater gains for CSA compared with women, despite greater absolute gains in men. Relative increase in strength measures were greater in women versus men. Like, there's obviously a big, you know, variation between individuals with training, but that study just seems silly. They had to have included people who were, like, injured or not taking it seriously or something.
It might just blow your mind if you haven't seen it before. I'm not sure if this part is common sense or not. Maybe it depends on how long you've been around gym culture. They took 342 women and 243 men and had them train their biceps for 12 weeks. Then they measured how much their biceps grew using MRI. The interesting part is that they all ran the same program.
I'm doing good. I don't live in Toronto anymore, though.
The exact same program. But just look at how different their gains were. Most people grew their biceps by about 20%, but there were a few unlucky subjects who didn't gain any muscle at all. And there were a few really lucky subjects who gained 40, 50, even 55% bicep size while running the exact same program as everyone over here. There were 585 people in that study. That's 0.000007% of the world's population, and it still had a few freaks. So why are some people so surprised when every now and then someone shows up with genetics like Julian Fitzgerald or Ronnie Coleman? All right, so how big can you get without steroids? Well, assuming you're an average male, you train hard, you eat right, and you stay consistent, you should be able to hit a fat-free mass index of 22 to 24. Maybe 25 if you stick with it long enough, and you've got some pretty good genetics. At around 12% body fat at 24 FFMI would translate to 165 pounds if you're 5'6", 185 pounds if you're 5'9", 200 pounds if you're 6 foot, and 220 pounds if you're 6'3". Some of you will be able to go above those numbers, and it doesn't necessarily mean steroids, but for most people, this will be around your natty limit. And if you're looking to maximize your own physique naturally, diet is absolutely crucial. My nutrition app Macrofactor uses science-based algorithms to guarantee that you'll hit your goal.
Yeah, that was an okay video, but like, oh my god, people cannot handle the whole natty or not like issue with Hussein Farhat.
All right, guys, we have
pretty crazy. Right, Mohammad Hijab destroyed himself in court.
This is Harris Sultan, a very happy Harris Sultan, because our favorite fearless critic of Islam, Douglas Murray, has destroyed the 7-foot overgrown
I live in Canada. I did not vote for Carney.
gorilla. Yes, you guessed it right. Mohammad Hijab. Now, this is all the more fun given that Mohammad Hijab had been making tall claims that he's going to destroy Douglas Murray. Douglas Murray is going to regret the day he was born. He's going to make him suffer. I'm paraphrasing, but you know how he talks. I wonder where he gets all this arrogance from, because, you know, if the West didn't have all these wonderful non-racist values, people like him will be cleaning your toilets, because this is what happens with people who think they're too smart for their own boots. He thinks that he's clever, but he's not clever. So what happened? Let's take a trip down memory lane. So back in 2022, the usual suspects tried to intimidate some local Hindus in Leicester. So the Hindus came out and they started chanting the Hindu slogans. And then the Muslims got upset because they're like, hang on a second, it's only us who are allowed to be chanting our religious slogans. How dare you Hindus? You can't do that. So anyway, some Muslims came out, they beat up some Hindus, and then Hindus came out, and then those clashes erupted and they turned into riots. And then Mohammad Hijab, the attention-seeking whore that he is, smelt an opportunity to go in and instigate more riots, basically add fuel to the fire. So Mohammad Hijab, along with his girlfriend Ali Dawa, him. Actually, I don't know which one is the girlfriend out of the two. I've heard some rumors, so I don't know for sure. I don't know, maybe they both take turns. Hey, who am I to judge? It's all fine. But anyway, so Mohammad Hijab turned up and he gave a highly volatile, provocative speech on.
From $22, do you watch From 3 seasons yet, filming in Nova Scotia, Canada? I've never heard of From. I do not know what that is. Thanks for the donation, though, From.
On Hindus and in his typical style. Actually, you know what? Let's watch the video together. So look at him. This is him. Turns up. This is so cringe.
the cowards. That's my question.
It's funny that they're calling them cowards while these are the guys who've got their faces covered. Says a lot about your bravery.
Because when I was online on Twitter and on social media, I'm seeing them getting brave. Seeing these people here getting brave.
Brave.
How come today it was like pin drop silence? How come today I didn't see them? How come today, when it's not one person or two people walking the street, yeah? When it's one or two Muslims walking the street, when it's a vulnerable adult, when it's someone running home, yeah? How comes now, yeah? How comes you're not here now?
Yeah.
Tell me why.
Bro.
The fear is when they're near us. Because you know what? Oh! Come on, brother. Let me tell you why it is, yeah? Because deep down, yeah?
Who is it? Who does it think
they
he is?
know we got the truth. That's it.
Yeah, they know. They genuinely believe that you have got the truth. Your one true God is the one real God, and what they believe in is a fake God. Why would anyone do that? If I know that your God is the real God, then why would I mess with him and risk eternal torture for myself? Why? Nobody would do that, you idiot. People who don't believe in other people's gods, they genuinely don't believe in it. Otherwise, they'll be afraid of the torment of the afterlife. Anyway, listen to this.
Deep down, let me tell you something. All due respect, actually no due respect, yeah? If they believe in reincarnation, what a humiliation and pathetic thing for them to be reincarnated into some pathetic, weak, cowardly people like that. I'd rather be an animal. I'd rather be reincarnated as a grasshopper, bro. That's the truth. So how comes now in Leicester, the Hindutva are coming out, yeah? And you're trying to act like gangsters? You're trying to act like gangsters.
It's provoking them for a fight. But this was the critical part, yeah? So Douglas Murray reported on this incident and he called him an instigator. And by the way, Mohammad Hijab called himself an instigator. Let me show you this photo that he put up as a banner for his Twitter profile. He put that right after this because the Indian media picked up this news story and they all identified him as the instigator. Look at this. He put up this banner, instigator in chief, right after the Leicester.
Oh, what an idiot. What a fucking moron. So he's admitting it, and then he's, like, crying about it in court. What a fucking moron. Yeah, so he just dunked on himself.
The riots. Credit where credit's due. Mohammad Hijab was such a poor instigator that even Muslims in Leicester said, you know what? We don't need your BS. Get out of here. We know why you're here. You're here to hog attention. Let me play this video to you.
Came to Tiller is not a hater, but are you worried about growth hormone enlarging your heart? No. It is highly genetic, and it's also highly dependent on how much drugs you're taking and your body weight and what type of training and how much you're doing. I know some people who have taken crazy amounts of growth hormone. So you're talking about like 18 IUs plus per day for months and months and months, like almost a full year. They did not get any heart enlargement at all. And they got like a ultrasound of their heart and found nothing. So it's highly genetic. Also depends on how long you're taking these drugs. But again, I know some people who've been on growth hormone regularly. So like, let's say 6 months out of the year for a decade and relatively high doses, like averaging in range between 6 IUs to 10 IUs. And again, no heart enlargement, or at the very least, no maladaptive cardiomyopathy. The bigger you are and the more you train, your heart is going to enlarge to some degree, whether you're on steroids or not. It's just an adaptation that your body makes. Your heart is a muscle. And if it needs to like pump more blood through your body and become, better at it, it is going to enlarge. If you look at like a runner's heart versus somebody who's sedentary, runners' hearts are bigger. That's a normal adaptation. What you want to look out for is maladaptive cardiomyopathy. So where the heart gets so large that it shrinks the size of the chambers of the heart, and that alone makes it harder for the heart to pump blood throughout your body, but it can also affect the heart valves, and it can also affect electrical signals going to the heart. But it's highly genetic, and I'm really not worried about that sort of thing with the lower doses I'm on. So again, like just for perspective, replacement doses are generally considered between 1 to 2 IUs of growth hormone per day. Real performance enhancement territory is generally considered like, at least 3 IUs. If you really want to notice like a big sizable, difference, you probably want to start at 4 IUs. But like, again, there are people who've gone on massive 18 IU plus cycles that last for like 8 months, and they don't get maladaptive cardiomyopathy. They don't get any heart enlargement. So the people who are most at risk for maladaptive cardiomyopathy are field sport athletes that are male, that are in their teens and early 20s. And it's just due to genetic risk factors, the hormonal profile of people that age, and the kind of sports they're doing. So like the kind of training they're doing. So I'm not worried about it. I'll keep an eye on it, and I'll, get like an ultrasound on my heart and see if I do have any cardiomyopathy. I've gotten one done before and they didn't see anything. So, by the way, when I was in my teens, I was doing ridiculous amounts of exercise, and I never got it. So, I don't think I have a genetic risk for it. No one in my family that I know of has ever gotten it. There's a lot of athletes, especially in the black side of my family, so I'm not particularly worried. Thanks for the donation, though, Cam. Dodo donated $2. What's the chance Trump offers to give some islands off the coast of Alaska or something to Putin in exchange for some Ukraine territory? That is doubtful. That would look really bad on Trump. Really bad. Highly anticipated meeting between myself as President of the United States of America and President Vladimir Putin of Russia will take place next Friday, August 15th, in the great state of Alaska. I don't see that happening. That would look so horrifically bad on Trump. There's just no chance. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Oh, whoops.
Yo, he's gonna cause a problem in himself.
He's gonna cause a problem. Get him out of here.
The man should apply to all people, Muslims and Hindus. This is the mic off him, man. Put the mic off him, man. Just put the mic down. Just put the mic down.
Stop! Let me talk. He's like, yeah, it's my opportunity. He thought that he's gonna be welcomed with open arms. Nope.
No, man. Put the mic down. Man.
You're going to incite them. You're only going to make things worse. Now, put the mic down. Put the mic down. Listen to what I'm saying.
Go.
Put the mic down.
Oh, that's so embarrassing.
You've said your piece. You've said your piece. Leave it. Leave it. Yeah. Leave it.
There's like two groups of Muslims in the UK. There's ones that want to like commit jihad in a much more quiet kind of way, where they're like, you know, let's just kind of blend in a bit, maybe have some, you know, people from our community become politicians and just increase immigration and just slowly have a demographic takeover. And then there's the others that are just like, yeah, fucking jihad, motherfuckers. Let's just beat up and assault and intimidate like everyone we fucking can. And those are the people who like Mohammad Hijab. But like, I don't know. I don't know if it's a 50-50 split, but there's a lot of fucking Muslims that hate Mohammad Hijab for various reasons too. The guy is a hypocrite. He doesn't really follow Islam. He was cheating on his wife and shit. We all know that crap. I'm sure he's done a lot of other shady fucking shit that people in the, you know, in that space know about. He also makes Islam look fucking stupid, terrible debater, makes a fool out of everybody.
You can see his ego is being crushed. He's like, huh? What? I thought I'm a celebrity. I can say whatever I want. And you guys are just going to wag your tails. No. Oh. Look at him.
Go. Put the mic down. You've said your piece. You've said your piece. Leave it. Leave it. Yeah. Leave it. No. He's finished enough times. Leave
finished.
It.
You're finished, boy.
You've had your time. Leave it.
Get out.
Show some restraint. Show some restraint.
See, he's not even letting go of the megaphone. It's so clear. Everyone is saying, get out.
Show some restraint.
I really commend these Muslims, though. They're good Muslims. I really commend them. Get out. So Douglas Murray reported on this back in 2022, right here. Leicester and the downside with diversity. Sadly, the most common response is simply to shrug and hope for the best, which is true. So Douglas Murray was watching this very carefully and wrote an article back in September 2022, and he said about Mohammad Hijab, and I quote, Hijab cropped up in Leicester to whip up his followers, among other things. He told them that Hindus are ridiculous people, not least because of their belief in reincarnation. He told them that Hindus must live in fear because they have been reincarnated, as you heard, as such pathetic, weak, cowardly people. I'd rather be an animal. As you heard, he said, I'd rather be a Greek grasshopper, I believe. So Mohammad Hijab took an issue with this, and he said, no, I was only referring to the Hindutva people, Hindutva being the Hindu nationalist movement. It's the same old trick that they apply on Jews. They say, hey, we don't hate the Jews. We hate the Zionists. Same thing. The same playbook. We don't hate Hindus. Yeah, right. The Quran hates polytheists. The Quran says that only Jews and Christians can be accepted as second and third class citizens, as dhimmis. But polytheists, i.e. the Hindus, they need to be killed. That's what the Quran says. Besides, they say that openly, that we don't like non-Muslims. What am I saying? I'm going to play this video to you. See how much they lie? Whenever they are caught, they lie.
Baritas donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh, is it a groundhog? Oh, what a nice groundhog. Oh, I love groundhogs. It's a little baby. It's a little baby groundhog. I love little baby groundhogs. They're so nice. Look how nice. Oh my goodness. That is good. Oh my god, look, he's sitting on his bum eating a snack. Oh, wow. I wish I could be friends with groundhogs. Dog looks like it was sculpted from refried beans. Oh my goodness. You know, I heard a pretty good racist joke today. Have you ever noticed that basketballs are the same shape of a watermelon and the same color as fried chicken? Thought that was funny. Oh my goodness. Just
Does somebody know that I have a grape?
Oh.
Okay. Here you go.
Want your grape?
There you go.
Yes, give him a
All
grape.
right. Yeah.
Oh, skunks love grapes. Look at that skunk. Oh, he wants his grape. Oh, grapes are so good. Skunks love grapes. Yes, get that grape from your human. Skunks are so adorable. Fuck. I don't think you should be giving a Hyrax coffee. I don't know Hyrax is like coffee. Maybe put a lot of like cream and sugar in there. Probably shouldn't do that. New Pokemon. Oh. Oh my goodness. Japaka.
Jacob from Animal Adventures, and I'm here with my buddy Splinter. Splinter is a South American paca. He's a type of rodent, and he is an herbivore. So he's going to eat mostly fruits and veggies.
Oh my god. That's how you know you got a good rat. Just eats vegetables. What a good rat. Oh my god, I love that rat. I want him. I want him to be my friend. That's a good rat. Holy fucking shit. Oh my fucking god, give him his fucking vegetables. Alright, well thanks for the donation, Baritus.
Yeah. We hate him for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The reason being is because he's upon kufr. And because we hate for Allah, there's boundaries with that hate. Imagine.
There are literally hundreds of these videos. Anyway, so Mohammad Hijab said that, ooh, how do I deal with this Douglas Murray guy? As I said, he's actually dumb because he thinks he's very clever and he's dodgy. Look, I come from a very dodgy country as well, Pakistan. I know how their mind works. So the first thing every immigrant that comes from dodgy countries notices is, wow, these people are so simple and straightforward because most people in the West follow the law. They follow rules and regulations. That's true. Every third worlder will tell you that. It's so easy to fool the Westerners.
Have you seen a Gautus? What's a Gautus? Oh. Oh my god, they're like miniature capybaras. Weird. Oh my goodness, they're so pretty. Oh, wow. That's a good agouti. Oh my god. I would like to make friends with this guy. Yeah, they're literally miniature capybaras. That's cool.
So, Mohammad Hijab gathered up some of his Muslim boys and he said, I got to do something about this. How do we teach him a lesson? How do we make his life miserable? Let me think. What do I do? I am Mohammad Hijab after all. I am a celebrity. You know, I have a reputation. I worked really hard to build up my reputation. So how about we file a defamation lawsuit? Loss of income. What income? You're a YouTuber. You put up videos and that's it. We know Muslims stick together, yeah? I remember this tweet from some silly white person who thought that, oh, maybe we can report Dilly Hussein, Dildo Boy, you know, Dilly Hussein from 5 Pillars. He thought that Dilly Hussein made some really inappropriate comments. So he thought, I'm going to complain to your boss. And the Dildo Boy wrote, go ahead. Here's my boss, 5 Pillars, blah, blah, blah. And of course, 5 Pillars is a Muslim propaganda website. As if they're going to sack Dildo Boy. So these Muslims, they actually congratulate each other. But luckily, we are so lucky that this time, the judge who heard this case was not a woke activist. So the case went to court, and let me read you some juicy bits. So this is the claim that Mohammad Hijab made. The earnings Hijab claimed to have lost included a $3,500 a month deal to be brand ambassador for the charity One Ummah. As if the one Ummah people were going to pay him anything, but even if they were going to pay him anything, they were going to cancel the sponsorship deal after an article by a known Islamophobe, Douglas Murray. See what I mean? He really thought that the judge is going to buy that. Okay, it doesn't end here. A $1,500 a month advertising contract. As if you pisses sign contracts. A $1,500 a month advertising contract with supplements company Nature's Blends. I was like, ooh, Nature's Blends. That sounds like a legit company. So let's have a look.
Ria. Rise. Do. Or. En rise. Da. Re. En. Writer, wider, wiser, writer.
Let that slide, but it's dangerously close. Thanks for the donation. Don't ask for cornbread.
Oh my goodness. Let me show you something. Let's ask our friend ChatGPT. God bless ChatGPT. Who is the owner of Nature Blends UK? Let's see. Oops. Searching. It appears that Nature Blends UK, formerly registered as Nature Blends Limited, company number blah blah blah, is owned and controlled by Mr. Yusuf Mohammad Wasway. So Abduls and Mohammeds are cancelling Mohammed Hijab's big thousands of pounds worth of monthly deals after reading an article by a known Islamophobe, Douglas Murray. Yes.
Yeah.
They thought that the judge is going to buy that. Okay, it doesn't end here. It gets better. Let me read you another one. Okay, and £30,000 for a Ramadan fundraising campaign with the charity Salam. Salam, I don't have to look that up. Again, Ramadan charity Salam. Yeah. Hang on, you're a charity. What do you mean 30,000? Oh, look at this. There was a quid pro quo. So this is what Mohammed Hijab was hoping for, yeah? £3,500 a month deal cancelled. 3,500 times 12 is what? £48,000. £1,500 a month advertising contract with this Mohammed Yusuf's Nature's Blend. Times 12, what is that? 12,000? That's £60,000. Okay, so he was hoping to get £60,000 for himself, and I'm sure they must have made a deal that, hey, if we win this, I'll give you 50-50, you know? We'll go halvies. And then Ramadan, a charity that is supposed to be doing good things for people. Look how dodgy they are. I'm telling you, it's a part of the belief system. It's perfectly fine to loot and rob infidel institutions. Perfectly fine, even for their own charity. Charity is supposed to be God's work, but God's happy. Allah is happy if you're defrauding the infidels. So £30,000 for this fundraising charity. Hey, fundraising charity lost £30,000 too. So, hey, Douglas, pay that too. You see what I mean? But anyway, but messages that he relied on for these claims have, I love this line, have the appearance of being contrived for the purpose of these proceedings, the judge said. He saw straight through the bullshit claim. They addressed hijab formally, despite coming from people who knew him well. Hey, you know him, bro hijab. You guys are like, hey, laughing like idiots. What do you mean? Why are you addressing him so formally? I don't know if it's the strongest point, but anyway, I'm glad they pulled him up on that. They blamed the article and they provided material that would be necessary to support a claim for financial loss when one might not generally expect such detail. See what I meant? They were too smart for their own boots. This is what happens. People who are over smart, they're actually dumb idiots. And that's who they are. Look at this. They also arrived at roughly the same time, which was several weeks after the article, but very...
When will you react to the Destiny versus Econoboy debate? I'm looking forward to that. Are you going to do it soon? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it soon. I might not react to the whole debate. I think it's like 3 hours, but we'll watch, at least some of it. Maybe skip around here and there. Thanks for the donation tool. We're gonna do it soon. Don't worry.
Very shortly before a letter of claim was sent. So after the article, they sat down. They're like, what do we do? Okay, let's make up some bullshit sponsorship contracts. And once they made it up, straight away they lodged a defamation lawsuit. There was one more comment by the judge, which was really funny. The judge said, the judge rejected Hijab's claim because the videos he publishes on his channel are at least as reputationally damaging to him as the article, if not more, I would say. Mohammad Hijab, the kind of stuff that he says, that's 10 times worse, Momo. You make a fool of yourself on a daily basis. You idiots think that whatever you say is some really clever, smart shit. It isn't. Not only you're ugly, but the words that come out of your mouth are even uglier, which makes you look even uglier. So now you believe me? That this guy who might appear as smart because, you know, they pick up certain words and then they throw them in a sentence and you think, oh, okay, this guy's clever. But no matter how smart you are, but when you are a conniving, deceitful fraudster, you will always get caught. This is why they say honesty is the best policy. No matter how smart you think you are, no matter how smart I think I am, but if I'm lying, I'm defrauding someone, I am going to slip up at some place. I'll tell you what, there was this guy, I can't remember his name. There was this guy in England, he was attacking me a lot a few years ago. And I thought about, you know what? I've heard these libel laws in England are pretty strong. So I looked it up and I was like, oh, how am I going to prove that I've lost income? I could have also thought of this, but my mind doesn't work like that. I mean, I can see through it when somebody does do dodgy shit like that, but I don't do it because I really care about my reputation. I really do. This is why I've always said that I will never lie in public, because once you lie in public, it is always going to stay there. And no matter how smart you are, it is always going to come back and it can embarrass you. So that's how I think. I can also cook up this dodgy shit. Not tooting my own horn, but I ain't no Mohammad Hijab. But I'm telling you, these people who come from these dodgy countries, they take you for a fool because you guys are law-abiding people. You follow the rules. These fuckers don't. I think I've told this story before. When I first came to Australia back in 2003, I went to this mosque. It was an Afghan mosque in Dandenong. I think probably 2004, 2005. I heard an imam say that it's okay to defraud Centrelink. Centrelink is our welfare department where you go and fill in these details about your circumstances and then you get welfare payments. We call dole. Centrelink. Australian taxpayers are being screwed over by all these third world immigrants. They come in, they don't work, and even when they do work, they do these cash in hand jobs and then they don't report them. And they have 5, 6, 7 kids. So they are replacing you using your own money. And they see nothing wrong with that. And you know, the justification that Imam gave was,
it's all these gay ass cuck countries. Germany's doing that, the UK is doing that. UK is really bad with their welfare system. It's like just communist brain rot infiltrating their political systems. Like, oh, we have to help these people. Oh, they're poor immigrants. Oh, give them free money. Like, it's just retarded. Would you rather be great by Avi or Isaac? Probably Isaac because he's not on steroids.
It was like, hey, look, these guys colonized us. They looted us for centuries, so now it's our turn. They have an answer for everything. They have a justification for everything. This is why stop being so nice. Wake up. The streets of the UK, and they are soon going to do that in Australia as well.
Yeah.
They intimidate, threaten people, sexually assault women. They have no fear because your values of tolerance towards intolerance get in the way. You need to stand up. And look, these values are not going to protect them when the silent majority wakes up and they lose it. The vast majority of the UK public didn't even vote. I read somewhere that only 14 or 15% of the UK population elected the current Labour government. Only 14 to 15%. We can't apply the same rule here in Australia because in Australia we have compulsory voting. So everyone votes. I think our voter turnout is something like 94%. So our Labour government did win, unfortunately, by a lot. The only good thing about Australia is that we have elections every 3 years. So hopefully. So anyway, so in Britain at least, the vast majority of people, they're not politicized. They don't care. But I think they are starting to care now.
Yeah, because they're annoying everybody.
Boy, WTF you yapping about tonight, huh? Always yapping. They should call you yapping Gaines. Buddy, nobody cares what you yapping about, okay? Yapping Gaines, how about you draw vegan Gaines biting a large sperm cell? The sperm cell is the size of a hot dog. Sperm cell.
Whoa, that one's too.
Pirates.
We'll probably skip through that one. Let's see. Vegan Gaines biting into a large sperm cell. Okay, there's me biting into a large sperm cell that's about the size of a hot dog. Thanks for the donation, Gigliardo.
Software, or Jason Hall, or Thor, is a Twitch streamer and YouTuber who went viral for his videos giving commentary on his passions: hacking, video game design, and YouTube drama. During a matter of months, his YouTube shorts shot him to over 2.5 million subscribers. It won him a streamer award, it got him connections with some of the most powerful people in the industry, and it allowed him to put down those he saw as bad actors. But at the peak of his career, he would experience one of the greatest downfalls in YouTube history. Hundreds of thousands of subscribers lost, thousands of videos criticizing every aspect of his career, and his connections ruined. And no one feels even a little bad for him. The problem with Pirate Software isn't that he's a bad person, at least not exclusively. The problem is that at every opportunity to course correct, he's doubled down on his worst character traits, proving to everyone that he is truly incapable of welcoming criticism. So today, I'll be telling you the story of Jason Hall, and how he destroyed his online reputation. But to understand how it all went so wrong, we have to go back to the beginning. His LinkedIn page lists him having gone to high school until 2006, when he would have been about 19 years old. It's none. But even then, this claim is pretty isolated, and only a couple of people even mentioned it, unlike the dozens of testimonies of Jason getting freaky on Second Life. Whatever the case, it appears that at some point, Jason began trying to leave behind his furry past. For example, his wiki fur and his fur affinity, which were originally decked out in furry art and epic tea sippage. Top of the morning to you laddies, I'm a furry, but I drink tea. His wiki fur and fur affinity have been completely blanked and removed at his own request, which is publicly documented. Little fun fact here, his deletion request is in the same page as a discussion of Cord Kitty, who I've already made a video about. Birds of a feather, or furs of a fur, or something. But ultimately, his days of being a merchant on Second Life were numbered, as Jason was ready to make it into the big leagues. By September of 2009, he got himself a job at Blizzard. Yes, the same Blizzard his dad worked at. At face value, there's nothing terribly wrong with his dad getting him a job, but despite Jason describing his role as pivotal to the company, he actually worked QA, quality assurance, which is basically a more technical playtesting. It's kind of an entry-level job, and there's nothing really wrong with that, but it was more than enough to further inflate Jason's ego to unforeseen proportions. Former coworkers of his have since shared their testimonies of their experiences with him at the company. Specifically, Kiwi Farms user Boing Boing got herself verified by the site staff to prove that she was indeed a former Blizzard employee who had personal contact with Jason. Over several posts, she wrote about him in a less than positive manner. Thor was my coworker for about a year at Blizzard. He was the only QA who demanded a 3-display setup because he needed it for coding, but it was actually a dedicated display for Reddit and YouTube. He would sit idle in test clients in another display while screwing around and posting on various forums with a third. During a charity event on campus, he took part in a League of Legends tournament. He was profanely screaming at his teammates across the office about how bad they were for not being able to buy to counter the other team. This was a casual charity event, not some actual ranked thing. And these were people he worked with on his team. I'm actually shocked he wasn't written up for this, but only one manager was present and locked in his office at the time. I have respect for his dad because he really is one of the oldest employees at Blizzard. The bar in StarCraft is named after him, and he was never problematic. Pathetically, this was Thor's shield against getting written up. I wasn't the only one who noticed that he not only didn't do any work, but he knew basically nothing about testing as a general practice and the game itself. Management remarks that they simply couldn't do anything about it, but move him from team to team. Thor became my roommate because his dad kicked him out of the house, and I happened to be in need of someone to take over a room that another person fell through on. I really should have known that if...
Yeah, I mean, Pirate Software was obviously a fucking dickhead. I don't know why anybody... Like, you only have to watch, you know, like 2 or 3 of his shorts to get the gist that, oh, this guy's a cunt. There was one short I saw of him where, you know, it's okay, but if you watch just a few, you end up realizing, oh, this guy is like an obnoxious prick who thinks he's better than everybody else. It's weird how these sorts of people end up building an audience. Retard donated $2. Let me see.
Yeah, Chad, so today I was supposedly cursed. I saw this woman breastfeeding her child in a non-optimal way, so being the kind man I am, I showed her how to do it correctly. I told her you should have the child latch at a 30-degree angle. That way, when her milk begins to extrude from the channel, it will flow more rapidly with the babe's suction, as followed.
This is really weird.
She got irrationally angry when I proved her wrong and put a curse on me. Not that I believe in curses or anything.
The curse is real. Look at your legs.
I can barely feel it. Pain is actually an illusion played on by the mind that...
You fool! Don't you see your arrogance? Need I remind you that's what got us fired from Blizzard?
Yeah, so I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. I barely think about it. It's actually funny, Chad. I'm considered the first second-generational hire at the company. Not that I even think about it.
You're not even streaming right now!
I knew that. I knew that, and I was just practicing before I go live. It's the most optimal way a streamer stays fresh when...
You can at least admit that telling a woman how to breastfeed her child was wrong.
I would be willing to concede such an argument if it wasn't something I'm so well versed in. Let me explain. You see, a gypsy's breast is typically in the cup size of B to C, albeit small. It provides ample milk for her freshborn.
Your ego is going to kill us. Admit to yourself you can be wrong. For us.
I can be wrong. But I just think a mother should breastfeed her child
Yeah, that's basically pirate software. He's pretty stupid.
If Joey Ray didn't want him around, it was best to keep Max distance. From the first days after moving in, the kitchen was a literal pigsty. All pans would be constantly used and left dirty, usually with food remnants intact, dishes and utensils everywhere, sink full, filth all over the stove and counters. I also had a new patent leather chair that his totally non-destructive cat started scratching to hell the same day he moved in. And he only ever offered to tape up the chair. There was no correction to make the cat scratch anything but the chair. No scratcher was provided, no supervision in the common area, nothing. He even tried to gaslight me by insisting the chair was already scratched up. Zero pets touched that apartment before he moved in. I asked that he replace the $100 chair since all surfaces were destroyed, and he insisted taping it up was fine. He didn't do either. He was extremely into EVE Online and would regularly stay up half the night being loud on voice chat with his friends while playing. This apartment didn't have thin walls, and there were full closets separating the rooms, but I could hear every single word said until he shut down to get a few hours of sleep before work the next day. He never put a shower curtain up in his bathroom, so the floor was dirty and spotty from pooling water. The bathroom countertop that took up a whole wall was covered in what I can only assume is ash, bong residue, and other detritus. Random stuff was all over the place. His bedroom door was left cracked open, so I looked inside. Again, stuff everywhere. Trash, clothes, bags, and dishes everywhere. The walls were smeared with, I don't know, coom or snot or both. If this was only about a month of damage, I couldn't afford to keep this guy around. I used the cat situation as a gentle way to ask him to remove himself as soon as possible, since we were still working together, claiming that he wasn't honest about the damage his cat would do, and that clearly pissed him off. Other random things I haven't seen mentioned is that his bad food habits and lack of cleanliness led to some sort of bowel disorder, which he was claiming to be possible cancer. To my knowledge, it was never actually cancer, and he used it as a shocking event for sympathy to warn others about how their habits can catch up to them, all for pats on Facebook during his health journey. To further bolster her claims, she eventually showed pictures of the damage and filth left in her apartment by Jason, and shared screenshots of her Facebook chat with him, which he initiated by hitting her up with reaction images in possibly the most autistic way possible. So when I first met you, I was all linked to myfacewhen.com/7.
Here comes that bullshit, what up?
And now getting to know you better, I'm all linked to myfacewhen/115. Other screenshots also have Jason himself attesting to his constant playing of World of Warcraft and League of Legends, but outside of their time sharing a living space, Boing also gives some information on Jason's claims about his work. On his LinkedIn, he describes being quickly promoted to an assistant lead and engineer relating to QA hacks, where he performed forensic analysis and led a team of security.
Why is this always such a like prevalent thing in the furry community? Like furries are all disgusting and don't bathe or wash themselves properly and they stink. Like I always hear that about furries.
Draw me getting double penetrated by Jesus and God and me sucking my own dick. I look like a simp. Do the math.
Double penetrated. Oh, geez. That's going to be a tough one. Let me see. Should actually probably make the head a little bigger. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, there's the drawing of God and Jesus double penetrating you and you sucking your own dick. Thanks for the donation, Patrick Tightman. I think that's a pretty good one. Might save that. That looks kind of funny. I know somebody who'd appreciate that. All right, thanks for the donation, Patrick Tightman.
Yeah.
Kid Boot Only Tellers, did you build up scientific literacy, such as knowing what sources are reliable, what studies to look at by simply using Google? No, I think where it started was, what was the guy's YouTube channel? I think his YouTube channel was Plant Positive, and I learned from there how to actually, you know, use reliable scientific sources and where to look and, you know, how to search for stuff. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Professionals to victory. Pay attention to how much he likes using vague language to sound impressive without providing any specific details. It's going to come in handy later. According to Boing's post, during their time working together, an exploit was discovered that caused millions of dollars in duped gold and items. Jason had nothing to do with discovering the exploit or patching it, but he was quick to take credit for it to secure himself a position in security engineering, something he had no skills in. She went on to add, QA engineers by title were not actual engineers. Rather, they were analysts capable of automation tasks and assorted scripting. Whatever he says about training security staff and half the other stuff on his LinkedIn page is being wildly misrepresented. His resume is
Yeah, I know you can export as a PNG. I was just being lazy.
fan fiction, and everyone in tech and gaming who knows better thinks he's a joke. Glorified scripts kitty. While he was completely unmemorable for his subpar work, he was remembered for one thing: raging on League of Legends, to the point where other employees began pranking him by taping a picture of Edward Cullen's face to the bottom of his mouse to trigger another fit of rage. But after 2011, Boing Boing no longer worked on the same team as Jason, so she couldn't provide any information about his work as a security engineer. However, another user by the name of Lifeguard Hermit came forward with a little anecdote about Jason's stellar work. While he was working as a code janitor at Blizzard in security, he came up with a brilliant idea to catch bots. His brilliant idea was to place a rock in a known pathing point bots used. He then tells the story that the mods caught so many bots this way, while implying that appealing this ban was impossible. The thing is, WoW has auto-run. People use it. Using auto-running isn't botting. The path he blocked is a spot between towns on a road literally anyone would normally hit auto-run on and then run in real life to take a piss. If a mod saw you stuck on the rock, permaban for botting. It was a resounding success. Except it wasn't. It got—
Wow, what a dickhead. This guy's a jackass.
a lot of noobs and whatnot banned from—
Dude, imagine that. This fucking retard ended up banning people from a fucking game that you actually paid for just because they used auto-run and just had to get up and take a piss or something?
using the auto run when a board mod happened to be idling near said rock or path. Going further up his listed experiences with Blizzard, you end up seeing a lot of leadership positions, which is to say he was being rewarded for taking credit for other people's work. His last position in the company was Senior Red Team Specialist.
But we're the Red Team!
Again, suggesting he was doing some advanced security work, but if you look underneath it, you can see that he was doing social engineering. Keep this in mind, it'll become relevant very soon. While I'm presenting you all this information in chronological order and with context, it's important to say that up until last year, everyone only ever heard Jason's side of the story when it came to his work for Blizzard, and it was a very different one than we got from his former coworkers.
So I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. I worked on everything from World of Warcraft Vanilla all the way to Overwatch. I didn't work on Burning Crusade. That was the only thing I didn't work on. I quit Blizzard because it sucked, dude. I quit Blizzard because it sucked. They paid me 36% of industry standard for my job. The working conditions were terrible. Working hours were terrible. It's a legendary company because people put legendary amounts of effort into it, even though they're under legendarily terrible working conditions. So I left and I went to Amazon Game Studios, which is literally right up the street. It's 4 minutes away. And I got paid like a real human being.
This is a classic case of Jason lying by omission, because ever since he left Blizzard, he's tried to paint himself more as a dev. But in reality, he never, not once, worked as a dev for Blizzard. If him vaguely bringing up his work at Blizzard to mislead people into thinking he was a dev was a one-time thing, I honestly think it would be forgivable. But as this video posted on Livestream Fails shows, he did this all the time.
I was watching a video that was critiquing you for mentioning you worked at Blizzard so much. I literally never talk about it. When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard 7 years, yeah. Blizzard. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, you're Red Team Specialist for Blizzard Entertainment, and Blizzard. Because having worked at Blizzard, I grew up at Blizzard.
Not only was he not a dev, but his failure at being a QA engineer is attested to by the fact that he held that position during the release of Blizzard's Diablo 3, which was so infamous for being full of bugs that it led to one of Boogie2988's biggest videos where he complained about it as his Francis character.
I spent all night trying to get the goddamn collector's edition. I stood in line at Walmart.
I don't know how this ever was a popular thing. I always thought this was like fucking stupid. Oh no, Gum. I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back, and I gotta put away a bowl because Gum keeps trying to eat stuff in it. But I'll be right back. Just gotta piss. Oh, I have returned. That was a good piss. That was a nice, satisfying wee-wee.
Draw me, getting fucked by the biggest blackest guy you've ever known. His dick bursts through my esophagus and Frank Tufano is sucking on the dick. My mom is using a strap-on to throat fuck me and saying suck harder.
Jesus Christ. Alright, thanks for the donation.
Bullshit. Draw me getting fucked by Jesus and the real God and me sucking my own dick. You made my dick too big, bitch. It's supposed to be small. My body needs to be folded in half. My lips are smashed against my groin, that's how small it is. Bitch.
Alright, I don't know how to draw the real God. I think Jesus is technically God in the Christian religion too, so it's a little confusing. Fuck, he'll do this one first. Okay, there you go. That's the drawing. You fucking weirdo. Thanks for the donation, Chris. Really appreciate that. You didn't give me a link or anything. I don't know if that was a mistake, but thanks for the $15, dude. Braindead Meat Eater donators. I know you won't watch this idiotic video, but still, she is trying to spread propaganda about you and steroids. Pathetic.
I got a
Uh-huh.
comment here from one of my members. They wrote, "Hi Shar, I just watched Vince Goodrum's Vegan Gains Real Life Cousin latest video.
Made like the enhancement.
Whether it be growth hormone, whether it be steroids, whether it be performance enhancing drugs, whether it be anything under what I'm blanketly thinking of as this stuff that people are taking." So, yeah, he said Vegan Gains is taking performance enhancing drugs. Now, do I think that's wise? No, but I think that it's, like I already said, it's appreciated. The honesty is appreciated because a lot of these vegans, they're lying. They're just lying. Okay. I can respect the honesty. That's why I'm not going to even give it like no whole bunch of criticism, because a lot of people that's trying to build muscle, they're taking roids. Okay. They're doing it. They're taking steroids and performance enhancing drugs and whatever other stuff they're taking in substances. Okay. But I really can't find it in myself to judge them negatively if they come right out and say it. You know, now some of them don't want to come right out and say it because people are going to look at them like, oh, well, your muscles aren't.
She is overweight. She is an ex-vegan. Well, she probably wasn't really vegan in the first place, but after she quit, you know, the plant-based diet, she did gain a lot of weight. That's why she won't show her face anymore.
Aren't real. Of course, they have to still work their muscles, and I think the honesty and coming right out and saying that you're using these substances is still appreciated because you don't think that matters. I don't care if meat eaters are doing it too. It exposes the truth not only of their diet and their lifestyle, but of their genetics and everything. Okay, so let's keep watching.
Even that's definitely.
And your hormones are like declining, and you're taking a small amount. Maybe it won't be the same as somebody that's younger taking like huge amounts, because I heard this is damaging some of the.
I had normal testosterone levels before hopping on gear, did a blood test before I did it, and I am doing it for performance enhancement, and I know how to do it safely without fucking up my own health, so.
These people's cardiovascular system and stuff like that. I think just personally, natural is probably the best way, but who knows what menopause is going to look like, and if I start taking hormone replacement therapy, I don't know, natural leaning, or they're just programmed to say that they're natural. Where some of those vegans were very obviously, to me, using substances. If you just want to happen to be a vegan and work out and happen to mention that you're vegan, fine, but you can't be going around boasting that, oh, vegan diets can do this and vegans can build muscle.
I think the only vegan fake natty that is around that I know of would be like Nimai Delgado. I'm pretty sure Nimai Delgado is a fake natty. He was an IFBB pro. I think he was in the physique division. He wasn't an open bodybuilder. Can't remember what division. Pretty sure he wasn't in classic. It was like physique or some shit. Bro, that guy was absolutely fucking gigantic and looked sauced as fuck when he was competing. And he is way smaller now. Huge difference. He's still in really good shape and all that, but huge fucking difference between when he was competing and now. You can also see before he was doing a show, his face was really bloated despite being really lean, and that's what you'd expect if you're on like steroids and shit. Nimai Delgado, IFBB Pro. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, this is.
All right, what's up, guys? We're here at.
So look at his face there. Let me see if I can find one. It's got a lot of weird. I don't know if that's a good one. Like, his face does look a little puffier here. despite him probably being a bit leaner. But yeah. Like, he's looking pretty sauced. And again, could have something to do with, like, the, you know, color grading they did here, but little reddish, which is a bit of a giveaway, too. Yeah, I think he takes his shirt off here. Like, yeah, I mean, he's looking... So, he's the only one who may have been a fake natty. Everyone else, though, like, he's still in really good shape here, but stark difference between when he was actually competing in the IFBB Pro. This is 1 week out from a show. So, like, he's leaner here and fucking bigger, and he was, like, preparing for a show, and then he's, like, suddenly smaller. So, yeah, it's a little fishy. A little. So, he was claiming to be natural, you know, lifelong. He may have his own reasons for that. I know he was competing in the IFBB, and at that time, they didn't want any IFBB bodybuilders to admit they're on steroids. Could have had something to do with that, contracts and such. He's the only one who may be a fake natty. Everyone else, like Brian Turner, like these idiots say Brian Turner's on steroids. Like, no evidence for that. He's not big and strong enough to really consider. Simnet Nutrition, who's fucking tiny and weak. He's not strong at all. They all say he's on steroids, but no.
I feel like that at that point you need to come clean about everything that you're doing, not just your vegan diet, because it's not just your vegan diet. Same thing for the meat eating roided users. Like,
she's saying this, but I did, like, every video on my channel so far, haven't uploaded a new video yet, is me natural. So when I benched 410 pounds, natural. The last physique update video I made, natural. So show me the carnivore dieters who look better than me and are stronger than me. Nobody, like, unless they're on steroids. I know there's the one carnivore bodybuilder dude. And even he can't bench as much weight as I can. I'm stronger than him, and he's on gear. Most of the other natty fitness YouTubers, they're smaller than me and weaker than me.
I think they should be honest, unless you're just doing it and you're just not, you know, saying, oh, I encounter that they're using roids. But if you're on social media, you're flexing, you're showing your body, you're doing all this stuff and making people feel insecure about themselves and
on style or so. And I didn't.
Examining one of these Instagrammers that claims
And growth hormone.
All right, well, she's stupid. Thanks for the donation, Brain Dead Meat Eater. I'm getting fucked by... Yeah, that one. Okay. Dude. This is so... Okay, it's gonna have to, like, line up with the top of your butt, basically. This is very confusing. Okay. You know, you can fuck yourself for making me draw this. Why is this so hard? Fuck. Oh my god. Okay. Um...
Is Jasmine still coming after your money? What would you do? Ron, write her a check. Would you do it if you were ordered by a court after leaving Jasmine out in the cold?
Dude, shut up. There, that's what God looks like. Okay, there, we're done. Jeez.
I can barely stand up. I fucking lie. I can't even play the.
Can you imagine being such a prolific lolcow that you give an area buff to other lolcows? Him cockroaching his way through Blizzard for years, despite being viewed poorly by his coworkers and not really achieving anything of note, eventually got people's attention, which prompted people to accuse him of being a nepo baby, someone who only got their job or position or whatever because they're a family member of someone higher up in the company. His defense against these claims has been somewhat inconsistent.
Those who don't understand the term, a nepo baby is somebody who got their job only through nepotism, never accomplished anything in their career, and never did anything to
No, 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 we're not going to be having any of that.
deserve the position that they have. My father was the cinematic director for Blizzard for 23 years. He worked on basically everything going all the way back to the death and return of Superman and many other games, all the way up until now. And then he quit. He went off to Jagex and he worked on old school RuneScape, I believe as a creative director of some kind. With that in mind, he now streams on Twitch under the name of Yearjoy. People think that I got my job at Blizzard specifically because of him. In reality, I only had help from him in order to do my resume. Aside from that, for the people who have this narrative, both myself and my brother applied at the same time. I got the job and my brother didn't. I went to Blizzard in 2004, and like this is kind of my whole career, right? My first job I got through nepotism, 100%. My dad worked at Blizzard for 23 years. He worked at Blizzard for 23 years, so I got a job there in 2004.
While it's true he immediately got a job working for Amazon Games once he left Blizzard, he was still not a dev, but instead an automation engineer. And even this only lasted for a few months. Shortly after, he got a job as a full-on cybersecurity specialist at Eagle Research Group. This job in particular has become a cornerstone for his claims that he's a bona fide hacker with mad skills. But is he really? Well, he was eventually so confident about his work there that he gave an interview about it, where he was asked what he actually did.
You're a hacker. Like that's where you like kind of started.
Actual hacker.
An actual hacker. Like,
Yes,
not like
yeah.
I'm a hacker. No, you're an actual
Not a
hacker.
kidding.
You
Yeah.
won.
Like an actual hacker.
Yeah,
My last job was hacking power plants for the federal government. I
Yeah.
worked for the United States Department of Energy. Drop of a hat, you were leaving on a plane tomorrow to fly to some state to test a thing, right? And
Yeah.
my general wheelhouse control is physical access control systems, so breaking and entering, Wi-Fi related vulnerabilities, web related vulnerabilities, and social engineering. So those were my primaries when we were on those tasks. And they just fly us to a site, hack the site, write a report, go home, right? And I had to wear a suit the whole time, and they made me cut my hair.
However questionable it is for Jason to have worked on preventing breaking and entering in federal nuclear facilities, what really stands out to me here is that pesky little phrase, social engineering. While social engineering is very much an approach to gaining access to systems, social engineering basically means tricking people into giving you their access. And it can be done completely unrelated to any hardcore actual hacking. Regardless, he continually leads people on to think he's some kind of code wizard, usually bringing up the 3 badges he got from DEF CON.
So DEF CON 24, I had just won DEF CON 23, so I was on my team at the time, which is Council of 9.
For those who are unfamiliar with it, DEF CON is one of the most established conventions of the hacker community. But despite how much weight he puts on these badges, some of DEF CON's games fall in the same realm as any other puzzle, alternate reality game, or escape room event. What Jason is doing is tantamount to calling yourself a hacker because you looked at the source code of the Five Nights at Freddy's website to solve a puzzle. In the same interview, he explains that his social engineering at one of these DEF CON events
There is no spaghetti, 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 no.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Was to lie and pretend like he was a volunteer at the event, all while collecting info on other teams' progress to give to his own team. Whether you think this is a fair strategy to win, or you think this is meta gaming, what's clear is that Jason wasn't breaking into any mainframes. He wasn't hacking the Matrix. Another lie of his during this interview is that he claims he was a federal contractor for the Department of Energy, which is false on multiple levels. He worked for a company which had a contract with the government, but as receipts procured by KF user Vic Macedonia show, this contract had to do with management consulting, which wasn't at all related to the kind of thing that Jason did. Even if you assume he just misspoke or abridged all of this context while speaking about it, he eventually made his lie a bit more explicit by claiming that his DEF CON badges got him a job offer directly from the government.
Went back home, hammered it for a whole year, and then went back to DEF CON the next year and won. And when I got my first black badge, it was like, hey, that's kind of cool, man. Like, because it's like the Golden Hacker Olympics, right? And they're like, hey, that's pretty neat. And then I went and did it again the next year. And then people were like, wait a minute. And then the next year, the crypto challenge wasn't on. It was telefreaking, which is phone hacking. And then I won that. And then the government was like, do you want a job? And I was like, yeah.
The thing about that is, he's speaking about his third badge year, which he won in August 2019. But he worked for Eagle Research a whole 2 years before this. On top of all of that, as tenuous as his claim to these badges already is, it gets even worse when you realize that he was just one of many people on a team. And the roles he consistently played never required him to do anything related to, you know, actually hacking any systems. In an article about DEF CON 25, the game is described as basically a scavenger hunt for fake employee badges that had numbers on them. And then people would just use those numbers as the password for the system they were trying to access. In this article, Jason not only directly calls himself the leader of his team, but adds that he had no idea it was even a challenge, which is basically impossible. Throughout all of his time taking part in DEF CON, it doesn't seem he ever actually hacked into anything. Despite this, he saw fit to not only call himself a hacker.
Yeah, it's funny how Mutahar is as bad as this guy. Actually worse. Because he had a job.
But to go out of his way to speak for that community, to be the Lorax for hackers, which culminated in him confronting the creators of the show Mr. Robot about their undue use of a puzzle from DEF CON.
All right, so the reason I don't like Mr. Robot, this right here is my write-up for the DEF CON 22 patch challenge. Went viral as hell inside of the hacking community. And it was because I listed out everything that we did as a team and showed the world the brilliance of Lost, who is the creator of these challenges. And the first thing you can see here is a number letter cipher. So 1 would be A, 2 would be B, so on and so forth. And you can see at the end of this, these last pieces of 1057, 1057, Lost's name is 1057. He goes by Lost, and 1057 is his handle. That is his signature at the end of this. And now let's go to Mr. Robot's Twitter. Understand that this was the only place in the world that this was listed. Mr. Robot reposted this right here. That's that same string, but what did they leave off the end? His signature. This is the same as taking an artist and removing their signature from their piece of art. They made it public to millions of Mr. Robot fans, and those people went and found all of the breadcrumbs that led after this, which led to Lost's personal phone number. He got tens of thousands of calls from fans of Mr. Robot thinking Mr. Robot was running an ARG, and I stopped watching the show as a result, and they never took it down.
This would be bad if it were true. Once again, this is a case of Jason taking liberties with his storytelling. As it turns out, this lost person he's trying to white knight for here actually worked with the show as a consultant, a fact which was documented by DEF CON itself, and it wasn't even a secret. Additionally, the tweet from the Mr. Robot page is just a Caesar cipher, which is about as simple as you can possibly get with ciphers. And the subsequent ARG it leads to does not contain Lost's number like he falsely claimed. You know what does lead to Lost's supposed number though? Jason's Tumblr post, in which he publicly documented and shared the puzzle which contained Lost's number. Then, after sharing it on Tumblr, Jason went ahead and linked that post in his tweet and then made a video about it, further signal boosting the Tumblr post which contains the uncensored phone number.
Oh my god, he's that incompetent. He doesn't even realize he's doing the thing that he thinks is bad.
And he did all of this for no other reason than his own need to attach himself and his name to anything that may attract attention. He even used the walkthrough of Lost's puzzle as an opportunity to make a puzzle of his own to tack on at the end. Also, in this clip, he says this post went massively viral when this thing has just a little over 200 notes on Tumblr.
Went viral as hell.
I don't even know why he would lie like that about something that's publicly verifiable. This would be among the hundreds of little random lies he's told over the years, were it not for a couple of KF sleuths moved purely by their hatred of this man. To summarize all of his hacker background, pretty much everything he speaks about when he talks about his experience is a Frankenstein monster of other people's stories, whether it be the aforementioned Lost or random coworkers of Jason's whose positions were more interesting than his. But besides his odd jobs at Amazon and Eagle Research, once his Nepo baby plot armor wore off, Jason decided it was time to double down on LARPing as a game developer. So he started the company, and I use that word loosely, known as Pirate Software, which was supposed to produce games. He had a hard time keeping up the LARP when he gave interviews, as he had to admit that he had to learn how to use even the most basic softwares like Game Maker from scratch. Because, of course, despite his work at Blizzard, he never developed anything, nor did he know how to program to any significant extent. Funnily enough, in this same interview, he comments on how other indie devs fail due to getting straight into making their dream game and then taking forever to finish it, only for it to flop, when they could make a smaller game first to get the hang of it. In keeping with this theme, he made a game called Champions of Breakfast, supposedly in less than a month, a process he began with a Discord server. Apparently, the reason he did this was in order to build a community so that he could engage with and solve criticisms of the game. Because, as he puts it, every single person you take the time to work with counts, because that person is going to exponentially increase the size of your community over time. If only he had actually applied this mindset at any point during his life and concerned himself a little bit with how he was perceived by others. Although Champions of Breakfast went out without a hitch to mostly positive reviews, even it is tainted with Jason's narcissistic delusions about his tech savviness. In this video, he he actually thinks that he solved all of piracy.
And if you look at this, we have 160 achievements for it, and all of them are very simple. The way that I did this is quite funny. I tried to find a way so that our game wouldn't get pirated because it'd be easy to pirate. We knew that you could break Steam DRM very quickly. This is your save file. When you first start the game up, it actually checks what achievements you have and it unlocks powers based on your achievements. This is actually the save file for the character, so you can't pirate it because you can never use the achievements. It made it unpiratable.
Now, some people have since taken up the belief that this was Jason purposely rage baiting people to comment on how wrong he is about the game being unpiratable. However, I wholeheartedly believe he's exactly the kind of guy who's enough of a goofball, huffing his own farts, that he actually thought this would work. Of course, this little trick is extremely easy to bypass, but ultimately, Champions of Breakfast is just a stepping stone to the real story of Jason's work as a game developer, a game called Heartbound.
This isn't the work of a professional. This isn't even the work of an amateur. It's pathetic.
It's most likely that you've never heard of this game, and if you have, it's likely you only remember it for being one of the very few controversies that MatPat ever got involved in. Basically, he played the game on GT Live and packaged the video as the next Undertale, although the name of the game is clearly stated in the title, thumbnail, description, and throughout the entire video, making it clear that the video isn't him playing a game that's a sequel to Undertale.
I don't know if January is like the drama month, but I feel like there's already like drama and stuff that's already like coming out on YouTube and Twitter today. None of it revolves around us or has anything to do with us.
Jason took to Twitter to voice his displeasure with MatPat's treatment of the game, specifically complaining that MatPat didn't link the game in the description, used Undertale in the tags, and got the studio's name wrong. As this was going down, fellow YouTuber Gamer from Mars made pretty much the definitive video on the controversy, which ballooned to nearly 2 million views. In it, he points out that including the link of a game in the description is not at all standard practice, nor should anyone be expected to do it even for an indie game. And additionally, no one actually sees the tags on a YouTube video. For those of you who don't know what a tag on a YouTube video is, it's basically just a thing that YouTubers do on the back end to try and get their video seen in search results. All that MatPat did was add Undertale as a tag on the video because people who look up Undertale might have wanted to see MatPat play that game.
Great news, Israel is planning to take over Gaza and the butthurt Palestinians are losing their shit.
Israel's security cabinet has...
Yeah, I've heard about this. Cenk Uygur was blabbering like a fucking hippopotamus about that, saying Israel's gonna slaughter all 2 million Gazans. I don't know why they'd bother doing it that way when they have nuclear weapons, but yeah, we'll check back in a few months and see how many Gazans are left, I guess.
Signed off on plans to take over Gaza City.
Tina Kraus reports that this is a decision that stops short of seizing control of the entire territory, which Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is pushing for.
Palestinians living in Gaza City are condemning Israel's decision to take control of the territory. This man says it's like there's nothing left to occupy in the first place. We're already dying. Israel's decision to...
This guy's fat. He's literally fat. Look how overweight he is. Like, oh my god.
Territory.
Like, you can see just by his face, we're dying. So, are you just guzzling down as much food as you can, like, before you die? Like, oh, donuts, cupcakes, I'm gonna die anyway. Like, is that what's going on? Buddy, you're literally fat.
This man says it's like there's nothing left to occupy in the first place. We're already dying. Israel's decision to control Gaza City falls short of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's broader aim to take over all of Gaza, which he spoke about on Fox News.
We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to Arab forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life. That's not possible with Hamas.
Families of hostages still held by Hamas protested outside Netanyahu's office in chains, saying Israel's expanding military offensive puts their loved ones in even more danger.
What a bunch of fucking retards. Like, absolute retards. Yeah, the reason they have the hostages in the first place is because they think they can use them as leverage. So you want to be able to be the one in power in the situation, so you apply the pressure with military force, and then you offer negotiations if they want the pressure let off and say, okay, release the hostages if you want us to stop fucking killing you. And then that's how Israel's gotten back, like, what, half the hostages? So, actually more than half at this point. There's only been a few that were freed from direct military intervention. So what are they complaining about? Like show a fucking strategy that's more effective, you fucking idiots. Dodo donates $2. This looks like a fun bridge to drive across. It goes over some lake in Louisiana. Yeah, that is a very large bridge. I like driving over bridges. Yeah, it looks cool. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The UN warns a complete military takeover would risk catastrophic consequences for hostages and Palestinian civilians. The Security Cabinet also adopted 5 principles for ending the war, including disarming Hamas, returning all hostages living and dead, demilitarizing the Gaza Strip, Israel maintaining security control, and the establishment of a civilian government that's not controlled by either Hamas or the Palestinian Authority. Hamas warned Israel that any military expansion in Gaza would, quote, not be a walk in the park, and the price will be heavy and costly for the occupation.
Yeah, they say that. But they're gonna get fucked up. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Undertale! But hey, that's just a theory.
The conclusion that Gamer from Mars reached was that this didn't at all constitute some kind of malicious clickbait, and the worst thing Matt did was getting the studio's name wrong. And even that has the caveat that this wasn't in the video's metadata, but instead happened in the video itself. While talking about it off the cuff, Matt simply didn't say the second word in the name of the studio, and instead referred to it as pirate. Not only is this a complete nothing burger, words like software or studios are commonly left out when people are speaking about game dev companies. The developer of Borderlands is Gearbox, the developer of Doom and Quake is id, the developer of Payday is Overkill, and all of these developers have software in the name, but they're often referred to without it. Even companies with less common second words in their names like Square Enix are usually referred to by just their first name. There is seriously nothing to be mad about here. And the real reason this even got off the ground is because Toby Fox, the creator of Undertale, a game whose community already hated MatPat for his previous interactions with the game, chimed in and sided with Jason. When somebody as legit as a dev as Toby Fox criticizes you, it's only natural for people to side with them.
Have a nice night, Richard.
Well, thank you, Chris. I am enjoying my night, and I appreciate the donation, dude. Thank you.
And so, regardless of how small and petty this issue was, MatPat got dogpiled for relegating Heartbound to being an Undertale clone. The thing about this is, the person who's really responsible for making an Undertale clone out of Heartbound was Jason himself. The cover art with a kid character with a heart sprite sticking out, the reminiscent in-game art style, the boss who looks like a heavily mutated flower monster who then grows a bunch of eyes, the anthropomorphic animal characters, the morally gray protagonist, the engine being the same, even the title, Heartbound, is an anagram for Earthbound, a game which heavily inspired Toby Fox in the creation of Undertale, whose sequel, Deltarune, is also an anagram. Now keep in mind, I'm not saying that this is plagiarism. It's not like Jason just made an RPG Maker game. He absolutely made an Undertale-like game, but he takes issue with people pointing out how derivative his game is. Additionally, both Undertale and Heartbound were crowdfunded through Kickstarter with the same exact goal of $5,000. And it's here we see a few more signs that there was something very rotten at the very core of Heartbound. For example, as soon as you get to the About section of Undertale's page, Toby lists out all of the games Undertale is similar to, despite being ultimately original. On Heartbound's page, the glaring similarities between it and Undertale are never mentioned, despite Heartbound being announced within 1 year of Undertale's release. In fact, Jason does the opposite on Heartbound's website, where he remarks on how innovative and unlike other RPG games Heartbound truly is, because of its use of unconventional minigames during combat that allow for the fights to be settled in multiple different ways. That is literally the main mechanic of Undertale, the attack, act, and mercy systems, which work off of the bullet hell minigames that are unique for each opponent you're facing. Another interesting element of Jason's Kickstarter page is he explained how he purposely set the asking price of the Kickstarter to an amount that he thought would trick game journalists to report on it as if it were a rising star phenomenon. This raises a few questions as to how organic this project.
That last thing Hamas said sounded a lot like a threat of violence if you ask me.
Well, yeah, it was. But, Israel's clearly not afraid of Hamas, so they can get fucked. These people are just fucking wackos. Dude, the world is just fucked. You know, this is literally equivalent to, you know, if the United States, like, you know, sided with the Nazis. Well, no, it's, like, the same people who are siding with the Palestinians, they're the same people who would have either sided with the Nazis in the United States or were the, what's it called? Non-intervention cucks who are like, why are we interfering in fucking war in Europe? So it's these people are just pathetic. They're just siding with Nazis. Like, the government isn't, but, you know, a lot of people are. So fucking stupid. So many people are just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Was, but nevertheless, this is what he had to say once the goal was met. The next step was proving to everyone who invested in our game that we're not going to run away with their money, because that's a big problem for Kickstarter games. People go and throw their money at a Kickstarter.
Did you like my photo I sent you? Oh, yeah. Yeah, all Israeli hostages, and then the Palestinians are all fat. Yeah, that's a good one.
Then the devs will disappear for 2 years, then come back and make something that wasn't up to par compared to what they promised on the Kickstarter. So we thought, what if we streamed it all? Everyone could watch us build our entire video game. Full open development. They could see every single thing that we ever do, and no one ever can say the devs ran away with the money. At the same time, the stream helps fund additional development on the game, so even though we put the Kickstarter to such a low amount, we're still getting funding to continue the process of building Heartbound. It also gives an extra added effect to where, if in the future anyone tries to come around and say we stole their idea, we have 300 episodes of video evidence showing how we made the game ourselves that no one can contest. Usually on the stream, a lot of the questions we get are usually the same. When is the game coming out? How much is it going to cost? What is the game about? I have commands I can use on stream that let everyone know the release date and all the information they need. I can drop !demo in chat and it shows them. It mitigates a ton of my time every day because we stream 10 hours a day, and during that 10
Dodo, don't tell us when we play games later.
Yesterday was the last day of the rest of our lives. Yesterday was the day Sam
I will try to play games later, Dodo. Thanks for the donation.
Altman asked his
Don't they realize that if America sided with the Nazis in the first place, none of us would even be here?
I don't know if they're really thinking about that. Since they believe in stupid, dumb shit like, you know, white settler colonialism or something, they'd probably think that's a good thing. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
ego this three-word question: what have we done? Because yesterday was the day the human intelligence monopoly officially ended with the long-awaited release of OpenAI's GPT-5, the first AI model to outperform biological humans on the simple benchmark. Meanwhile, it's quickly overtaking virtually every leaderboard on LM Arena, which means every programmer that still has a job will be getting a layoff notice shortly, or at least that's what the hype engineers at OpenAI want you to think. Not everybody is falling for it though. That simple bench score was just a rumor, and in fact, GPT-5 is actually in 5th place. GPT-5 failed to beat Grok on the ARC AGI benchmark, an important benchmark that was conveniently left out of yesterday's announcement. It also underwhelmed the betting markets, and OpenAI is no longer the favorite to have the best model of 2025. Worst of all though, people found numerous problems with OpenAI's own charts, which really shouldn't happen when you have PhD level intelligence in your pocket. In today's video, we'll find out if GPT-5 is just another overhyped incremental upgrade or a true game changer edging us closer to artificial superintelligence. It is August 8th, 2025, and we're watching the Code Report. In the past, GPT got better as it got bigger. It was trained on more data that would activate more parameters when generating text. But those days are essentially over. The thing that makes GPT-5 special is not that it's a bigger, smarter model, but rather it unifies multiple models, like fast, reasoning, routing, etc., to pick the right tool per task, without the end user needing to think about it. In many ways, GPT-5 feels more like a consolidation and cost reduction effort after they spent the last year panic shipping a bunch of stupidly named models to justify the $200 Pro plan. Speaking of cost though, GPT-5 is priced at only $10 per million output tokens, and that's a great deal compared to Claude Opus 4.1, which will burn a hole in your wallet at $75 per million output tokens. Sam Altman says GPT-5 is like having multiple PhD level experts in your pocket, but one of the funniest parts of their announcement is that their benchmark graphics were presented with a y-axis that doesn't make any sense. And there can only be two possible explanations for this error. One, they vibe charted with GPT-5 and it doesn't actually have PhD level intelligence, or two, they were trying to be intentionally misleading. What's even better is that GPT-5 is supposed to have lower deception rates, but then someone or something tried to deceive us with the y-axis on the deception benchmark. And that's kind of embarrassing for a $500 billion intelligence company. But if you're a programmer, the biggest question is whether or not GPT-5 can code a Svelte 5 to-do app with runes. Many models have come close, but none have succeeded. I put GPT-5 to the test and was stunned to see that it generated beautiful looking spell code and did so very quickly, far faster than any other reasoning model. At first, I thought I was working with a PhD level Svelte developer, but I would soon be disappointed after running the code and getting a 500 error as the UI. What's troubling is that GPT-5 used the right syntax, but tried to use a rune in the template, which is not allowed. GPT-5 is supposed to have fewer hallucinations, but it hallucinated its own rules for using runes. However, it did redeem itself when I asked if it knew what was wrong with its code, at which point it figured it out and fixed it. And the end result is a functional app that has a very nice looking UI. I also had it build a flight simulator game with Three.js, which turned out pretty bad, but the tall guy from Cursor said it's the smartest model they've ever used. Unfortunately though, I don't think GPT-5 is going to take my job or euthanize me anytime soon, because it's clear at this point that the real power comes when you combine these new AI tools with existing technologies that you already know and love, which is why you need to check out Dreamflow, the sponsor of today's.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time. Give it a few more years. Probably they'll solve all these, weird issues, and you'll be able to do some pretty crazy shit. Compared to like a year ago, it's kind of crazy the fucking difference with these AI tools. So just give it some more time. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
10-hour period. It's literally just question and answer while everything else is going on. Now, there's a lot to pick apart from this post, but the gist of it is that Heartbound is an elaborate excuse for Jason to stream for literally dozens of hours with no end in sight. Him mentioning streaming as being something to justify the low amount asked on the project is really dishonest, because even if we just use Undertale as an example, Toby never acts like $5,000 is a low amount. It's a reasonable amount for this kind of game, even if he ultimately got way more than what he asked for on his project. But we don't need to only compare it with Undertale, as there are plenty of other predecessors in this general genre that Heartbound can be measured against. Ebe, Mad Father, Yume Nikki, Aoni, all of these were not crowdfunded, and at least initially were released for free. And not to mention, these games were actually finished and released to wide acclaim, whereas the same cannot be said about Heartbound. Lastly, I really like that Jason feels the need to express his concern about the game being accused of plagiarism, but once again, doesn't mention Undertale. When he does mention Undertale, however, while he does express his admiration for it, he pairs it with a little bit of criticism of the game's code.
Undertale was made by Toby Fox. Undertale is a brilliant goddamn game. It's very good. It's also coded like shit, and that's fine. If you look at the decompiles that people have done of Undertale, you'll find that there are rooms that have hundreds of if statements checking the same value, then it sets it to 0, then it checks it again before doing anything. Meaning all of those if statements did nothing except for take processing power. There are sections of the game that show, like, oh, here's an example. All the dialogue in all of Undertale is in a single switch case statement in one object. It's thousands and thousands of cases long. Single object, all of the dialogue in the game are coded into that object. Insane. Insane behavior. But it doesn't matter.
He says in this clip that it doesn't matter, that the game is coded this way because it's good anyway. But what he doesn't mention is that the real reason it doesn't matter is because Undertale is a teeny tiny 2D pixel art game. Optimization is for the birds at that point, since unless you're trying to run the game on a calculator, it's not going to be lagging and frame dropping. But honestly, I don't even think he's actually trying to critique the game's code here, as much as he's trying to use this little factoid in order to present himself as someone who's really code savvy.
I'm Sean Parker. Oh, he's wired in. That's what I'm talking about.
But is he very code savvy? Due to the majority of his audience being people who generally aren't too familiar with programming, no one ever had much of a reason to doubt him whenever he spoke about code. But eventually the code for Heartbound was actually extracted from the game, and some people who aren't restarted, like me, started going through it, only to find out that it was as sloppy as it gets. First, they pointed out that Jason made constant use of something called magic numbers, meaning that things in his code aren't referred to by shorthand names like coffee_obtained, but instead just numbers like 201. The obvious bad side effect of this is that this means whoever is working on the code, in this case Jason himself, has to know and remember what each of these numbers mean. Otherwise, he'll have to click through and find out every single time he forgets one of them.
The numbers. What are they saying?
The other side effect of this, although it's possible this was Jason's original intention, is that it makes working with other people on the code nearly impossible, since only Jason will be able to read and navigate his code. I noted that this may be his intention because not only does it make for a good explanation as to why he's the only person who actually works on the game's programming, but his code being completely unreadable makes it more impressive for the beginner programmers he tailors his online content towards.
An idiot admires complexity. A genius admires simplicity. An idiot, anything the more complicated it is, the more he will admire it. If you make something so cluster he can't understand it, he's going to think...
That's literally Jordan Peterson. Idiots think Jordan Peterson is an intellectual because he overcomplicates things and just says incomprehensible gobbledygook. And then idiots are impressed by it, and it's like, wow, I can't even understand what he's saying. He must be really smart. But yeah, that's Jordan Peterson.
Think you're a god because you made it so complicated nobody can understand it.
Sverige does not actually eat a carnivore diet. He eats plenty of fruit. He also eats plenty of just normal people food. His ex-girlfriend has talked about him eating pancakes, waffles, and shit from restaurants. He eats whatever he wants, really. He might eat more meat than a normal person or something, but he eats normal food all the time.
other bizarre code lies, like Heartbound being supposedly ray traced in a highly efficient manner, but once again, more code savvy people took notice that in some of the game's updates, Jason makes notes for having to manually fix in-game characters still casting shadows when a light source has been shut off, which in the case of an actually ray traced game would be impossible to happen, even as a bug. An example of a 2D game that actually has advanced lighting mechanics is Intravenous, and it should be immediately obvious by just looking at his gameplay and then looking at Heartbound gameplay that they are definitely not the same. Captain Garbage, the same KF user who questioned the ray tracing claims, went through more of Jason's code, only to find that the entire game relied on extremely long arrays and switch cases, which was actually quite similar to the code of Undertale, which Jason criticized. I'll probably butcher this explanation, but this basically means that Heartbound, a game heavy on branching dialogue and minor decisions altering the course of the story, has each in-game event tied to an unbelievably long string of every in-game event that leads up to it and comes as a consequence of it. In turn, the longer the game goes on, every time your past decisions will affect what will happen next, all of those cases have to be checked, as they haven't been collapsed into something easily readable. Worse yet is that were Jason to ever go back and alter something he's written, he'd then have to go look for each instance where his code is duplicated, which may be happening dozens of times throughout the entire game. Now, the alternative presented by Captain Garbage is ironically called JSON, or JSON, which is exactly fitting for the kind of game Jason is making, and would allow for other programmers to have an easy time working on Heartbound, if that was ever his intention. Now again, I'm making my way through this explanation by the skin of my nuts here, and if you want better breakdowns of how bad his code is, other much more skilled people have already gone over that. But the key takeaways here are, firstly, it looks like Jason tried to make his code inefficiency similar to Undertale's, although he manages to outdo it. And secondly, this degree of amateur work is a sledgehammer to the reputation he built as some kind of programmer savant who hacked nuclear facilities or whatever. This isn't just inefficiency, this is slop of such nightmarish proportions that multiple people have pitched in to point out just how bad it is.
Dude, I really hope that Pirate Software code stream screenshots are like just very early rough drafts of what he's trying to do. I usually do something like that to get the idea out and then I refine it, so I hope that's what I'm seeing, otherwise I'm better than him.
Literally anything would be an upgrade over what is written here.
Seeing Pirate Software code is like those images of streamers trying to craft nonsense in Minecraft.
Either a web of lies or a web of his shit code.
Despite a lot of the criticism he's gotten, Jason has gone on to continuous
retard.
Pretty sure PF Young made this video as a post hoc rationalization for his abandonment of logic in the debate he had with you, where even his audience said he was blown the fuck out.
Every few months, I have to make a different version of the same basic video because I gain a bunch of new viewers, many of whom don't understand why I reject logical consistency as the ultimate.
If he says there's no value on logical consistency, then that means you can make any argument, any proposition, and you would just have to, like, accept it. Like 2 + 2 = 4. No, 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4. Who cares about logical consistency? 3 + 3 = 8. Math doesn't mean anything anymore. Like, you literally can't program code. Just everything breaks down. You cannot rely on any fucking, you know, like if you just do not adhere to the laws of logic and you say, I don't have to be logically consistent on anything, then anything and everything is true, can be justified. You don't have to have any sort of rationalization for anything. That's just so fucking lazy. This is what stupid people do when... this is what stupid people do who are also unwilling to admit they're wrong. So rather than just, like, I don't know, coming up with another bad argument, they're just so fucking lazy. They say, well, I don't care if what I say doesn't make any sense. What a fucking dickhead.
Of course Jordan Peterson is not smart, he is a Christian nut job, they are by definition not smart.
Well, we found out recently he's definitely not Christian, it's just a grift. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Hello from Europe, well hello, Sightit?
Ultimate measure of the truthfulness of an idea. The point that I'm trying to convey with a provocative title.
I don't know what he means by logical consistency. It has nothing to do with the truthfulness of an idea. So, like again, math. 1 + 1 = 5. Well, you know, we have, you know, the mathematical system, and 1 + 1 doesn't equal 5, but I say it does And just because it's logically inconsistent, that doesn't mean the idea isn't true. Like, what does that mean? What is truth anymore? What is truth if you can't adhere, like, if there's no interest in adhering to the laws of logic?
Title like the one for this video, is that logical consistency is obviously a useful tool, but it's completely useless if it's not brought into balance with vibes and intuitions. This is the reason I call people autistic so often. It's because being...
Okay, so my feelings matter more than anything that is truthful, verifiable.
If logic is not true, then I guess the sky is not blue, the ocean is not deep, or Disney's Dumbo was in fact based on a true story.
Yeah, that's basically what you get. Okay, so basically he's saying he thinks like a woman, and it doesn't matter if anything makes sense. How he feels matters more than, like, the real world. So you can prove to him that something's wrong or something doesn't make sense, and he doesn't care because he feels a certain way. Okay. I'm sure he's a nightmare to be around. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Claim that his code is efficient and easy to work on, and the only thing that really took time was writing the game story-wise. Funnily enough, he mentions here that part of why it takes him so long to write is that he does it in 6 languages, and he reworks every single puzzle and joke in the game in all of these languages. And him saying this is a one-of-a-kind combination of an insane lie and an implicit confession. The insane lie is obvious. He doesn't simultaneously write the game in 6 languages. He writes the game in English, and then if someone who speaks a different language wants to translate it, he's cooperative with it. The implicit confession part is that the reason why it's so difficult to translate his game is the previously mentioned switch case issue. Because all of the branching paths are interconnected, and dialogue options don't get collapsed into values that can be easily checked, whenever you edit what's written in a dialogue option, you have to go through the entire game's code to alter every other instance affected by that dialogue option, otherwise the game completely breaks. I know I've spoiled it a bit, but it shouldn't be surprising for you to find out that the game has remained an unfinished mess to this day. The original estimated delivery of the finished product on the Kickstarter was November 2017, but as that deadline approached, the game's website updated to state that the new date was in early to mid 2018. Then it was just 2018, no early to mid. And right beneath this question, he has some other entries stating that there will never be any DLC or sequels because he wants people to just get the entire story, saying that to even discuss a sequel would diminish what Heartbound could be at release. Then, in December 2018, the game comes out, and there's only 2 chapters out of 5. The 3rd chapter remains incomplete to this day, and monthly updates consist of minor bug fixes and irrelevant additions that don't get the game anywhere near completion. It took years for the game to even get a quit button so that you can close it without having to press Alt and F4, and it's still without volume sliders. The degree of abandon here is yandere dev tier, the Ozymandias of Undertale clones. Now, there can be arguments made that he's taking so long to finish it because he's the only one really working on the game, as the other people who are credited are an artist and a composer, and neither of them are programming it. But one counterpoint to that is exactly what we've been talking about up until this point. The reason no one else works on it may be that no one else can work on it due to how convoluted and horrific working on this thing can be. The other counterpoint is that Undertale, which was also made by one guy, with only the occasional help of an artist for visuals and such, and was also crowdfunded, was fully finished and released just 2 years after its Kickstarter campaign. You can also bring up Toby's other game, Deltarune, since it also released in chapters, but even then, the first 2 chapters released in late 2018, and now there's already chapters 3 and 4 out of a total of 7. That's 4 chapters in 7 years. And I should note that the first 2 chapters of Deltarune are completely free. We don't need to keep it confined to Toby's games either. Stardew Valley was made in under 5 years by a single dev. Braid was made in 3 years by a single dev, with only the help of a paid freelance artist. The first 7 Five Nights at Freddy's games, or 8 if you count FNAF World, were all made by a single guy. The answer as to why Jason's game is going on 10 years strong as an unfinished mess is simple. He's streaming instead of working on the game. Now, Jason really had no excuse for his lack of work on the game in 2019. However, ever since 2021, he started repeating a mantra that he had lost a whopping 9 months of development during the year of 2020 due to coming down with a big virus. Apparently, his illness was so awful that he suffered permanent lung damage and has to use an inhaler for the rest of his life. But once again, we come to the same question. Is this really true? Although Jason maintains this reasoning to this day, one user named Musashi's son begged to differ. By diligently going through his entire tweet history from 2020, we can see that in early 2020, Jason got sick twice, once in January and once in March. And both times, he saw an immediate improvement within a few days. In the March case, he went to the hospital and got diagnosed with pneumonia, which was later confirmed to actually be bronchitis. But regardless, he made it clear on Twitter that he was tested for COVID and that it came back negative. He does indeed mention that he'd been using an inhaler for his bronchitis, and although beating it was tough, he was back to his normal self and streaming by mid-April, releasing another minor update to Heartbound in May. In both instances of Jason being sick during the year of 2020, it actually affected.
He's like Boogie. All of these people pretend to have an illness that they don't have to get sympathy and make excuses. He's literally Boogie.
his ability to stream, which makes sense. What doesn't make sense is that although he beat his bronchitis in early April and made an update to the game in May, explaining that he lost about 2.5 months of work up until that point, there's no update for June, despite him streaming 13 days in June of 2020. If anything, while you recover from a respiratory issue, it should be easier to program than to stream. Yet he seems to only be capable of the latter. Then, all of a sudden, in July, he changes his story and claims it was COVID all along, with no mention of a new diagnosis or having gotten sick again, so it's clear he's talking about the illness he suffered from March to April that year. Fast forward to November 2020, and he completely retcons his original story, bringing us to a new timeline. He has been recovering for 8 months. Fast forward to 2021, and we get to the previously mentioned claims of having lost not 8, but 9 months of production to COVID. Keep in mind, he was streaming for 10 hours a day through the crushing majority of 2020, with no problem. Yet he couldn't work on the game. In a clever little boundary push, 9 months.
Like, this is such a stupid excuse. He streams all the fucking time. On a daily basis. For hours. Like everyone can see that you're fine. Like, I mean, this is like me fucking, you know, making up some fucking weird excuse. Hey, Vegan Games, why haven't you uploaded any videos recently? Oh, well, I have lung cancer, and I can barely talk, and, like, I can't work out or anything, and then, like, I can stream, and you see me, and I'm fine, and I'm, like, uploading workout, you know, updates, like on Insta. Like, this is fucking retarded.
Eventually turn into nearly a year. But after this latest development, Jason backs away from the COVID claims for the majority of 2022. Then, in June 2023, he goes on Twitter to announce that he has COVID, but this time, it only takes him 20 days to recover from it fully.
That was a hell of a thing. That's the second time I've gotten COVID. The first time took 9 months to recover. This one took probably about, I think it was in total about 20 days. So thankfully I'm back on it, and I'm back to working and stuff, so I'm sorry that there's no update, but I will see you guys all later.
Well,
who is less pathetic, Boogie or Pirate Software? They trade blows. At least Boogie will admit he lied. So I guess, in that respect, Boogie's less pathetic.
The first supposed COVID case is mired in lies. The second time is a lot more believable and has remained pretty consistent. Well, up until Jason decided to retcon it once again.
My recovery was about 2.5 years, so I got long COVID. My lungs shut down at one point. I almost died. They had me in and out of the ER for a long time. I can actually show you this in data. Kind of wild. We'll go to streams. I used to stream 7 days a week back in the day, and right here is where I went to DreamHack in January 2020, and I got COVID. And you can see what happened in my stream schedule. There were like months where I just streamed like 3 days.
This is from 2024, so over the course of 4 years, a bad case of bronchitis in March 2020, which took about 2 months to recover from, and a not so bad case of COVID in June 2023 that took 20 days to recover from, became one huge case of long COVID that started in January 2020. Here is the proof that Jason offers for this. He shows that his streaming schedule was pretty spotty during 2020, which could also be explained by him being lazy. But besides Musashi's in-depth analysis of Jason's history of lies, another sleuth took the time to go over literally dozens upon dozens of hours of Jason streaming during 2024 to see how much he actually works on Heartbound. I mean, he calls them dev streams, so he must get a lot done, right? Well, over 164 hours of streaming, he attempted to work on Heartbound for 15 minutes. 15. And I say attempted because all of those 15 minutes consist of him trying to open Game Maker and then something going wrong until he gives up and goes to do something else. Instead, he works on other random passion projects that he will never finish, or he plays Path of Exile, or he plays World of Warcraft for literally dozens of hours. At one point, he streams WoW for 24 hours straight. When people who are familiar with him and his streams point out how little he works on his game, he always responds listing all of the things he's extremely busy with, adding that he works on Heartbound every day. When this is
What a fucking lying fucktard. Dude, just admit that you're not gonna finish the game and you're lazy.
probably not true. But despite their similarities, Jason is no Yandere dev. And the reason I say that is because he is much worse. Not finishing his game is actually one of his lesser offenses. After years of toiling away at his streams, in 2023, he began going viral on YouTube. His clips of him started being uploaded.
Remember logic does not exist. I still remember when that flying circus elephant booped on my bike Kale and distor-eyed. It still feels like it happened just yesterday.
Yes. Even though it didn't happen, it happened because what really matters is the way we feel about things. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This is how the majority of people came to know him. And during this time, the consensus opinion on him was that he was a pretty good guy. People had no reason to doubt his credentials as a game dev and a savvy hacker. At least they didn't have a reason yet. By March of 2024, an interesting community decided to take notice of Jason. They were users of a subreddit that was focused on the MMORPG EVE Online, and they were accusing him of being an arrogant, pathological liar due to their experiences with him in-game. However, due to the fact that these people were concentrated in this specific games community, it failed to get any real traction. What people did start picking up on en masse is his voice, which sounded oddly deep in a very unnatural way. This was his explanation for it.
Went back to the doctor. Doctor's like, hey, sometimes in your early 30s, your voice can change as a man. And it's effectively second puberty. This is what I used to sound like. That's what I used to look like. This was 5 years ago. Wait for this. This is awful.
My hot dogs are freshly picked. I'm gonna...
Your voice can deepen over time. Usually it's related to the thickness of your neck. But weird things can happen. Yeah, being exposed to high levels of androgens for a prolonged period of time, your voice can deepen. So you have higher testosterone levels or even average, for a long enough period of time, your voice usually deepens over time. And if you take steroids, they can deepen. If your neck thickness gets larger, it can deepen. And there's like weird, that idiot fucking jackass I hate, Steve-O, talked about this. He has that weird fucked up voice thing. Apparently, like, his brain just got used to using, like, a certain set of vocal cords in his throat. So you can just get used to, gradually, slowly over time, get used to talking a certain way. But this guy's probably just gone to a voice coach because he didn't like the way he sounded.
Gonna have to peel it. I'm gonna have to peel my hot dog.
Yeah, that was it, dude.
Every good hot dog needs to be peeled.
Even if you buy into this second puberty thing, is it believable that it happens over the course of just 5 days? Because this is a clip of him speaking from May 11th of 2019.
Is this live stream of Chair Jam? It is. I just finished my chair. I'm ready to submit to the judges. I want to thank all of you guys for being here for, my chair building experience.
And this is a clip of him speaking from May 16th of 2019.
Donut? Oh my God, look at the donut. Oh, that is a powerful donut. Look how
So this is between 5 days. Yeah, I don't know if he just suddenly decided I'm gonna talk deeper.
strong these donuts are.
But in fairness, in the first clip, he clearly is in an unconventional streaming setup. So you could excuse it on that basis. The thing is, there are plenty of other clips where he's in his regular streaming setup, and it still sounds noticeably less deep and bassy.
The egg exploded. It blew up like a grenade. And the door of the microwave blew open. The door of the microwave blew open from the force of the egg exploding. And
the way that it sounds like it's peaking whenever his voice gets particularly bassy suggests that he at least has some kind of EQ that's really boosting the low end of his voice. Well, this has always been a topic of discussion, not just for Jason's detractors, but also his fans. Eventually, KF user Yats actually looked at the spectrogram of an interview Jason gave, and he noticed that whenever the audio consists exclusively of Jason talking, there is a very noticeable hole in the mid-range, almost as if he's lowering them out of existence. This can't just be a noise filter, because he still has high end on his voice, so his S's don't sound weird. This absent mid-range is not there whenever anyone else on the panel speaks. Additionally, there's a few clips of him where it sounds like whatever he has on his audio is struggling to function.
I don't know what that gives me, though. I don't know what is that supposed to do? How am I gonna put that shit in there? Oh.
Now keep in mind, his audio going out may just be compression to prevent his audio from being too loud. But the way his voice is crackling sounds a bit like how Formage sounds when you use autotune.
What is that supposed to do?
That's hilarious. They looked at the spectrogram.
How am I gonna put that shit?
Obviously, he's not auto-tuning his voice to any particular note, but what he could be doing is using an auto-tune based software like Throat, which can make your voice deeper without necessarily changing its notes. Outside of digital alteration, I haven't seen many people point this out, but it just sounds like he's trained his voice to sound more like that. One of the few times I did see someone remark about this was on Reddit, where someone said that he went from Peter Griffin to Brian Griffin, and indeed he did.
My name is Jason Thor Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I own my own studio, Pirate Software.
The way he over-enunciates and projects his voice sounds like how a conventional voice actor can sound, and Seth MacFarlane, the guy who voices those characters, can sound like that, although he doesn't force his voice to be deep all the time.
It has nothing to do with the fact that it's a black show. Well, I can't be tired at 1 in the morning?
Further solidifying this possibility is that basic self-training in voice acting is incredibly common in communities such as the furry community, which Jason was a part of. You may be aware of the fact that there are a few furry VTubers and such who do these kind of cartoonish voices, which are often also digitally altered, all of which is fitting to Jason's case. The thing is, it's not standard for this kind of VTuber to lie about their vocal training and using voice changes. As a matter of fact, plenty of them teach others how to do it.
Hi, my name's Renico. And I may not seem like it, but I'm a professionally trained voice actor who happens to be a VTuber.
None of this would even be a problem per se if Jason didn't lie about it. But then again, the crushing majority of Jason's problems wouldn't exist if he didn't lie.
You know, I've thought about like doing VTuber shit. Just because it just seems like there could be a huge cash cow. You know, potential. And the furry, like, especially with the furry community. I don't know if I could break into it. But, like, I see Gora Gora-chan, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, I'm not, I don't have a cute girl voice, but yeah, it's just nuts. The kind of money and viewership they make.
Lie. So I guess that's really pointless for me to say. Alternatively, there is another explanation, which is that Jason just recently hopped on testosterone, and he's going to be yoked out of his mind real soon. Now, even with people being skeptical of his voice, it didn't seem it affected his ability to be popular online. But as time went on, he became increasingly vocal when it came to his opinions on video games. Actually, allow me to correct myself. His expert opinion on video games. Because as he repeatedly put it wherever he could, he was an actual expert on everything video game related and everything cybersecurity related. Why? Because he used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. But keep in mind, he never really mentions it.
I literally never talk about it. When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard 7 years, yeah. Blizzard. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Your red team specialist for Blizzard Entertainment. And Blizzard. Because having worked at Blizzard. I grew up at Blizzard. Blizzard.
that this method should be abandoned, as it would result in the banning of innocent people who had nothing to do with these spy.pet bots. Eventually, Discord did something to prevent more spy.pet situations from happening, signifying they could have done something all along and just didn't account for it. Due to the obscurity of this little blunder, he didn't catch very much flack for it, but unfortunately for Jason, he was about to do the most violent sideshow Bob routine of continuously stepping on rakes that hit him in the face that the world has ever seen. But in order to get to the meat and potatoes of the controversy that led to Jason's ultimate downfall, we have to start with the appetizer. All the way back in 2019, Ross from the YouTube channel Accursed Farms made a video titled Games as a Service is Fraud. If you don't know who Accursed Farms is, you are hereby a certified baby and you are legally entitled to a pacifier. All the way back in 2007, when dinosaurs and giants still roamed the earth, Ross began his online career with a series of videos where he gave a voice to the protagonist of the Half-Life games, Gordon Freeman.
I'm not the only one who's late. Sucker!
Ever since then, he has cemented himself as a staple of the YouTube gaming community, and despite not being a huge channel per se, he's earned people's respect in kind of a similar way that someone like Angry Video Game Nerd has.
Oh my god, it's Bugs Bunny!
An OG of the community that has never switched up. With this reputation in mind, Ross pledging his allegiance to the cause of opposing games as a service was significant. To put it in layman's terms, games as a service means the companies that develop games have the power to completely eliminate a game from existence and prevent anyone from keeping it alive. In some cases, this means making it so that a multiplayer game can only be played on company servers and then shutting those servers down. In other cases, this means ceasing the sale of an older game both physically and digitally, but still going after anyone who tries to make the game available online. Most recently, an example of the latter is intellectual property laws in government institutions being weaponized against ROM sites by gaming companies, despite plenty of the games these sites provide no longer being sold by said companies. Despite not making any money off these games anymore, they still want to prevent anyone from quote-unquote pirating it, which ultimately pans out to be erasing the game from history and going after anyone who stands in their way. The specific focus of Ross's video is criticizing the legal concept that all purchases of games, digital or physical, constitute the purchase of a license, not of a product. And the company is free to end that license whenever they want to. You can get into the weeds of intellectual property laws while discussing this, which I'm going to avoid doing, but it's hard to not be sympathetic towards these efforts to conserve games, as well as all other digital media, especially if you play games or care about art at all. Now, 5 years after Ross posted this video, he made a new one on the same topic, this time announcing the largest campaign ever to stop publishers from
All right, we already know about this one. He basically just went after that, you know, protect games thing for no fucking reason. Let's see.
A lot of people really like live service games as they exist now. So trying to kill off all live service games, as some people have said online, doesn't...
Oh yeah, and somebody, like some people think the reason he went after this stupid stop killing games thing was because he may be developing a live service game.
Make any sense either. Live service games are a great way to get away from the real world. They are about social interaction between players. Some people get married in them. Some people met their spouse in them and then got married in them. It's a really cool thing for a point in time in which you're having that social experience. And to destroy that just because you don't like them is very weird.
To have gone through all of this and think that this is still some ploy to destroy all live service games is peak dishonesty. I don't even know why he's not just admitting he was wrong. It wouldn't even really hurt him that much at this point. Under this video, Jason left a comment addressing potential critiques of his argument. The first thing he goes after is the issue of monetization in private servers, where he suggests that having the government prevent it...
No, I'd never get a Neuralink microchip. Like... unless the technology improves massively, it's just a huge issue. So opening up your skull is not a good idea unless you really have to fucking do it. And you're going to permanently decrease the structural integrity of your skull, which protects your brain. So let's say you fell on your bike. Well, if your skull is nice and strong, well, it's not a problem. Well, if you get a like one of those microchips put in your brain, you're going to have a hole cut out in your head, and then they're going to put the thing back in. Well, now if you fall on your bike, that could be a much bigger issue, and you might fucking die. So I wouldn't do it unless there were some kind of huge benefits. It was very low risk. You know, they improved the technology where, like, maybe that particular problem isn't an issue anymore.
Would lead to a lot of red tape. But that red tape already exists. It's called DMCA. And whoever is the rightful owner of the game's IP can file a claim. Even if the company is shut down alongside the game, the IP can still be owned by somebody, whether it's by an individual or another company, in the case that, during its liquidation, the original company sold off its intellectual properties. Now, in the case that the IP became abandonware, then the original IP owner clearly didn't care to preserve it. The only problem with DMCA is that it currently is being abused against people who make free fan games and run private servers for no profit. The other case Jason presents is if people are allowed to monetize. And his counter-argument here is even more out of touch. He describes a situation in which a malicious actor uses bots and exploits to kill a game with the intent of firing up their own private server post-mortem to profit off of the game's demise. This is silly because if this malicious actor can profitably run a server of the game, wouldn't it be vulnerable to the same botting and exploits that destroyed the game in the first place? And if this malicious actor can prevent those exploits, can't the company who originally owned the game do the same thing in this scenario? As a matter of fact, isn't it the obligation of a company who provides a live service game to do everything in their power to keep their game intact? I think it's pretty obvious how this hypothetical breaks down on its own, but somehow Jason thought this point was so brilliant, he made an entire follow-up video dedicated to explaining it. The other points aren't nearly as deserving of coverage, just more gallivanting on Jason's part to make him seem like he knows more about this topic than anyone else. games. Ross eventually tried to communicate again, justifying his cynical stance on why politicians would pick the initiative up, but much like his previous attempts to get through to Jason, it yielded no results. Even in his follow-up video, Jason continues to be dishonest about private server practices.
How many of you have felt negatively when an MMO dies? Or when a live service game dies? Oh, dead game. There's only 5 people online. Why would I play that? So why would you want to preserve a game in that state? That doesn't make any sense to me. You want to take down these live service games, put them up on a private server, and then play it with a couple of people. You're not bringing it back at its height. You're not taking a snapshot of what the game actually is. You're making it limp on in a way that doesn't make any sense. That's not preservation.
Except that it does make sense, because the aforementioned private WoW server amassed over 800,000 registered accounts, with peaks of 150,000 active accounts in a given week, and over 18,000 concurrent players before it was shut down. Is that a pathetic snapshot of a dead game too? There are AAA live service games being released right now by legitimate companies that can't get 18,000 concurrent players. To give Jason credit, he does acknowledge that there are some private servers that are successful, but he then proceeds to shut it down as not a solution because it opens devs up to abuse, as if he had already established how that would necessarily be the case.
It opens up a route for abuse to the developers, so that is not a solution. Hi, my name is Jason Thorhall, also known as Pirate Suffer, and the other day I put out a video called Stop Killing Games, saying why I would not
which led some to believe he was involved or otherwise responsible in the flagging of the video. Given that this video had a big emphasis on the Emoto story, people's videos on him getting taken down, to this day, he maintains that he is not responsible for it. While all of this slowly unfolded, another minor side controversy also took place.
Found some good rage bait.
Let me take a look.
Super serious, and it's this right here, like burning the American flag. It's just, wallahi, it's a beautiful sight, but it's not enough. We need to burn down every capitalist and imperialist system that exists. We need to burn the US government, aka global terrorist organization, down to the fucking ground. We can no longer allow the worst, most violent, evil, disgusting people to lead us, because they're going to continue making the world a waking nightmare for everybody. So
They have no fucking idea. Like, we should ship them off to fucking Afghanistan, and then maybe they can tell us, you know, after they deal with that, assuming they don't just get killed, they can, like, maybe, you know, share what they think of America after that experience, how it relatively compares. Short guide on how to tell if someone hasn't actually read Nietzsche. Nietzsche was a nihilist. Nietzsche hated weak people and adored all brutal acts. If the only philosophy book they have on their shelf is Nietzsche, they low-key don't know shit about what he means. They think Nietzsche would admire Marquis de Sade or Jules Holden. I don't know who the fuck. Yes, I'm looking at you, 14-year-old who has totally read Nietzsche's books and biographies. They low-key can't decipher a Kantic sentence if they think Nietzsche rejected all morality, if the first thing that comes to their mind when they hear F.W. Nietzsche is Übermensch and not the will to power. Anything else? That sounds relatively accurate. Yeah, he definitely wasn't an, like, well, I don't know. I don't know if you could say he definitely wasn't a nihilist. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. It's a little unclear. But I haven't read Nietzsche's books. Everyone, like, really everyone... We live in a nihilist world. I mean, whether you believe it or not, you are a nihilist. Where do you think your moral values come from? So, but yeah, I don't know if Nietzsche consciously felt like, you know, he was the one who constructed, you know, his own moral propositions or, you know, moral ideas, and it wasn't something that you can, you know, find externally. I don't know what he really thought.
Why are people going to get now? If you have to give people a financial incentive to get vaccinated, what is that? Especially medical professionals, what does that tell you? If you have to give them and if you take away that financial incentive, nobody's going to get vaccinated ever again, right? That's what I'm to conclude, right? I mean, according to my friends in Hollywood who don't know anything.
Yeah.
I don't know how that logically follows.
So maybe we would just have to.
Jimmy Dore claims that Dr. Fauci has killed more people than Adolf Hitler. He adds that's not hyperbole. Didn't like 50 million people or some crazy number die during World War II? I don't know if he means like direct deaths attributable to Hitler, like, you know, the Holocaust, 10 million. Number of deaths during World War II. 70 to 85 million. The vast majority of deaths were civilian, with estimates ranging from 50 to 55 million. Military deaths are estimated to be between 21 and 25 million. So I don't know if he means like the Holocaust specifically, where it would be about 10 million, or if he means like all deaths during World War II, which, you know, Hitler started. But I can guarantee you there were not about 80 million excess deaths during COVID after like the vaccine rollout. This is just retarded.
How is that kind of crap allowed on any web platform without being taken down for hate speech?
I don't know. Like, it is Twitter, so. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
To pass some kind. I mean, I know Dr. Fauci should be in prison, and he's an unbelievable criminal, and I mean of the highest order. I mean, if so, he's killed more people than Hitler. Pushing the not only the gain of function research that gave us this virus, then lying.
I thought the virus was a common cold and nobody died from it.
About it, shaming anybody who knew the truth about it, but then pushing this pretend.
So wasn't this guy like pushing this idea that, oh, it's just the common cold, who cares, whatever. Now it's incredibly deadly?
Cure for it, which it never was a cure. It was never even a therapeutic. It's a thing that makes people sicker. And the Cleveland Clinic.
Yeah, that's why COVID deaths decreased after the vaccine rolled out.
Study found that out. The more times you get this vaccine, the more sicker you get from COVID, and the more likely you are to get it.
They never found that.
It has the exact opposite.
So he just makes things up, and that's just what he does. Jimmy Dore is a cunt. I can't stand him. I have to go take a pee again. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. I am back. There is a cockroach flying like crazy in my room. That sounds annoying. $2 look at what Trump just signed. Fair Access to Banking Act is picking up pace as well.
President Trump just signed a new executive order, and it could be the biggest news for gamers you haven't heard yet. Games are being censored, not by Steam though, but by the banks that handle the money. This new executive order is the first legal step in stopping this. Recently, if you haven't heard, some games were removed from the Steam store, but this wasn't because of a bug or a developer's choice. Instead, it happened because a big payment company like MasterCard decided that a few games were a reputational risk. This is a vague rule that lets them pressure a company like Steam to remove any games they don't like. As a result, the banks that handle the money for Steam got involved, creating a chain.
What is hilarious is all of these payment processors, you name it, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, PayPal, all the big banks, Chase, HSBC, they all launder money for criminals. All of them. Like drug cartels, international terrorist organizations, like, whatchamacall, fucking, Al-Qaeda. They all use these payment processors to transfer and launder money. So what the fuck do they care if somebody's selling hentai on the internet? You take money from criminals. Like, as if hentai is a bigger fucking problem. And by the way, they could, like, almost entirely eliminate that problem if they wanted to. They just know they would lose a fuck ton of business because, like, huge portion of their profits come from criminal enterprises. The only reason they don't do it is because they know they'll lose money. So, they, like, if they ever get caught, you know, accepting money from drug cartels or something, they just pay a fine, but the money they made in profit, it outweighs, you know, the fine. It's just fucking retarded.
The thing is, the Reddit poster believes nihilism means rejecting meaning wholesale. It really means rejecting inherent or discovered meaning. Nietzsche still said that constructing meaning is possible and is imposed through acts of will. Still a nihilist.
Yeah, that sounds like what a nihilist would say. Clearly not a moral realist. That sounds antithetical to moral realism, but, yeah. No, like, why does nobody know what nihilism means? No one understands it. It's fucking retarded. Well, thanks for the donation, Reddit retard.
Of pressure that led to the games actually being removed. This is a big deal because it shows that a third-party company that handles the money, not ships, and standards set forth by bank. Debanking is when banks or payment companies close accounts or rebank people. The payment debank people. The payment processors are essentially saying act urgently to
what did he sign?
To cryptocurrency companies, legal gun stores, and even anime stores. The White House to companies like.
Well, anyway, guarantee fair banking for all Americans.
Guaranteeing fair banking for all Americans. This is a direct response to what the president's office calls systemic abuses by financial institutions that undermine free expression and economic opportunity. This new rule tells federal groups that watch over banks to stop using vague reasons.
Well, that's good. Rare Trump W. So that's good. Trump is saving our video games and our hentai. Well, thanks for the donation too.
where Jason made a video coming out in support of the game engine Godot, as they were going through some turbulence at the time. Basically, here's what happened. Godot's official Twitter account made a tweet signaling the support of their engine being used to make woke games. Their words, not mine. A lot of gamers weren't particularly happy about this, and most of them replied to the tweet, asking them to keep politics out of it. In turn, the Godot Twitter account started blocking people left and right, which led people to figure out who was the manager of the Twitter account, only to confirm their suspicions that it was a very politically inclined person, and that the tweet was very intentional. Simultaneously, as people in Godot's own community server started getting banned for taking issue with the tweet, users did some research on the moderator who was responsible for these bans, Xananax, who apparently used to say the N-word a lot on Discord.
You and I are not so different.
The one caveat to this aspect of the story is that the server that Xananax modded for was not technically official, although it was frequently linked on Godot's own website as if it was. So for all intents and purposes, the server at least used to be Godot's community server. While the situation already didn't look great, the Xananax messages forced Godot's hand to apologize for the woke games tweet, although they maintained that the Discord server the mod was in wasn't official. Now, despite the apology, they continued to regularly block people, not just on Twitter, but also on GitHub, which prevented people from getting updates to the engine. This is a particularly questionable move, since Godot is heavy on their reliance on donations and financial support from its user base. During all of this, Jason noticed how big this thing was and decided to pitch in to basically reiterate Godot's official statements in a more didactic and vague way, so that people would question it even less. Of course, Xananax's random Discord messages from years ago aren't officially representative of Godot, even if the Discord server was vaguely tied to them. Based on what we see here, the worst they did was block people frivolously, which may have affected some donors. Ultimately, this means their loss, as sponsors who aren't into this kind of political signaling will pull out.
I think I know what's happening. I think woke is dead.
Strangely enough, one of the sponsors who pulled out was none other than Maldavius Figtree himself, whose Pirate Software logo mysteriously disappeared since this controversy. But all of this stuff was peanuts compared to what was about to happen.
No one understands what nihilism means, geez, and I thought humans were the smart set species on the planet.
I'm not sure if bears know what nihilism means, but, yeah. For being the smartest, I don't know why it's so hard for people to understand basic concepts. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
In January 2025, Jason was playing Hardcore WoW, which is a version of the game where if you die, you lose your character. During one of his streams, his party ended up getting more attention from aggro mobs than initially intended, so they decided to collectively flee. Now, I don't actually play World of Warcraft, but I'm going to do my best to summarize what happened here. The thing about fleeing in WoW is that the mage plays a significant role in it, as mages have the ability to crowd control mobs. Jason was a mage, so this was his responsibility, but instead, he spammed a spell called Blink, which teleported him way ahead of the rest of the party, leaving them to die. When confronted about his conduct, he claimed he had no mana, and thus couldn't have helped his party, despite having multiple items that would restore his mana and allow him to help his party.
That is outrageous, dude. You can't blame me for that shit. You make a bad poll, you make a bad call, that's on you.
He also lied and claimed his spells didn't have crowd control ability, and blamed everyone else for the deaths of their characters. Now, it may sound very silly that this was even a controversy. I mean, he was playing video games with other people. It's fake, who cares, right? But this actually is an important stepping stone to understanding the downfall of Pirate Software. It wasn't his screw job itself that sealed his fate. Instead, it was his compulsive inability to take responsibility. As surprising as it may sound, this botched Hardcore WoW run ignited a hate wave that I think was even greater than when he opposed Stop Killing Games, at least initially. He eventually made a tweet that presents itself as an apology, but when you look under the hood, it's anything but. He blames everyone else in the party for also having made mistakes, and makes sure to remind everyone that he is indeed a former Blizzard employee.
Pirate Software, don't mention you're an ex-Blizzard employee challenge.
Impossible.
This tweet got to 4 million views, and he deleted the original VOD of him playing WoW, almost as if he was trying to sweep it under the rug entirely. Due to Jason's inability to just take the fall, Sodapoppin, who is another streamer and the leader of their guild, which was called OnlyFangs, came forward on his Discord server and said this: I made the decision to kick Pirate from the guild. I felt a large majority of people in the guild felt uncomfortable playing or being around him, and all that drama that surrounded him at this point. Even though some people may not have felt that way, a lot did. And after seeing some clips today from him, quadrupling down, or I don't know what number we're on at this point, I think I'm making the right decision. But still, I feel bad. Try to just let this whole thing slide into forgetfulness and move on. Stay safe, gamers. This is about as polite as Sodapoppin could be, but clearly, it still got under Jason's skin, leading him to make this passive-aggressive tweet about it, followed by him suggesting that the entire guild was ganging up on him and being toxic. The news about this made its way back to Ross, who was still trying to promote Stop Killing Games, and this is what he said.
If you're against Stop Killing Games, and it's because of what you heard from Pirate Software, I think he represented Stop Killing Games as accurately as he represented his behavior in World of Warcraft and towards the World of Warcraft community. Yeah, like he said, the guild he was in was something like, it was built on hate. And from what I saw the guild, it didn't look like that. It looked like they're built on trying to have a wild time.
Monitor. And I liked the video. And I remember thinking in the video, I was like, damn, he's good at puzzles, man. I was like, if I was doing this, I'd be stuck. That's what I remember thinking. Okay? And then during this drama, I'm like reading some of the comments on this WoW drama, and somebody offhandedly mentioned that he faked it, that he like looked up a guide, that he like was clearly like he says things that happened before he gets there. He like, and I don't know if that's true, but I rewatched some part of the video, and with that knowledge, it looked so much different to me. So I'm not saying anything. This is not This is not, I don't know. All I'm saying is I wish someone smarter than me could look into it.
What you just saw was male pattern baldness representative. What you just saw was glizzy enjoyer. I'm sorry, that's not right. What you just saw was a streamer named Atrioc calling attention to this question, and he got what he wanted because people started looking into it. During his gameplay of Outer Wilds, which was specified in the title to be a blind long play, meaning he's playing the game without backseat gaming from the chat and without looking at guides, people noticed that whenever he got stuck in a part of the game, he started looking at his phone, until suddenly he had an epiphany of how to solve the puzzle. Eventually, people did the same thing to the long play that Atrioc had watched, which was Animal Well, and once again, the same pattern of behavior appeared, with Jason suddenly getting eureka moments and solving things in an instant without ever working for the solution. He eventually caught wind that people were noticing and claimed he was playing games on his phone or texting.
Why did you cheat in Outer Wilds? What? How the hell would you cheat in that game? Bro, we played it all live on stream. All right, bud. It's a wild ass thing to say. You were typing, they assumed you were Googling? No? I was probably playing Monster Hunter. Like, I've been playing that shit on phone for ages. I always keep it right here. Unless I was typing to somebody or texting to somebody. I don't freaking know.
Yeah, okay. Perhaps the most glaring example of him accidentally slipping up and revealing he prepared for a playthrough beforehand was his playthrough of Tunic, where he repeatedly managed to read messages written in the game's cryptic language without a reference sheet, or reference parts of the game that he hadn't reached yet as if he knew them beforehand. Maybe he was sick of making a fool out of himself while gaming, so Jason decided to return to another one of his supposed fortes, hacking. Although that didn't go that well either. In the midst of doing one of his masterclass demonstrations, he thinks that he's figured out some kind of cyber attack involving something called a jump box, while inadvertently admitting on stream that he just walked into a VPN called Tunnel Bear without realizing he did.
Providers Tunnel Bear, domain is digitalocean.com. Server for rent. Yeah, server for rent. 100%. Normal stuff. So likely this is a rented server from a dude that's using this for text. There's your attacker. There's his jump box. We have this jump box.
The negative feedback was just mounting more and more, and in order to stave it off, Jason was banning people in his chat by the thousands. 30,000 to be specific.
At first it started because they didn't like my take on a political initiative, and now it's turned into how much money can I milk out of this. So have fun. Okay. 322 already? Yeah. No, resets every day, yeah.
Oh, you're going to hear a number that he keeps calling out that's going to get bigger and bigger. That is the amount of...
Cbot donated $2. He was joking, and TikTok's going crazy. What's your opinion on this? They're doxing him and all of it.
Cut this shit out, loser. This is all this nigga's account, by the way. This nigga is genuinely
Nietzsche's concept of eternal recurrence. If you had to live your life exactly as it played out eternally, like every time you die you respawn and live the exact same life, would you care? Would you feel existential despair? Or embrace it?
It'd be fine. I wouldn't really care. Whatever, you know? At least I get to sniff butts and play video games and shit. Thanks for the donation, retard. I don't think I could ever get bored of sniffing butts. Butts are great. You know, I don't understand people who are into tits. Like, you know, tits are nice, but how do you not like ass? Like, really enjoy ass? I can understand the appeal of boobs, but butts are better. Like, it's a hole that you can smell, poke around in, you know? It's a business end.
the biggest weirdos on TikTok. I can't believe I'm giving this nigga attention, but someone has to speak up about that.
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Cbot.
Bans that they are doing on people in his stream at that point. It actually gets over 1,000 for this day.
Consequently, his stream, which used to bring in over 20,000 concurrent viewers, had dwindled to less than 8. It's still a very good number, but judging from how quickly the number was dropping, it wasn't looking good. Additionally, Steam itself became one of Jason's distractors at this point, since in February 2025, they implemented notifications to early access games that notified potential buyers of how little a game was being updated. And unsurprisingly, Heartbound was hit with it. And this looks particularly grim, since his game was now flooded with negative reviews that Steam deemed legitimate and not the result of gratuitous review bombing. So, with nothing safe from the vitriolic hatred of trolls, what was left for Jason? Well, malding on Twitter, which had become a regular pastime of his at this point. While most of it isn't worth any attention, there is one in which he refers to his 12+ hour streams just a couple of lines before he tells someone to go outside. Insane behavior.
Do you do anything to maintain your physical fitness? I touch grass, my dude. I go outside. Yeah. Yeah.
Just so you know that this clip isn't out of context, he elaborated on it as well.
How about workout? I have to work the land here. So there's a lot of land, and I have to do things in it. I also have to keep weights next to my desk so that I don't turn into a slug human. So anytime I'm doing meetings, I'm using these. Because it's important.
I don't mean to make fun of someone for how little they can lift, but that 2.5-pound dumbbell is not standing in the way of any slug transformation. If early 2025 was bad for him, from March onward, he started plummeting at freefall speed. The first thing to go was the last glimmer of hope for Heartbound, as people noticed that he'd been saying the third chapter of the game was 97% finished since 2023. But by April 2025, not only was the chapter still not finished, but he even managed to not put out the monthly hotfix quote-unquote update. Keep in mind, he only adopted his monthly update ethos in January 2025, right around when Steam started putting notices of slow updates for early access games, which affected Heartbound. This means that just 3 months into Despair updating his game to keep it from being punished by Steam, he was already failing to fulfill his promise just a couple of months later. And on the 11th, many days past his monthly update deadline, he announced that he was having internet problems. All of this is quite ironic, considering this is the kind of stuff he was saying on stream.
I don't break my promises to my players. Because if I did, then I wouldn't be making games, right? They would show me very quickly, like I have a whole section on this. You are never above your community, and you're never too important to spend time responding to them. The moment you think you are, they will show you how untrue that really is. Don't forget that, and I mean that. If I screw them over, if I lie to them about that stuff, then they are well within the right to tear me down, and they have every ability to do so. Because I don't...
Butts have a hole where poop comes out of it? Yeah, that's what makes them great. I love the smell of girls' butts. Like, it's just fantastic.
Exist without them.
He is technically right because he's A, not making games, and B, he is being torn down. In the same month he missed the update, Kronos announced Jason was beginning to work on a new game, and that he'd be accepting unpaid concept art from volunteers, in exchange for being credited. What a steal. If anyone dared point out that he spent all of his time streaming and getting into Twitter drama instead of making his game, he just accused them of not being a genuine buyer. Even his own Discord members were complaining about how little work got done on Heartbound, while Jason kept starting new projects like podcasts. The saddest part is that there are people so under his spell that they continue to white knight him. When a member of his Discord said Jason spent 15 hours a day playing video games, someone actually corrected him, saying Jason only played video games for 12 hours a day. Wow, that's so much better and more productive. Then people say that Jason works on Heartbound off stream to avoid spoiling the game's story, despite Jason himself previously expressing that spoiling Heartbound wasn't a concern due to how many routes the game had.
Also, do you worry about spoilers when developing games on stream? I don't worry about spoilers for Heartbound, and the reason why is because I have thousands of routes in the game. And because I have thousands of routes, what you see on stream is a very small piece of a very large iceberg. And that's when I'm able to build things on stream.
5 minutes later.
Someone asks, why do you work on this off stream? Because it's full of spoilers. There's so many things in this that I don't want to show to people, or things that just aren't ready, that if I show you on stream, it's just going to ruin pieces. Like, likely you'll never see those locations. But on the off chance you would, I don't want you to be.
Like, it's so stupid. He doesn't work on the fucking game.
Kiwi Toothpick with 569 bits said NPNP. They deserve it.
I think it's worth taking an aside here to mention that pretty much all of the turmoil Jason had experienced up until this point probably could have been avoided if he just didn't get into drama. If he spent, let's say, 6 hours a day streaming and the rest of the day working on Heartbound, while his coding would probably still be pretty amateur.
What's the cycle? I'm on 30 milligrams testosterone per day, 4 IU's growth hormone per day.
And bad, he would actually finish the game at some point, I assume. But instead, it seems like he can't help himself but get caught up in all of these weird little controversies. Controversies that ultimately don't make him look good and don't benefit him in any way. Now, in late April, Jason gave an update to his Discord where he said, honestly, the amount of negativity when I do release content for the game doesn't really make me want to work on it more than I am. The amount of people acting like the world has ended over an update being delayed on a $10 indie game that's been in development 4 years is absurd at best and more than likely just a means to bash me at this point. If you're so invested that you act like an asshole over it, go somewhere else. It's not a means to bash you. It's a reason to bash you. And the people who paid for it aren't gonna go somewhere else. You owe something to them. They paid for a product and they never got it.
If I screw them over, if I lie to them about this stuff,
then they are well within their right to tear me down, and they have every ability to do so.
You gotta go over there. The guys start returning your phone calls. I know. They miss your payment. They start acting like they're doing you a favor if they give you anything. And then you gotta spend all your time hounding them. You gotta get your arms around this thing.
In the meantime, streamers who tried to play the game in its current state noticed that despite all the hotfix updates, the game was still fundamentally broken, as you could corrupt your save file by pressing the spacebar in menus or during cutscenes, apparently because the spacebar was the quick save button. These Steam reviews reflected the situation pretty appropriately. After so many years, I forgot about this game. Seems the developer did too. 7 years past the original release date, updates consist mostly of added some dialogue, which then is being listed scene by scene on the Steam updates to inflate the otherwise empty patch notes. Developer is openly hostile to any criticism, bans anyone who dares to not pat him on the back or kiss his ass. It makes no sense for a 2D RPG story-rich game to have these extremely minimal, barren monthly updates. While he generally didn't engage with the negative reviews, when someone brought up a sensitive topic, he went out of his way to respond. Such was the case when a user brought up how inconvenient and pointless his Steam achievement-based DRM to prevent piracy actually was, considering it was for an unfinished 2D RPG Maker game with not that much public interest. Jason instantly locked the topic on Steam and gave a one-line response saying that he had no interest in adapting the game for platforms outside of Steam. While the updates eventually started coming out again, it was more of the same, with no third chapter in sight. Heartbound, along with Jason's reputation as a game dev, was dead and buried. And the final nail in the coffin was a YouTuber named Coding Jesus, who released some videos reviewing Heartbound's code and concluding that the game is simply unfinishable. These code reviews turned into a whole situation of their own, as Jason's fans apparently tried to take Coding Jesus' videos down.
They've started brigading my channel and mass reporting videos on multiple platforms. Since neither Jason nor his fans have actual arguments against my videos.
Dude, like, how does he have this army of retarded simps? Why the fuck do they care? if some guy says, like, his game can't be finished and he sucks at coding.
They resort to smears, ad hominems, and shady tactics in order to get the videos
really
removed.
fucking
This
weird.
video in particular, debunking Jason's ray tracing solution for his 2D game, was flagged as selling illicit goods.
Many people believe that this game will never be finished. Every day, it's looking less and less likely that the third chapter will ever come out, and the fourth and fifth are beyond consideration. The game is so doomed that its Wikipedia page has recently been deleted, and that's because the majority of the wiki was made by him, causing an obvious conflict of interest. But as bad as this is just the first jab that led to Jason's ultimate knockout. The second jab was an interview, or maybe consultation he did, with content creator psychologist Dr. K. You guys probably know who Dr. K is. He's interviewed a lot of different Twitch streamers and decided to basically psychoanalyze them on a live stream. And honestly, I have no idea why Jason chose to do this, but here's a snippet of how the conversation went when the topic of Jason's arrogance was brought up.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase. This gets misconstrued as...
Retard, donate $2.
Boy! Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar. And, you know, I got that big old smile on my face because, ladies and gentlemen, me and my best friend Ryan, all right, we were so wasted. Me and Ryan started fucking making out for the hell of it. We got real gay with each other. I'm a fucking computer engineer. I'm a fucking computer engineer. I'm just an engineer. I feel like a doctor as an engineer. I called myself an engineer while not being a degree-holding engineer. If you still feel wronged and this does not suffice for you, then I don't really give a fuck.
Yeah, basically. Mudahar is a piece of shit. I can't fucking stand that guy. I've known he's an idiot for a while, and now everyone else has figured it out. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Arrogance, but in reality, it's this. Yeah. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, oh, yeah, so you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
Right? I'm right. So you're subjectively, you're thinking, you have blind spots. You're wrong. Like, I'm objective and you're subjective.
During this interview, Dr. K kept trying to probe into the controversies that Jason was involved in to try and understand what processes led to his current situation, and Jason kept feeding him incomplete answers. Dr. K picked up on this and pointed it out as blind spots in his narrative, but ultimately he never managed to cut through, as Jason couldn't wrestle his way out of his defensive delusion.
Right, so we heard a long story from you. Even if it's congruent with reality, one word of what you did wrong, smug, and then 99 words of what other people did wrong. Even if it's correct, I'll agree that it's correct. My point is that when a human being shows up and says, I did one tiny thing wrong and everyone else did 99 things wrong, the reception that they're going to receive is not going to be pleasant.
The thing is I don't know if that's always the case.
One is, once again, this pattern of the more I do something right, the more wrong someone appears to be. Right? So I tried to listen to them. They became more unhinged. They became more unbending. So that can absolutely be the case. But do you see how this is another scenario where you behaved correctly and someone else behaved incorrectly?
I feel like that is an incorrect response. Because the first thing that'll be brought up is they always say, well, you didn't accept the blame. Like, oh, here's this post.
No.
What took everyone else so long to figure it out but not you, though?
Everyone's just an idiot. It was very obvious that the guy is just a attention-seeking dipshit and he has nothing important to say. Figured that out after watching like 2 of his videos. His opinion on veganism is fucktarded, so that's a really easy one that, you know, obviously nobody cares about. And most people also didn't pick up on the fact that he, despite claiming he's like a computer engineer, he didn't know how to install Linux properly. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
What did you hear me say?
No, my neck pain isn't totally gone. It's better. Still got like a bit of a knot here. I think it has something to do with just the way I sit down in this chair, because I don't ever get neck pain during the day. It's just when I'm streaming, so I don't know if I'm doing something weird when I'm like sitting here. It's kind of weird.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, so
and yeah, I'm still
just pointing,
training.
your statement was, I tried to listen to people and they became more unhinged.
Yeah.
So I want you to
I
code...
think the people that are still...
No, don't worry about the people. Hold on. Okay. Code that sentence. Look at the grammar of that sentence.
Because it's objective?
I did something right and they did something wrong. That's the way. That's what I hear when you say those words. And this could be where your disconnect is. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I'm just saying, here's another statement that you made. I tried to talk to people. They're crazy.
I think there's an objective reality there, though. When someone comes in and says, you didn't take any accountability for this, and I go, here in this post I said I did this wrong, here on this video I said I did this wrong, and they go, that never happened. Like,
okay.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Very good. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay? So, I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy. Okay, so bear with me, Thor. Try. Don't read chat. Focus.
As Dr. K was gridlocked by Jason's unbreakable narc aura, their conversation came to a dissatisfactory ending. The gist of it is Jason overemphasizes the instances in which he's justified and others are wrong, and minimizes every instance where that's not the case. Even if he acknowledges them, he plays them down, like the WoW situation. While remaining mostly technically correct about the details, this is a kind of doublespeak, using tiny morsels of truth to convey an overall dishonest narrative while ignoring what goes against it. A month later, this second jab was swallowed by a devastating cross. But in order to get it, we have to establish a tiny bit of context. Is this relevant? Well, because people realize that although Jason did his damnedest to completely erase any trace of him taking part in the furry community from the internet, this same effort was not carried out by his significant other, Shay. Shay's Second Life profile, which was still up, listed Jason as partner, and listed the groups they were a part of. One of these groups was TDAC Wild Dogs, a group for ferals to congregate. Now, a feral is a furry who prefers their sona to have the anatomy of an animal, as opposed to anthros who prefer their sonas to be humanoid. A lot of people found this concerning because a cursory look through Shay's accounts on other furry websites lead to a fur affinity account named Necrophile. This account not only identifies Shay by name, but has a picture of Shay as the profile ID. Now, if you check the gallery of this fur affinity account, you immediately find a lot of not safe for work art, some of them depicting animals in diapers, or otherwise, they're clearly meant to be children.
Oh, wow. How in the fuck did he find a girl like this? Dude, what the fuck is going on?
Children. This page has since been hidden by Shay. All of this is to establish that both Shay and Jason are unconventional, to say the least, when it comes to intimate relations. This brings us to the Lyric Wolf allegations. Before I even get into it, I'd like to preface it with the fact that Lyric Wolf was not a minor, and no criminal charges have ever been brought against Jason for sexual impropriety. Over a long Twitter thread and an accompanying website, Lyric claims that Jason and Shay worked together to have Lyric commit to an exclusive relationship with Jason, despite this degree of commitment not being shared by him. These efforts supposedly culminated in Thor being intimate with Lyric Wolf in a hotel room during TwitchCon. A day later, when Lyric was walking around with Shay, but Jason wasn't there, Shay mentioned he had a secret wife. This supposed secret wife would then be a third person Jason was simultaneously with during this time. When Lyric brought this up to Jason, he instantly became standoffish and hostile, although he didn't exactly deny he had a wife either. Lyric then went back to Shay and communicated what happened, but in the process of doing so, Shay discovered that Jason had been intimate with Lyric, which apparently was a violation of whatever relationship arrangement this kind of thing is, where Jason was supposed to communicate whenever he'd be with someone else. Now, after they fell apart, Lyric admittedly lied to PayPal to make a chargeback to a donation he'd made to the Pirate Software Studios, and Jason responded by making a DMCA against Lyric's YouTube channel.
Shit just got real so quick. 0 to 100.
Well, shit got pretty gay and weird, that's for sure. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Which culminated in some public back and forth that never got any attention. Both of Jason's responses from 2019 and 2025 focus exclusively on the fraudulent chargeback and Lyric allegedly doxing his phone number when sending their conversation to someone else. Whatever the case may be, the extremely extensive chat logs Lyric uploaded seem legitimate and contained original pictures of Jason found in them that cannot be found available online. Additionally, Lyric shared court records that prove Jason was indeed married at the time this story took place. While these claims ultimately aren't that scathing, Jason clearly put forth an inordinate amount of effort toward maintaining a furry ERP harem exclusively committed to him while keeping all of it a secret. But despite not being too damning as far as accusations go, you can imagine how this further lowered his standing in the public eye. If the previous controversy was a KO, this whole thing was a hammer fist follow-up shot. If he ever had a chance to regain his audience, that chance was quickly slipping. Fortunately, not all was bad, because his catastrophic downfall served as fuel for the Stop Killing Games campaign. As 1 year after their initial clash, Ross decided that, as the deadline for the EU petition was approaching, it was time to finally put his thoughts about pirate software into a video. As it turns out, despite how much Jason's anti-Stop Killing Games campaign was a PR nightmare for him, he enjoyed sort of a Pyrrhic victory against SKG. As according to Ross, Jason's video was effective in drying up the initiative signatures. Despite how justified Ross was, he was simply way smaller than Jason was at the time, and for all intents and purposes, SKG was doomed to fail. Or was it? Well, if this was purposeful on Ross's part to get Jason talking about it again, it worked, as Jason made a tweet doubling down on his original stance in as ignorant a way as ever, explicitly saying he will never talk to Ross and considers the entire thing rage bait. Jason immediately regretted this decision and took his tweet down, crying and complaining to his hug box about the hate, but it was too late. The same day this little exchange was going down, none other than Moist Critical decided to signal boost SKG to the tune of a little under 4 million views, which poured gasoline, paint thinner, and lighter fluid on the fire of support for SKG and hatred for pirate software. After taking down his tweet, Jason also took down his stream and fired up another one to get rid of any of his engagement with the Ross video, which is kind of funny considering this clip.
Never accept responsibility? No, I 100% accept responsibility for my own words. That's why I left those videos up, and I'm not taking them down.
As his audience was simply not large enough to counteract all the negative feedback he got whenever he streamed or tweeted, he holed himself up in his Discord server where he...
How can a guy like this in the video possibly get a woman to like him?
Well, you find a weird freak who's into furry baby diaper porn. Fucking weird. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
he melted down for the rest of the day. Eventually, he went back on Twitter to double down on his stance, not out of courage to stand up to the majority, but instead because he has no other motives in his repertoire. Among his reiteration of his points, he blatantly lied and claimed he never took any of his videos down, which Ross pointed out in a reply. While Jason initially tried to claim internet outages were responsible for the vanishing VODs, he randomly removed this line and claimed instead he took down the VOD because of harassment. What's pretty interesting here is despite saying many times he would never be willing to engage with Ross, Jason kept replying to him on Twitter, fishing for a gotcha moment that never came. This means that he was perfectly okay with engaging with Ross. He's just not okay with doing it on stream. During this period, Jason was extremely tense and sensitive during streams, banning anyone he even suspected was going to be negative towards him.
EDAGFTDNADGFSNM with $10 said you should remember what Dr. K.
Within one day of his first video on SKG, Charlie made a second video, this time focusing more on Jason.
Anyway, he did delete that tweet, but just a little while ago, he made a new tweet, a very long tweet, as well as a series of tweets under it in regards to this whole thing. And in all these words, all this mumbo jumbo, not once does he say he was wrong about anything. In fact, he just continues to double down, even proudly stating he is doubling down. Wow, how incredibly noble, doubling down on things you are provably, blatantly wrong about. And it prompted me to reach out directly to him, to talk to him, to see, like, why isn't he acknowledging that? Is there a reason? Like, what is going on there? So I did. He made it very clear he was not very happy with my coverage of Stop Killing Games, which is fine. I think that's totally fine. I'm not going to leak DMs or really go in depth on our private conversation, but the point of me reaching out to him was to talk about his refusal to acknowledge that he did, maybe unintentionally, misrepresent Stop Killing Games, and it led to a just shy of 2 hours, like, circular argument that ultimately got us nowhere. He was more focused on his qualms with Stop Killing Games and really liked to challenge me to prove him wrong about some of his hangups with it. We got nowhere.
Despite Charlie making it a point to mention he wasn't going to leak their DMs, the first thing Jason did upon the release of the video was leak their DMs to his Discord server. Given Charlie mentions that Jason repeatedly tried to get him to challenge him, I think what Jason intended to get out of this from the first moment he made contact was getting a debate stream with Charlie. When that didn't happen, and Charlie nonchalantly put him down in a video, which was pretty fair considering Jason's attitude, he settled for the next best thing, villainizing him in his hug box. If you actually read what Jason is saying here, he's complaining that Charlie didn't just continue to talk to him about this indefinitely, as if the two were friends, which may have been what Jason wanted ultimately. After all, for a year at this point, he did everything to avoid talking to someone about SKG directly. But when Charlie, one of the people with the most clout online, reached out, suddenly he's talking. A few days after this controversy involving Charlie went down, former Blizzard dev designer Dave came out in support of SKG. Finally, a real Blizzard dev with over 20 years of experience. This guy actually did 20 years too. Unbelievable.
First and foremost, as a game designer, I have a vested interest in my work remaining in the public eye in some fashion. I honestly don't care if it's pirated or sold without any compensation returning to me, because pretty much everything I've worked on is pirated or sold without any compensation for me. So what I care about is that people get to play and enjoy that work. What Stop Killing Games is trying to do is change EU laws that are currently vague, which allow companies to abandon their games while the people who purchase them may never be able to play them again without some form of piracy. All that the initiative desires to do is to require these companies to have some form of end-of-life measures so that people who paid money for these games can continue to play them long after the development team is laid off.
Hearing from people with actual boots-on-the-ground knowledge speak on this topic is like water to a man dying of thirst in the desert. Next came the YouTube channel GNCA, who collabed with Ross to promote SKG. Then, a KF user named Definitely Not Me.
This is pizza. This is not spaspas paspas 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 spaghetti.
Well, that's good. I prefer pizza over spaghetti. Thanks for the donation, Snade.
He made a design for a pro SKG poster based on the guy from Postal, and video promoting the initiative.
I fucking hate Jacksepticeye. Fucking jackass.
Which now sits at over 1 million views, skyrocketed from 16,000, trying to dunk on him, mentioned anything negative.
Death of Faggot donated $2. Dude, why is India so gross? No! Like, smack that kid.
Job. If you go get a job, they're gonna take my Section 8. Then you won't be able to get no Section 8. You're not going to get no job. They're gonna count your income against my Section 8 and my link card. You're not working. No. So I don't care what you gotta say. I don't care how you feel. You're not working. You're not going to get a job. You're not going to school. You're not doing none of that shit. Get on Section 8. Find you a nice apartment. Go get you a link card. You will be fine. You don't have.
Is this real? People literally think like this?
You have to sit up and work. You don't have to work no job. The government is here to help us. Getting.
Yeah, that's a real thing, it seems. Jeez. My God. Well, thanks for the donation, Death Faggot.
In his Twitch chat. As he clammed up completely and his sycophantic followers continued to make increasingly delusional responses to criticism, the collective efforts of Reddit, Kiwi Farms, European gamers, and gamers in general, and a number of YouTubers who went out of their way to support the movement, and probably most importantly, the continuous efforts of Ross over the course of half a decade, Stop Killing Games managed to rally a massive amount of support. In May, they were just a few months away from their deadline and only had 400,000 signatures, 1 million signatures away from the goal. It looked like it was over. But you know what they say about what's inside every "it's over"?
In the midst of "it's so over," I found there was, within me, an invincible "we're so back."
In under 2 months, the glistening, white-hot hatred of hundreds of thousands of people for one smarmy, furry pseudo-game dev made itself manifest. And just like that, by July 3rd, the initiative got to over 1 million signatures. Just as Ross published his major update to the campaign, Louis Rossmann re-entered the fold and started avidly promoting and donating to his cause, followed by none other than the original creator of Skibbity Toilets. With this final push, the initiative met its final destination, 1,400,000 verified signatures. While this was all just literally an initiative, it's a major step forward in a conversation that just wouldn't have happened were it not for an extremely unlikely set of circumstances, the perfect storm. Now, after this happened, there were a few developments to Jason's online presence. Since his game is probably dead and his popularity on YouTube was well on its way to meet the same fate, he had made his last stand on Twitch, but even that has started.
Dodo donators, with mothers like that, no wonder our generation is failing. Yeah, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
To look sour. For the time being, this is probably one of the best outcomes this story could have. SKG succeeded, and Ross is drawing a lot of eyes to the right places, while Jason, not Thor, Hall's online presence, has been relegated to his Twitch worshippers, a number of people which seems to be dwindling to this day. With that, I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching.
Warning! Well, fuck Pirate Software. Fucking cocksucker.
Was my question, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna, if any of you dicks say, I'm not answering this question directly, I'm going myself on stream in a video game, okay? Can you hire employees in my ideal system?
Yes.
The answer is no. You would have to go to the capital owners, which are the public in this case, and get them to capitalize your business, and you'd have to have a shared ownership structure.
Welcome to the show. We have an audible connection now. So let's just get this on the road and we'll get to it. So welcome. Yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we have discussion to have kind of like
correction, WIC, correction already, moderator interference. The people asked for this to be set up.
The people. Okay. So the socialism strikes already. Okay, well, voice of the people, Econoboy. Why don't we do this?
I don't know if I'm going to bother taking melanotan, and there's still like another month or two-ish left of summer, maybe.
We're just debating on capitalism and socialism today. And the first question I have for Econoboy, and we're going to give the mic to him, is when you say you're a socialist, what do you mean? Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought we were doing opening statements.
This is your opening statement. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, sure. Okay. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of misunderstandings about my position, so I figured doing this discussion directly would, I don't know, help clear some of that up at the very least. I know a lot of people don't listen, okay, so hopefully they will today. To answer that question right off the bat, socialism is when you collectively own the means of production, and by the means of production, that's basically businesses. I think that's what socialism is. That's the broadest kind of tent of socialism that I think is the biggest through line of socialist thinkers. And I guess to go on with my opening statement, even though it was phrased as a question, why is this preferable to capitalism? So I fundamentally now describe myself as a socialist because I came to a developed egalitarian view where egalitarianism is something that I think is intrinsically valuable for a number of reasons. We can relate to each other as equals. I think that's a good thing, morally speaking.
Gay. So this dude is just fucking gay. Just a retard loser.
I think that the distributional principle of essentially equal access to advantage, where advantage is welfare and resources, established by G.A. Cohen, I think those are sensible egalitarian views as well. And capitalism kind of violates this in a number of ways. It violates it because of the...
Yeah, if you're better than everybody else, well, you're not allowed to get more than everyone else. And people who suck and drag ass, they get just as much as you, no matter how hard you work, no matter how hard you try, no matter what you do. Fucking losers who drag down society should get as much as you. That's egalitarianism. Apparently, that's good to not be fair.
Private ownership of the means of production, sort of unequally distributing wealth in society, right? And unequally distributed wealth means unequally distributed capital income, but it also means unequally distributed power in society, right? Wealthy people have a lot more power. They have a lot more, as Ryan Mullally would say, capacity, but I would just say freedom. And I think that that's probably not.
Yeah, because we want poor, broke, fucking retards who can't do shit to have as much power in society as highly intelligent, productive, hardworking people.
Good, especially on balance of your other values. Essentially, if we can create a more equal society without destroying the economy or, destroying innovation or something like that, then I think that we should do it. And then maybe you'd sacrifice some level.
Yeah, because when you look at communist countries, they're well known for innovation, right?
of like utility or something for some like radical increase in equality, perhaps. And so I think that that's just something that is important. I think that inequality itself needs a reason to exist, and our current unequal society just doesn't have a good enough reason, if you ask me. Now, to go on to finish out, I'll talk about my model very briefly. I think that the capital allocation, profit motive, like these kind of competitive processes are important. The way that
Trying to get into anime, but a lot of the voice acting in them is overly dramatic. Any recommendations? I don't know what you mean by that, and I don't know if you're listening to dubs or subs, but the anime that I recommend most people watch, if they're not like a big anime fan, is Death Note. So the English dub of Death Note is great, good voice acting. It's a much more like American style anime. It doesn't have a lot of anime tropes, and it's a supernatural crime thriller. So I would just start there.
Capitalism kind of works today is that we have huge asset managers that allocate a huge proportion of the capital in society. And so basically what I'm saying is we should transition that process, that capital management asset process, from private hands to public hands in the form of sovereign wealth funds and holding corporations, to where we can eat up a large chunk of the economy, if not the whole economy, if things just end up working out really, really well by doing this. One small caveat before I give it over to Wick and Destiny is when I reference countries, I've heard people say that I said this, I've never said this, and I won't say it today. I don't think that the Nordic countries are socialist countries, okay? I think that socialism is when you collectively own the means of production. Societies exist on a spectrum between total private ownership and total collective ownership, the socialist ideal, the capitalist ideal. The Nordic economies, the reason I reference them is because they've engaged in a process of socializing at least a very large chunk of their economies. And we can see kind of the fruits of that, where they have reasonably decent levels of economic growth, employment, good unionization, things like that, high equality.
Unionization is not socialism. Like this guy, he's doing it again. These fucking idiots always try to gaslight you into thinking these normal fucking sensible things we do already is socialism. No, taxes is not socialism. Unions are not socialism. This guy's a fucking asshole.
And I think that
like this guy is the definition of crypto-fascist. This is what they do. They lie and gaslight you into thinking that, you know, some belief or something that you like already is the same as something else, when it's not. So, oh, see, you support socialism. See, it's not that bad of an idea. Like, this guy's a dick.
those are just good examples of the process where I want to move society towards.
Okay, well, thanks for being here. Destiny, why is capitalism the superior system to whatever Econoboy just said?
Because capitalism is based. I just want to start off by saying that I spent a lot of time on Amazon because I was going to respond to Econoboy's horrible appropriation of violent communist flags and other stuff in the background. I was going to buy a bunch of Nazi, and they don't actually sell Nazi flags on Amazon, so I don't appreciate that. I feel like it's very one-sided in how they run things over there. When it comes to like a larger discussion on this, I don't know if I need to clarify this or not, but I guess just for anybody listening who doesn't catch everything on every platform, obviously there were a lot of heated debates between me and Pisco and Econoboy and other members of different communities having to do with like leftists and tankies and bad actors and everything. Just to clarify for the 50 millionth time, I don't think Econoboy is a secret tanky. I don't think he's secretly trying to be subversive or doing things. I do disagree, I think fundamentally with a lot of his platform, but not in the same way that I would say that like other like Marxist-Leninists are bad faith actors trying to worm their way into the system to destroy everything in a way that they're not upfront about. Just I guess for anybody that needs to hear that or isn't clear of that. So I guess our conversation will probably revolve around a few things in this debate or conversation, whatever we call this. So I think the first issue I have is I think there's like an unclear vision of what socialism actually is or means. I think it's kind of ironic, or not ironic, but funny, I guess, that Econoboy kind of started off clarifying, you know, what his version of socialism is, that he doesn't think that Nordic countries are socialist. And it seems like that...
So tonight was the deadline for Putin to cease fire in Ukraine or face more sanctions. Instead, Trump and Putin agreed to meet in Alaska next Friday to discuss the terms of a ceasefire, and Putin continues to escalate his missile attacks on Ukrainian cities.
Yep. I don't have high hopes for this meeting, quote unquote. So yeah, there's probably just going to be more stupid shit. Thanks for the donation, retard. Like, again, I think he's just a compromised Soviet spy.
On one hand, you want to say, not Econoboy in general, but on one hand, like people want to say that they're socialist, but then you fight so much against like what socialism means or what it doesn't mean that the label starts to become meaningless. And I think that the issue is that it allows for a lot of bad faith actors to come in and kind of usurp that label and use it as kind of a disguise or a mask for more insidious views. So that's one reason I don't like the socialist label if what somebody's advocating for is largely liberal or works in a liberal or capitalist framework. I think there are huge moral and democratic questions about what the expropriation of property ultimately looks like. A lot of the examples I think that Econoboy gives for how we could expropriate property I think are a little bit unsatisfactory. So when we bring up things like civil asset forfeiture or things like eminent domain, like we're not taking these things to socialize idealize them or to make them like a part of a socialist economy. Usually they're done for other reasons, sometimes for punishments for crimes or sometimes for, you know, necessary government projects. I don't think that those comparisons are the same as trying to acquire 90 to 100% of the overall capital of the United States, you know, under the ownership of the government. I think that when we talk about egalitarianism and when we talk about idealized forms of economies, I don't know how much time I'll argue this, but I think it's interesting that you always hear this argument, even capitalists give here. Arguments will, socialists will say, and capitalists will say, well, you know, socialism only works in an idealized form of society where there's no human greed. And in an ideal world.
Yeah, buddy, if you think communism is a solution to inequality, like economic inequality, buddy, the greatest economic inequality you will ever see is in communist countries. So, yeah. Retarded. Again, capitalism does it better.
World, maybe we'd be socialist. But I don't actually know why that's true. I feel like people assume that. And it's not necessarily the case. Like, I can envision an ideal socialist world where everybody shares in the means of production and we all get the fruits of our own labor and, you know, we all can do that, sure. But I could also conceive of an ideal capitalist world where everybody has really high-paying jobs. They can choose who they want to work for at any point in time and quit and leave. And like, I feel like you could have idealized versions of both worlds. It's just difficult because with capitalism, there's a real-world implementation of that, and you have to fight on that real-world implementation. And then on the socialist version, you have to fight on the kind of like idealized or utopian version. So it's harder to kind of like point out flaws. 4 and 5, I think for the fourth point, I got socializing profits is a thing that socialists always talk about. Like we want equal ownership in the means of production so that we can all kind of reap the rewards. And I think that's an attractive quality about sharing the ownership of the means of production. But it also means socializing decisions. And I feel like there's not as much time paid to the socializing decisions parts. So for instance, if the government owns 90 to 100% of all the capital in the country, that means that every new business started kind of has to be started by the government. So are we taking votes on that? Are they going to be picking winners and losers? Are they going to decide, you know, whether or not there's an 18 or older ID verification limit on my pornographic consumption, or whether or not League of Legends gets canceled for Dota 2 or whatever else? And then I think that for the final thing, this is kind of a general complaint I've had. When people talk about like, oh, you know, we got these really good things because of socialism in the United States, whether you're talking minimum wage or 40-hour work weeks or whatever else, I think it's important to clarify that all of these things are happening in a liberal system, and there are good things that can happen from lots of different modes of economic production and lots of different countries that can happen in a liberal capitalist system. But if we were to move to a fully socialist system, we could only do the good socialist things. You wouldn't have any of the good capitalist things, and I think that is problematic.
Okay. Is that your goal, Econoboy, to move to a entirely socialist system?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's moral reasons to think that the socialist ideal of complete social ownership of businesses would be a good thing, right? That, you know, again, if we could, and this is something that I've said before, I think a kind of a typical argument that people will make against socialism.
So there you go. This has nothing to do with, oh, well, people will be wealthier. People will be happier. People will live longer. There won't be any wars. Like, he's not talking about any, like, objective endpoints that are measurable. He's just saying, well, you know, I just like the idea that, you know, everyone it just gets the same amount of wealth. You know, I just like that idea. This is a religion. Like they're not fucking claiming, you know, it's better for X, Y, Z reason, live longer, make more money, more wealth, anything. No, I just like the idea of, you know, people who are very hardworking, getting as much wealth as people who are lazy and don't contribute shit.
Is, oh, well, you know, it looks great on paper, which is to say,
if I want my bench press to go up and leave reps in reserve for all my benching variations, if I go to failure on flies, will that impede my strength gains? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I wouldn't really worry about isolation movements, but for the presses that you're doing, you definitely want to make sure that you're getting that adaptation where you're leaving reps in reserve so that the majority of your volume is done with a very high power output.
like, you know, intuitively, sure, like a totally egalitarian system looks great, but it just doesn't work, right? We just can't make it work for one reason or another. And I would say that, look, I mean, I guess I don't know as we move through the process of like fully socializing the economy, exactly what it would look like when we start to get to 80, 85, 90% of businesses being collectively owned. But I think that there's strong reason to believe that we can at least get a great majority of the way there without these kind of huge deleterious effects on the economy. And at the end of the day, I'm not super stubborn about this. Like if we get to whatever, 75%, like we've replaced institutional private investors with institutional public investors, which is to say about 75% of the stock market and all this kind of stuff is owned publicly instead of privately. money. And all of a sudden, we have this kind of like radically egalitarian system compared to what we had before with similar standards of living. I guess I'm just not so offended by that, right? But in our current system where we have just such a high level of inequality, wealth inequality, income inequality, and what I think to be pretty obvious solutions towards fixing that problem in pretty direct ways, we can look at other examples of countries that have done that, we should certainly do it, because I think that most people have at the very least egalitarian instincts, and so we should move toward that direction, even if once we get there, it's like, oh, we have to kind of make some sticky.
Dude, what's hilarious is you can see this play out in China and the Soviet Union. They literally had to like force people to work their asses off, like under fear of death. There's already historical precedents for this. Oh, well, we could not work as hard and, like make about as much money, and everyone would like, get by just fine, and, average, amount of wealth will increase. Look what happened in Russia and the Soviet Union. They were making less money, everyone was fucking poor, and they were worked to fucking death. Like, it is so fucking stupid. Poor people in the United States have more wealth than your average person under communist China or Soviet Russia. So who the fuck cares about income inequality if the poorest people are still better off? Like, it's stupid.
Decisions on the edge. I think that the bigger discussion is, should we move towards that direction, and what does moving towards that direction look like? Because certainly I think that we should, and certainly I think that there's a good way to move towards that direction.
Can I ask a question on this? I'm trying to hone in when you say moral reasons, okay? So my understanding is, if you had a fully socialist society where all of the workers are owning all of their means of productions, that would basically do little, if anything, to address overall wealth inequality. No? Wouldn't you still have massive wealth inequality across different firms, even if not within different firms? So for instance, if there was like a cooperatively owned or socialist owned engineering firm, wouldn't all those people make way more money than the cooperatively owned janitorial cleaning services firm?
Yeah. So I think it's important to maybe take a step back. So there's a lot of different ways to collectively own the means of production. Worker ownership is just one of those ways. Now, I don't really favor a worker ownership model personally. I tend to favor social ownership models through things like expansion of government services, which probably you and I would agree that some government services should be expanded, like public transit, healthcare systems, things like that. And then I think that the bulk of the market economy should be owned by these kind of publicly owned holding corporations and sovereign wealth funds, which compete against each other similar to how current asset managers already do. And that would create a hugely egalitarian distribution, because public wealth is sort of necessarily horizontally distributed, because the way that wealth is managed is one person, one vote, not necessarily one worker in one cooperative, one vote. I hope that makes sense.
Okay, so then we're saying that the businesses are collectively owned, meaning that so employees could still like quit and go to other jobs or get education and training and go to other jobs. Does this mean that the government then would be basically collecting the excess in worker, like in the value?
If they're competing with each other, then that would create income inequality. Because again, one firm may create better products that compete with another products and try to poach employees, offer higher wages. Like what is the solve? This guy's just a fucking crackpot.
You produced by the worker, the government would basically be the stand-in for the capital owner there?
Well, I mean, even Marx in his critique of the Gotha program said that the worker is not entitled to the entire surplus value that they create, that you need money to be set aside for things like administration, welfare payments, and I think he also said like essentially capital rotation, like reinvestments in capital, right? And so similarly, right, by having a social ownership model, we're essentially accomplishing all of those goals at once, where the worker is returned a substantial portion of the value that they create, because obviously workers still enjoy the fruits of the government's services and welfare payments and, UBI or whatever we use the capital income for. But it also goes to those other things that Marx identified as important as well, just general welfare payments for people who can't work. I think he identified the elderly and people like that as well. And of course, the government can also make public investments with that money as well.
Okay, so I'm trying to just understand. So like administration fees, I wouldn't consider this like capital owner, right? So when I think of capital, I think of, for a business, you're deploying you're deploying your capital, and then you're deploying your labor. And then when the labor interacts with the capital, the labor is creating some value. And then when that product is like sold to some consumer, some money goes back to the cost of the business, but there's an excess at the top after administrative fees, after everything else, and that excess at the top would go to the capital investor. And I'm just trying to understand. So in this state, you would have the capital investor, the capital owner. The owner class is just replaced by the state, right?
Yeah, the capital owners would be the public at large, right? So again, I think that Marx, obviously, a lot of in Marx's writings, he's a little bit vague. Obviously, he recommended, at some points in his life, he recommended state ownership, but it seemed like there was a cooperative ownership model maybe in the mature part of his life. At the end of the day, though, I'm just saying that, number one, I don't think that Marx is like a definitive view of what socialism is, but even to the extent that he is, I think that the spirit of this, where the worker receives a great portion of the value that they create, but set aside for the rest of society things like administrative expenses, capital investment, and welfare payments. I think that the spirit of that is accomplished with a social ownership model as well. And of course, to the extent that maybe some Marxist historian would just say, no, Conable, you're totally wrong and misinterpreting Marx, it's like, well, whatever, my system's much more egalitarian, so that's why I prefer it.
Sure. So I'm not trying to figure out what Marx, I'm just trying for your personal, just so that we can understand, I guess what, I guess you would advocate for personally. So so then we're saying that okay, so just going back to understand. I don't know if Marx agrees with this. You're replacing the capital owner of a business with the state, essentially, with the government, right?
Yeah, ultimately the state would be the owner of the shares in some complex system, but it's managed through these kind of holding corporations and sovereign wealth funds.
Okay. So the state has ownership, and then the management, does the state, like, you don't have to be like hyper specific, but I'm just trying to understand what the managing structure, I guess, would look like. So it's not the state making decisions, it's the holding companies, or?
Yeah, so I think that these things should be kind of technocratically managed. You mentioned that people should really focus on that kind of decision-making process, and that was a large part of what the third part of my Substack was about, is like, how do these capital allocation decisions get made, as inspired by this book that I read, The Public Wealth of Nations. And so essentially what I would recommend is that the way that the public should manage its wealth is it should be in these competing holding corporations, which are capitalized initially by the state in one way or another, however the state gets its money to capitalize the funds. These funds would then be managed by professional investment managers, kind of at arm's length from the state. You can think of it sort of like the Federal Reserve, right, where the Federal Reserve is kind of this like quasi-independent private agency type situation, but it's more technocratically managed. Do that same kind of similar structure, but with all these different competing holding corporations that operate independently from each other, but are ultimately owned by the state. And then as they allocate that capital and the returns from that capital kind of trickle up to them, they would dividend out part of that to the state directly, and then they would use part of that to reinvest in other businesses and other entrepreneurial activity, similar to how private asset managers do today.
How are they initially capitalized by the state? Like, how would a state decide, like, oh, like there's 5 firms that do stuff, I guess. Yeah, how's that?
I recommend a path in the same Substack that I referenced. So there's 3 main ways. So number one is the state already owns, unbeknownst to it, a lot of public wealth. Dag Detter in the Public Wealth of Nations book, he estimates that basically because the state just has a really poor system of accounting, the state already owns about 1 times GDP worth of public assets. They just don't account for them properly. And so what a lot of states have done, both in relation to Dag Detter's work, but then in opposite of that, is they've just accounted for their current public assets and spun them off into these holding corporations to be managed entrepreneurially. The state just realizes, oh, we own a lot of real estate. Oh, we have all these SOEs that we don't really account for properly. We have all these kind of like state, kind of quasi-state service companies that we run. Let's put those into a commercial bucket, holding corporation. Professional investment managers allocate that capital, run it professionally. So that's one way.
Wait, first thing, having wealth. So wealth, broadly speaking, can include things like capital. You can invest like capital. We're not talking money. Like, just because you might have like a state ownership of a bunch of utility companies or power plants doesn't mean you can just invest that, because that's represented by like physical capital, not like just money, right?
Yeah. It's a mixture of things, right? So it's physical capital. The public at large, the most poorly accounted for assets in a public portfolio are typically real estate assets. Municipal buildings, rights of way, public lands, things like that. And so what you would do is you put all that.
How would you manage intellectual property? What about services?
Capital into a single portfolio. This would be worth about $29 trillion. Some of those assets, like you said, wouldn't be commercial. They'd be like state parks or, municipal buildings that are currently in use. It's like, well, we're not going to like use these for a for-profit purpose. But for all those assets that we now discover and that we would want to put...
Oh, hello. This is me or him?
15 or $14.5 trillion, then you could take all of that. Oh, Wick, is everything okay?
You're good.
Oh, yeah, you froze for a minute and we were
okay.
Did I lose?
Yeah, you can take all of those real estate assets and then say, okay, well, let's just start developing them, right? And so part of that could be real estate development. It could be selling that off and investing in equities, just kind of generally building the wealth of society. That's just one way.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Selling it to who?
I'm just trying to understand this for the first thing, because I'm super confused. Okay, so it sounded like we were saying. So I'm trying to figure out like how do you capitalize these initial public holding corporations? So like, where do they get their money from initially? And then it sounded like the answer was, well, there's actually a whole bunch of wealth that exists in the United States that's actually not accounted for right now, which I agree is actually a weird problem. We talk about GDP, but we don't actually know the nation's wealth. Like, what is the total public accounting of all the assets? And then you say, well, there's a lot of these things that exist out there that aren't accounted for very well, and so we can have a better accounting of them. It's like, okay, but when we have that better accounting of them, we're not talking about money sitting in bank accounts. We're talking about we're like the stuff the capital is allocated to that it buys. So like power plants or real estate or whatever.
Just to simply answer your question, they would be sold for money or they would be developed directly.
How would they sell it? But if we're talking about a model where we're moving to public ownership of all these things, who are you selling it to?
Well, I mean, you have to transition from one system to another through some deliberative process, right? So currently they would be sold to like a bunch of different, private investors or other like state investors who would want to invest in those. Like, oh, we want to buy this real estate, we'll exchange it for cash, and then.
So he's talking about capitalism. How do we, like, what? So we'll move to a socialist economy and then sell capital to private investors who will just give up their money and then not own anything because private ownership is illegal? What?
The holding corporation can take that cash and then do other development activities, invest it in public equities, just do entrepreneurial investing and, balance sheet management just like any of these other asset managers do. And then through that process, they would accumulate capital.
The examples that we're giving here, can you give me a couple examples of things that you would... That seems like a horrible idea. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm thinking like the things that the public owns. Like, are we selling national parks for cash to capitalize our new public holdings? Or are we selling like Section 8 housing? Or are we selling like power plants?
I just said there are going to be some assets that are not commercial in nature. I even referenced national parks. Like you probably wouldn't, you wouldn't sell a national park for cash. But there's a lot of or abandoned buildings that the government owns that it doesn't use productively because the government just has a very poor system of accounting for those assets, right? And so to the extent that we have assets like that we think like, we're not using this basically for any productive purpose, we can either lease those out for development directly to strip back cash from the market and use for other entrepreneurial activities, or we could, which is to say directly develop them, or we could just sell those for cash and then use the cash, these kind of socialized rents, for other entrepreneurial activity, investing in equities, private equity invest, whatever it ends up being. And through that process, the state now is, either developing assets directly or it transfers assets for cash and uses the cash for development activities.
Okay, I understand the answer. I think it's very unsatisfactory, but okay, I got part one, and then you had two more other points. Yeah.
Right. So the other two ways that the state could capitalize these funds, number one is just through efficient tax revenue, right? So you just take tax money and capitalize funds. Oh, this we're gonna dedicate a certain amount of tax revenue to a sovereign.
I gotta say, this guy is so fucking gay. Like, holy shit, who the hell would ever listen to this guy? He's just such a gay dork.
Into this like phrase of like an ambiguous superstructure or like the rules or some crazy rule set, and I was like, okay, that's the. Hello?
Okay, so I feel like, okay, so originally it's like, well, Economy, I'm not going to make you just completely, totally lay out a 500-page document of how exactly this works. And so what I answered your question was, let's just imagine that it's a committee superstructure where, hey, we've accumulated $10 trillion of a sovereign wealth fund. We're going to take $1 trillion of that and do one new holding corporation that now has to go out and invest. I think that WIC is pretty specific on how the holding corporation.
Nothing that you just said there had anything to do with my question. And also, I want to draw you.
Formed, and I just
no, can you hire employees? Can you hire employees? Are you allowed to do that?
Okay, so if the new question is not how do you fund or do the holding corporations, but can you hire employees?
Hold on, wait, just to be clear, before you said that, we can go back in the video. My question was literally just, are you allowed to hire employees? That was my question.
Wait, Destiny, are you claiming you didn't ask me 100 times how do the new holding corporations get formed? Though that wasn't a question that was a mainstay that you've asked. I mean, really? Like, come on, you asked that like 5 or 10 times, and I feel like we've been circling the drain on that.
Give me 1 second. Hold on.
All right, give me a second. Go for it. How do you fund or do the holding corporation? Formed, and the holding corporation. Take one, just imagine the original
series like investment comes from created by their employees. Still start firms on their own and then scrape excesses from the surplus value created. So, for instance, I'm very confused. You're advocating for a system of socialism where individuals can still start firms on their own and then scrape excesses from the surplus value created by their employees. That's very strange. The only difference is we're just the initial investment comes from holding corporations that are capitalized with public funds. Is that the answer? Is that, like, I want to start a business, am I allowed to hire employees?
How would you hire employees? And I said, well, you probably have retail investors that would just individual sole proprietors.
I realize
that don't hire employees.
So my question was,
that you wanted to hire.
I'm just asking, like, how can you? I'm asking if you can hire employees. That was my question. Yes.
Okay. So if any of you dicks say I'm not answering this question directly, I'm going to kill myself on stream in a video game. Okay. So can you hire employees in my ideal system?
Yes.
The answer.
Do you think that at least some of Marx's criticisms of capitalism have some value, like overproduction crisis? No. Same thing happens under communism. So you can have the same problem under communism.
Is no, you would have to go to the capital owners, which are the public in this case, and get them to capital.
And like conversely, like what's more often the case, particularly with food, underproduction crises, because communist leaders are completely corrupt, stupid, incompetent. They deliberately try to starve people because they're fucking evil fascists, and then everyone starves to death.
Capitalize your business, and you'd have to have a shared ownership structure. I've said
wait, just to be clear, hold on. You're not saying you go to the public, you would go to the holding corporations that are ran by technocrats.
To the holding corporations.
Yes, okay.
I'm just saying the public, because WIC gets triggered. Oh, it's actually the state, it's actually the government.
Well, no, but there's a meaningful difference there, because you're saying that the holding corporations would be competing against each other, so you kind of solve for your market inefficiencies there by just calling it the government. So I'm trying to be more charitable to your model. You're saying
you're being more charitable. WIC is being the dumbass in this conversation. Sorry, WIC, I love you, but Jesus Christ. Okay.
Dumbass. Everyone goes after the ref.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out, as an individual right now, if I want to start a business, okay, I can hire employees and get initial capital to pay them and sell products and stuff, right? That's how we do business. But in your world, so I would have to, like, I'm just trying to figure, I don't even know what the process would look like of getting employees, or because I can't start a business on my own. What would it even mean to start a business? Are you even allowed to start a business? Or would it just be me and 5 other people who say we want to be plumbers? Can somebody else make a business?
I mean, again, this is the ideal system, and which is, I think, to me a little bit hard to imagine. But yeah, in the ideal system, I think you'd essentially be like the leader of the organization. You'd be like the CEO and not necessarily the sole owner of the business. And I think that's the main difference. But you go in and you convince the public holding corporation, hey, like for instance, I'm an engineer who worked in the oil field services industry for 10 years. I think I could start an oil field service businesses. Here's my kind of like my business plan. I think that this is the salary I deserve because I'm the CEO. And the public holding corporation would say, you know what, that sounds like a good idea. Here's $10 million. Go out and make a bunch of money, and here's some performance pay or whatever. It'd be a very similar system. Again, it's just that the ownership structure would be public instead of private, and that's a very specific example. I hope that is a really concrete. Just you can the oil field services example. That's pretty concrete if you ask me in terms of imagining what it would look like.
Gotcha. Okay, so then for compensation, how are we getting to our more kind of like egalitarian world if the guy's being compensated like so much more as like the owner or like the leader of the company? I'm sorry, not the owner, the leader of the company. Are we also like taxing the additional money that he makes more, or?
So you would have a fiscal state that you tax the income and you would redistribute in the form of welfare payments. The reason why you're getting a lot more egalitarianism, like I said, is because the fundamental problem in our capitalist system is the private ownership of wealth and the capital income from wealth. And so that would be essentially horizontally distributed in my system. Obviously,
so nobody would ever want to do anything, because why bother? What's the incentive to do more work and be more productive? None.
CEO would still make, there'd be a multiple in terms of how the CEO is paid relative to the lowest paid employee, but, there wouldn't be this kind of huge differentiation of capital income and public wealth I say total wealth in society.
Sure. So what's the difference between you're saying that
Cool, so just choose not to work or do anything, and then have other people work for you, and then just sit at home and jerk off. What's the incentive to go to work?
that the capital income would be more horizontally distributed through some kind of welfare policy? What's the difference between that and just like more taxes in our current system?
So the difference would be that, number one, my system is highly efficient relative to just raising taxes to some crazy amount. So obviously we could just raise taxes to, greatly lower the amount of wealth inequality by like raising a wealth tax. But wealth taxes are bad for the economy, right? Like wealth taxes seem to destroy investment, which isn't really good. My system would, in a number of ways, I think, incentivize investment or incentivize productivity gains, which I've mentioned before. And then with regards to capital income, right? So instead of having to tax corporations, there's so much evidence on
that is the most ridiculous statement. Incentivize productivity. You literally just said nobody can fucking benefit from other, like, extra shit that they do. So why would they work harder?
taxing corporations and taxing capital income. There's all of these kind of, these flight problems and these problems with adherence, essentially. But you wouldn't get that if all of these things were directly publicly owned. Obviously, you just directly send the payments. Like when I own stock in Apple, I don't have a problem getting capital income from Apple. They willingly give it to me. But if I try to tax Apple, 20%, they're going to do everything they possibly can do to basically avoid paying that tax as much as possible.
Don't you run into a similar problem, though, if you have competing holding companies? Like, let's say I want to be the leader of the oil engineering company that I'm doing, but I want to get paid, since I know I'm going to be horizontally distributed for my profits or whatever, I want to be compensated $20 million. Wouldn't I go from holding company to holding company and they would compete in the same way that you do in a capital market right now for high CEO compensation? Wouldn't that be like an even greater problem, since now the CEO's not even compensated with ownership, but has to be compensated directly with wages?
Yeah, and who would make investments if there's no incentive? So nobody can personally benefit off of anything. So why would anybody invest in anything? Like, it's just silly. Fuck this guy. Fuck this retard. He's just like some gay idiot. Oh my god, that's fucking stupid. That is so fucking stupid. I can't get over it.
Why everyone is so up in arms about the illegal channel migrants who keep breaking into our country and then put up in hotels at our expense and given £400 a month to spend just for the fun of it. And the answer is, every single day for the past week or so, there has been an illegal alien charged with trying to or having successfully sexually assaulted a child. Some cases are way worse than others as well. And honestly, I'm just absolutely sick of it. The pattern is just too regular. It is like these people have come here for this purpose. So you may remember the one that sparked off the Epping protests. This was Hadush Kibatu, an asylum seeker from Ethiopia who was trying to kiss a girl in the middle of the town centre while she was just eating something or whatever. It happened 8 days after he arrived. So it took him 8 days to try to inappropriately kiss a child. And he is also denied 3 other sexual offences. He's denied, 3 sexual offences. Harassment and inciting a girl to engage in sexual activity. So, I mean, criminal, obviously. Shouldn't be here. Needs to go back.
What the fuck?
But then you've got other ones, which are just, again, they're just terrible. So this is on the 19th of July. Channel migrant who sexually assaulted teenage girl with special needs in broad daylight. Jailed for only 14 months. Isn't that remarkable? 14 bloody months. Aaron Hadash from Eritrea was living at a taxpayer-funded Holiday Inn near Heathrow, and he attacked...
By the way, I'm pretty sure there are, like, white dudes in the UK who've gotten longer jail sentences for Facebook posts they made about the fucking riots and shit.
A 19-year-old in June last year, after she'd been sent by her mother to pick up fruit from a food bank. It's just...
Do you have Mexicans in Canada? Like, I'm sure we have some. I don't see too many, though.
He'd illegally entered the UK around 3 years ago after crossing the channel and was caught 5 weeks later after the teenager spotted him out while shopping with his mother. Okay, great. Just great. He's already spent nearly a year in custody. The judge says he poses a high risk of serious harm to the public. Why is he in our country? He is the danger. He needs to be deported. Anyway, obviously this was as terrible as you might think. But it gets worse. On the 2nd of August, you've got 2 Afghan asylum seekers who have been charged over the alleged rape of a 12-year-old girl in a Warwickshire town. This was in Nuneaton, I think it was. And so Ahmad Mullakil, 23, and Mohammad Kabir, 23, been charged with aiding and abetting rape as well as strangulation and kidnap of a girl who is now receiving specialist care. Yeah, this was in Nuneaton. So the rape of a 12-year-old. And just, so these two men, adult men.
Why would they have ever been let in the country in the first place? Like, I'm assuming they're not an engineer.
Woke parenting in Europe.
Let me see. That is very, very strange. What the fuck is going on? I don't know the full context of that video. Who knows? Could be family, friends, or something. But yeah, if those are just like African immigrants or something who are hanging around a kid's playground, what the fuck? Bizarre. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Saw a 12-year-old, kidnapped her, and then brutally raped her. And for some reason, they're still in this country. But also, I mean, for some reason, they're still breathing. And this was the case in which the local police were like, okay, we can't reveal that he is an asylum seeker, or both of them are asylum seekers, for fear of, quote, inflaming community tensions, which amounts to a cover-up, because that's what that is. When you are withholding information from the public, because you're like, God, they're going to be really angry that these illegal channel migrants who break into the country, so it's not like they've got exactly much respect for British law anyway, keep raping children. That people are going to be really pissed off about that, especially as they've got to pay for them to be here in the first place. And this is all being done under the auspices of human rights or something, as if that's got anything to do with any of this. I mean, I suppose the loss of human rights for the children is one thing, but no wonder, no kidding, people are going to be pissed off with this. And so the police are just like, yeah, we just need to make sure they don't know. It's like, sorry, you can't keep everything under wraps forever.
Yeah.
They're hushing it up because they don't want an epic situation on their hands. Yeah, I bet they are. But that's not acceptable, is it? It's not acceptable for you to be in defense.
Dude, it's so hilarious. Like, you've got all these migrants in the fucking UK that are committing all these, like, horrible fucking crimes. You know, like the fucking child rape gangs. And then the police, like, literally try to cover it up, saying, like not mentioning the fucking background or ethnicity of the perpetrators, and everybody's gonna hate the Muslims if everyone finds out who's doing this. As if that's a problem. Shouldn't we kind of know if certain groups of people are coming over and doing this? Like, maybe we shouldn't allow people from Pakistan to immigrate, or maybe just look at them from a little bit of a closer lens before we let them in?
Of child rapists?
Yeah, it's fucking nuts, dude. Bro, the UK is just stupid. The UK is stupid, and if you can leave the UK, do it now. Just leave while you still can. Alright, well, I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm tired. I think we'll probably try to play video games tomorrow. There's a few things. I think there's only going to be a few things to react to tomorrow. The Israel-Gaza shit. Maybe we'll watch this again, the steroid thing. Maybe some of the Shannon Sharp crap. So we'll just do some, Gaza updates tomorrow, then play Battletoads, some racing games, shit like that. But would I visit the UK for just a day? I don't know. I don't know, man. It's a bit of a risk, but Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow around the same time, so I'll see you then. And sweet dreams.